Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the DFRAG Open Series of 4. We are live for Group P today, and of course, I'm not joined by Only Potence or Damo. I'm back again with Has Daddy Slim. Morning, Harold. How are we doing?
Oh, nice, mate. I mean, it's a interesting day outside. Cold, miserable, wet. Couldn't ask for much more in Melbourne, to be honest, but in the servers where we're heading, we've got CS action ahead. It's going to be fantastic stuff. The DFRAG Open Series 4. Of course, we had all the action yesterday as well. It was some results that, expected, some out of the blue that I think a lot of people were left scratching their heads about. But hopefully, we get the same sort of things today as well.
Yeah, of course. It wouldn't be possible as well. There are sponsors HyperX and Intel, as well as the DFRAG Media Group, named after the tournament after all. But yeah, should be some exciting things. Of course, Group B feels a little bit more, I guess, like set in stone. Of course, Rooster in there at the moment. They're looking pretty good. It's still kind of rebuilding the form of the Rooster of old. Historically, Rooster have been around the top of the region for quite a bit and, always kind of knocking on that top 4 mark. But it's interesting looking at this Rooster roster in retrospect and how they've still maintained form. Chelios, this has been his baby for what feels like years and years of competition, and he's still got it. He's still fragging at the top level, and I was going to say he's got some very interesting names around him now. A few players from that old Fury roster, and now, of course, bringing back Juices and 80k, and they've still got it as well. So yeah, looking forward to see how Rooster fare in this group. We've got as well some new faces to the competition. Bardos we haven't gotten to see at this level for what feels like an eternity. Time Waves just recently, we got to see them at some of the other lands, and they've performed pretty well. Din Cuts as well, a newer name, but of course checking out the bracket for you for today, it will be Rooster versus the Bardos for your upper bracket there, round 1, and then of course we'll be taking you through Time Waves, Din Cuts, and this should be, I feel like, a more closer game compared to that first one. Rooster definitely probably the heavy favorites to make it through, probably breeze through to make it through the playoff bracket here. How do you feel about it all?
Yeah, I think Rooster's probably the standout team here. I think, as you said, we're sort of maybe expecting a little bit of a fall-off considering the roster changes that just seem to keep happening with that team. But full credit to them. They've stuck with it. Chelos, as you said, has been playing incredibly well. Skull and Recons came across from the other squad of the old Fury roster. Everything's just sort of coming together that you need. Meantime, the Bardoffs haven't really seen too much of them. But, of course, we have our Time Waves and Din Cuts game. I think that's going to be a very interesting one. Time Waves, I think, on paper, probably just ahead. But Din Cuts, look, it's an amalgamation of some previous rosters sort of around Light Esports and Lelux. But there are some young players on that squad, and they definitely are, incredibly skilled from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely a very skilled roster. We saw Time Waves, of course, have a few shots at LAN, getting to speak to a few of them, actually. Camille Harbour, Lolk, all pretty confident players, and seems like overall the roster has been gelling pretty well. They've been putting in a lot of hours. I believe they even took off a map over at one of the lands against probably one of the heavier favorites. I believe it was Thunder or GZ, can't remember from memory. But yeah, they did get an upset map win here or there, and wasn't expected. So hopefully, they can keep that pressure building, keep that momentum moving forward into this one. As you said, Din Cuts are a lot of newer names to especially CS2. We don't have a lot of experienced CSGO players on this Din Cuts roster. They've all really, I guess, kind of come up as CS2's been a little bit more of the heavy favorite. Blood is definitely a highlight player for me. He's been putting up some pretty respectable numbers in that old Lelux roster, and of course when they were JFT for a bit or whatever. As well, Max has always been a solid player as well. So yeah, Din Cuts, on paper, not a bad roster. It's just about how they perform in the server, because it's been a little bit inconsistent recently for me.
Yeah, and I think, of course, when you've got an amalgamation of a lot of younger talent there, it makes, it becomes a bit difficult sometimes where you have to, make sure you get in focus. They haven't had, of course, the experience from CSGO, so coming into CS2, where it's basically a fresh start. I think that you bring a lot of different perspectives in that case, which can work in your favour quite well. You mentioned Blood, of course. It was rated in the top 50 of HLTV prospects, I think twice this year so far. So definitely some talent there. They'll be hoping that they can put it all together in the server today. And I mean, look, Time Waves, I would say they're going as the favourites, but Din Cuts are right there with them, and I would be feeling like if they're going to be able to pull this one off at 2-1, definitely a possibility. I mean, Tone, we went through almost 2-1s across the board yesterday in every single series. I know you're looking forward to doing that all again today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, speaking about yesterday, let's check out the bracket of how it all went down yesterday in Group A to refresh you a little bit here. Of course, we had our upper brackets. We had Arcade taking a clean 2-0 over the Mongol Bros, and then over on the mainstream here, we got to see Abyssal and DXA go toe-to-toe, and that was quite a bloody affair. Abyssal just able to get out of that one with everything still in tow. They moved on through to the upper bracket, took on Arcade, and were able to best Arcade, sending them packing down to the lower bracket. We saw Mongol Bros actually take a map off of DXA, one of their staples in Ancient 13-5, so Mongol Bros, they had a short stint here in the Open Series, but it definitely impressed. They're taking off a map against DXA. Then we got to see that lower bracket final really comes ahead here. Arcade, DXA went back and forth. Some messy Counter-Strike after 9 maps being played all throughout yesterday. But yeah, DXA were able to best Arcade there 2-1, and unfortunately, Jason is probably very upset, but Abyssal and DXA were able to move through to the playoffs. And yeah, looking at the how it went yesterday, I don't think there was a lot of expectation as DXA to be that second seed to make it out through the playoffs. They've struggled with roster changes here or there. I believe currently playing with their coach Mingovi while they await, the next Open Series to bring in their new IGL. We're not going to leak it yet because it hasn't been announced yet. But yeah, I was going to say Arcade, I guess, not meeting expectations as we probably would have expected from them.
No, I mean, that is a very disappointing result for Arcade. I mean, considering they beat Abyssal at the DFRAG lands only a few months ago, had some very good results online as well. This seemed like pretty much a shoo-in. I think most people had them going through first out of those teams as well, but just didn't happen for them. And look, they were close in those ones as well. Look, they had Abyssal basically what seemed like dead to rights early on, especially when they performed the comeback on Nuke, down 10-2 at the half, end up pulling up a 13-11 win, up 6-3 on Mirage. Map 3, you're thinking they're going through. Abyssal are going to send down to lower bracket. Only found one more round after that. Couldn't get things going, and then they just kind of ran out of steam. And that's not to take anything away from DXA. They played magnificently yesterday against all the odds that were probably against them. And look, they just were better for longer. They got the job done. And yeah, I think they're very worthy to be into the playoffs, which of course will be next weekend. And Arcade, look, it's one of those ones where you just have to reset. You can't look into it too much. Yes, accept the defeat, look into how you're going to be able to fix things going forward. But, it's a one-off. They're hoping they can try and fix things up going forward. But yeah, this DXA roster, considering, as you said, it's not the full thing. I mean, Mingovi is just standing in. He's going to be the coach going forward. I think they have to be pretty happy.
Yeah, if Mingovi's able to perform like this just as a stand-in coach, DXA got to be pretty happy about their performance so far. And as well, taking a look at the other game that happened, Abyssal Arcade. This one was a bit of a bloody affair on Overpass. Abyssal were just able to get it done there. And I was going to say, Keo had a little bit of a rough start to the day. We were speaking about it, at least, I believe me and Damo were all saying, yeah, Keo's looking a little bit off at the moment. Was hitting some the harder shots, missing the easy ones, and sometimes you need to hit the easy ones. A little bit of a team kill there. It was a very interesting Nuke game. Abyssal were, of course, pretty comfortably able to almost get it done, but then, yeah, Arcade were able to bounce back pretty convincingly, get it across the line, and take it to that third, and then Abyssal were able to climb back on Mirage. It felt like, yeah, Arcade kind of run out of steam here, it definitely felt like a lot of shots were landing, but some were kind of slipping through the gaps here. Abyssal, one of those teams that I've been impressed by with the fact that they're able to bounce back from some deficits just when you think they're not playing up to scratch there. Foggers had a bit of a rough game here on Mirage, but Danger had a absolutely lights out performance here on Mirage and got them across the line. And yeah, once again for Arcade, unfortunate, but yeah, it's gonna have to be them shaking off going next. And yeah, for a team like DXA as well, Supers really shined out here on that first map of Overpass, and then of course throughout the whole series, it's really all the individual members of DXA kind of stepping up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you wanted to see from a DXA standpoint because, I mean, it was just a solid team performance. I don't think anyone was probably above and beyond in that regard. Like, everyone just had to, have their moments, put it through. And you look back towards that first map as well, where they still ended up losing at 13-9, but the amount of clutches in the 7-round run they had towards, or in the first half was actually just basically insanity. The fact they won so many rounds, and I think it shows that this team definitely, they're feeling like they're able to come back from deficits, or they're going to be able to clutch up when they're called upon, and they proved it yesterday that they do belong in for Arcade. Look, there's more open series coming, of course, so they've still got their chance to try and qualify for the land, which is, of course, coming up around September, October later this year. This is what everyone's playing for, of course. You're not just the prize pool, but also getting a spot through to the wildcard lands. And, yeah, I was going to say the Obs boys yesterday, they were, they were really making sure to rub in the slow motion whips on the players. I'm expecting the same thing today as well.
Yeah, they caught all the good action too. This spray down from Supers was absolutely gnarly, getting that through the smoke of all things. And then, yeah, this is where DXA kind of came together, the later stage of this Inferno map, where they were able to use a little bit more team coordination. Mingovi really rounded the boys out, and then, of course, we went over to Dust 2, and it was, well, for no better word, a shellacking, I have to say, from DXA. There was a little bit of a false comeback, maybe a cosmetic one from the likes of the Arcade. They were able to get a few rounds later on in that T half, but overall, a very impressive performance on Dust 2 from DXA, and definitely look at that one going to the future for the playoffs. Maybe some of these teams opt to ban out this Dust 2, because DXA definitely looked very well regimented on that map, all things considered.
Yeah, and I think overall as well, going back to that map veto, Arcade really lost that out. I'm not sure what the thinking was behind a lot of those picks there, ones that they actually had them together, and it just didn't work out for them at all. And I guess you look at those map selections, it's a bit of a head scratcher. It comes back to bite them. And, well, I guess speaking of the map vetoes, Tone, we've been given the word. We do have the vetoes for our first game today, Time Waves and Ding Cuts, and this is what we're presented with. Oh, I have to say, it's the popular ones on the board.
Yeah, the popular ones. And who's getting taken out? Overpass, probably a good call from Time Waves. I don't play that one all too much. So Mirage and Inferno as our first two maps. Some would say pug heavy, but also can be strategic at times, especially Inferno. I've seen from Time Waves is definitely one of those maps that feels a little bit more structured for them. Taking out Nuke, Dincuts don't want to have to deal with Time Waves on that one. I was going to say Time Waves pretty comfortable. Nuke statistics recently, Dust 2 getting taken away from Time Waves.
So I was going to say, I was wondering when you were going to pick that up. That's either Ancient's been banned, it's Dust 2, or Dust 2 has been banned and we're going to Ancient. So we'll get a clarification on that one. But Mirage Inferno, I mean, look, it's your standard pug picks there that a lot of teams are just going to go to. I feel like both teams are going to be able to have their T sides and CT sides come together. It's going to come down to, I think, then more about Angels and uses of utility, especially for the side hits, because, look, you play enough CS in the scene, you're going to know how to perform in the spots where you're going to be hitting towards A sides, how to put it all together. You'd hope that then if it comes down to those Angels, that's where I actually probably swing towards Ding Cuts, where you've got those younger players who, people call them aimers, but when it comes together for them, it can look beautiful, and there we are. It is Ancient we are going, if we are to go to a third map decider.
Yeah, I don't mind that one, actually. Decider being Ancient, if we go to it, could be pretty good for Time Waves. They've shown a lot of impressive statistics. And again, one of those maps that probably leads heavier into the structured play that a team like Time Waves is looking to play with. But yeah, Dinkut's getting Mirage first is probably very telling on how they want to play a little bit more looser and maybe pug it out against Time Waves here. Just show that youthful dexterity, because it's a young roster, right? Dinkuts is all pretty young in their own regard, and they probably want to put on a show here. Pretty used to playing Mirage and the Pugs, so why not bring it to the open series and see what they can do? The last time, I believe statistically, we saw Time Waves here, at least on HLTV. They did get absolutely destroyed on Mirage, 13-1, I believe, by the old Underground roster, who's now Arcade. So Yeah, a little bit worrisome looking at that result. Of course, that was all the way back in February, though. So, 2 months have passed, and Time Waves have definitely moved on from that result.
Yeah, and of course, they've had different of the Open Series and other stuff playing through ECA and whatnot, and we can't get the exact results for those ones going through HLTV, so that's sort of up in the air. But you'd feel like, as the Time Waves roster have been together now for another month or two at this point, that they would have sort of sorted some things out when it comes to, playing those Mirage maps. I feel like they should be able to get the job done in this series. Again, we are sort of looking where I feel like it's going to be 2-1. I do think the Dinkuts should be able to find a map here, but when it comes down to it, just the fact that the Time Waves roster has been together for a bit longer, they've been able to now play with this sort of set matchups that they want to, because, you look back towards the DFRAG lands, and the issue, of course, that they did run into overall was more the fact that they didn't actually have their exact roster there. So they did have Shui filling in. Harbour wasn't available, so you can kind of take away the results there a little bit because it's not the full strength roster. So with Harbour in today, you'd imagine hopefully they're able to put it all together and make their way through to at least the upper bracket side, because lower bracket run means that you're going to be sitting around a fair bit today.
Yeah, especially if there's some quick 2-0s in there. You're going to be sitting around for a while. But yeah, this one, I echo your statement here. It definitely feels like a 2-1 maybe towards Time Waves. I feel like Dinkuts definitely might get the upper hand in this first map, first map of the day. It just depends on how you warmed up, how you're ready to go, whether you've had your wheat bix, of course, for breakfast this morning, and ready to pug it out here on Mirage to start it off. But yeah, no, it feels like the veto definitely favored towards Time Waves, especially with Inferno and Ancient being the last few around out this series. It should be pretty good for Time Waves, but yeah, I'm hoping to see a little bit out of Dinkuts, though. I want to see them kind of really test their mettle a little bit here, especially on this first map. Probably want to see some of that Blood magic that we saw, I believe, all the way back in CCT when Blood first made his name onto the scene. So yeah, looking forward to this one. I believe we are just waiting on a word from production, of course, to get this game underway. But yeah, it should be an exciting one. 2-1 for both of us. Yeah, definitely feels like a 3-map for sure.
Well, that's what we asked for, at least in the sense of, we want a close game, close series, a few highlights, a few lowlights throughout. And, well, as we're saying, 2-1 to Time Waves seems to be where both of us are leading. But, it's CS, it's Australian CS, so we could all take that with a grain of salt most of the time. It could be 2-0 Dinkuts. We could be seeing a classical upper bracket fight between the Bardolphs and Dinkuts when we're done in a couple of hours' time. I know a lot of people want to see the Bardolphs progress, even though, of course, the Bardolphs don't include Mr. Bardolph at all. But he's given a thumbs up to the project, I believe. He does love it. Of course, if you do want to go check out the other game, Rooster and the Bardolphs, that is on DFRAG TV 2. Mr. Churchdog is running that one today. So if you don't want to, I assume people want to watch this one as well, but you can get both up at the same time. That's what the dual monitors are for, Todd.
Yeah, pull it up on both screens. Maybe pay more attention to one, more attention to the other. I don't know whether of course, our lovely voices will soothe you through your morning, or whether Church Dog will, of course, soothe you through your morning. It's up to you. But yeah, both games going on at the same time. It's good. I was going to say we get a little more smooth bracket here. Of course, DFRAG_CS2 for the second stream. And yeah, I was going to say, simultaneous games makes the competition run smoother, Harold. And we've had pretty smooth day all throughout yesterday. Just, one or two small minor issues, but overall, all things considered, pretty quick in terms of getting them all going.
Yeah, the prod team in the Brisbane studio have been doing a fantastic job keeping things flowing. And I'm sure today will be exactly the same. That's what we always hope and know, of course, because I don't think there's ever been any issues with DFRAG production that's happened. Not that I can remember, at least. So if I can't remember it, therefore it never happened.
Yeah, no, it never happened. No, I was going to say, if we don't know about it, it never happened. But yeah, this should be an interesting one. Whether we see, I was going to say, it's probably more important which side starts here as we finally go into it. Time Waves getting a start, CT, Dinkuts, T. And this should be an exciting one, Harold, because Dinkuts, I guess, for T side, it's going to be a little bit more explosive, a little bit more faster aggression. And for Time Waves, it's about having to probably match that early aggression.
Well, that's what we're going to be seeing here. Time Waves, Ding Cuts, your Group B opening games here. All best of threes today to see who is progressing to the playoffs next weekend. As we start this one off so far, it's just a bit of utility now heading out towards Connector side. That one thrown out by Blood there. And it looks like this is setting up for what could be just the default A hit. Couple up through Connector or window. And the rest burst out through Palace and also A main. Numbers currently sitting here on the A site mostly. Elephant's back towards CT spawn, so he's just waiting because they had lost window control, but now the T is there. Come bursting out here. Max waiting as the Molotov hits there, but it will be Delks who finds the first. Camille is dropped, and they're looking for more over towards Connector side. Lolke actually does get one back nicely with the dualies, but Max is there. Thought he instantaneous trade, and just like that, it's going to be 4v3 as we're left to a retake here for Time Waves.
Yeah, and of course, no kit in hands and beautiful shots from Delkit. Will be one traded back by Harbour at least, but you can see how, I guess, like further back Dinkuts are playing right now. They're all the way in Connector and all the way ready to take those longer range engagements with the Glocks. And it will be Dinkuts picking up the pistol there. Not as aggressive as it takes A here, just more commitment to the fights per se. And here for Time Waves, just not expecting such a fast hit to start off here on CT side of Mirage. Great shot though from Harbour. At least the aim's working a little bit. Everybody's getting their hands warmed up after the first round of the day here. Dinkuts, perfect pickup. They'll go to Mac 10s, AKs, and for Time Waves probably just an eco stack over towards A. And the Dinkuts, they've read it perfectly here. Probably just going to take that bomb just outside of top mid for the moment over to B. With a little bit of a split going on. Time Waves. Yeah, I imagine nothing too crazy going to be coming of this one here.
Yeah, just starting to group up, and they will actually get through main. So if they make noise here, you would imagine Max is probably not going to hear that. So it's sort of a weird situation here for the T's, depending on how they want to play this. Because Max waiting over towards that A side, they're actually going to go through there. So Time Waves have left the site. And that one should be grouped up. They'll go back through mid, and just as that's happening, so Val was heading back in that general direction, decides doesn't want to quite commit to that. In fact, I think he was just retrieving the bomb. So, A site will be taken, bomb will be planted, and Time Waves, well, we've swapped places. They've gone through T-spawn. They're in top mid now, so if they're going to get anything done, it's going to have to be through Connector.
A bit of a conga line all the way through T-spawn, top mid, all the way to Connector now, and for Dinkuts, a lot of presence towards CT. And once again, a little bit more passively. Max here, Mac 10 at the range here, but shots coming out from Val, Delkit. Getting some stats padded early on. Delkit even getting the Glock out for that one. They did lose Max in the process, but that was only a Mac 10. Not too much to shy away from. For Time Waves, just unfortunate. I was going to say trying to follow behind Dinkuts, and they were just a little bit too quick for them.
Yeah, I mean, really, not much more expected out of that round for them, even if they had, got timings right, considering they've only got the USPs. Wasn't going to be much to do there, but their full buy comes in for the first time now. M4A1S's, and well, I should say just the one M4A1S. M4A falls across the board. Camille is going to sit on that FAMAS, buying up some extra utility for the rest of the team here. And speaking of Camille, aggression in towards A main. Beebs is going to... I'm not sure if they get quite spotted the foot there. Now they have, so that is big information. The problem is they can't really commit to it just yet. And they don't have the backup right now, so they just have to let Camille leave. But they've got a general idea that they are sitting just around that A main side. Again, it looks like it is going to be mostly an A hit here. This time, though, not as much presence in towards mid. Nade isn't going to really touch Max, but Time Waves this time zone. They do have, again, the same sort of numbers around at this A site. Now with the same weaponry, they decide to go out and aggressive in mid, and they do catch Val out. So now the rest of the A site hit needs to start coming in for Dinkuts, and I think Time Waves are starting to read into this pretty well here.
Yeah, that was a great flash setup. Another one from Elephant, taking out Max. The Stingcuts are just going to try and force their way in, but they're walking into a stacked Time Waves. Sana members Camille for the one and done from default. Stingcuts are at least able to potentially get that bomb down, attempting a plant wallbang on the blood, and Stelka goes for a swing instead of just trying to get the bomb down. Time Waves perfectly set up, and that's what I expected over a team like Time Waves, right? Structured play, set flashes, and just a beautiful hold overall. Just great willingness to rotate over there. And for Stingcuts, yeah, unfortunate one to drop. They don't get the bomb plant, so the money's not the best here for Max. Only a Tech 9 armor. The rest of them maybe some force pistols into this one as well. Decided to keep it cheap. Beebs. I'm giving that hero Galil MP7 in the mix as well. Okay, Stingcuts. I thought this would be like a full eco, but hero Galil, I guess, in the mix here for round number 4.
Yeah, I mean, there was enough cash there that you could maybe just force one of those Galils, which they have decided to do. You see Blood still got the 3,600, and the loss bonus isn't high, so next round's not going to be a massive, but it will be a full buy coming through, as out through main is some shots, and it is Max copping a bit of damage. Haven't thrown anything else yet, and Camille's got to be careful as they're up on top there, and this is going to be problems. Although Loke and Keza managed to get the double back. Beeps does find Loke, 3v3. Vel just walks up Connector. And what a kill from Val. Might even have the second one here as Elephant tries to go through in towards window side. Shoulder exposed. And Time Waves, not the round they want to be dropping here, but they almost just have to give this up, considering Elephant's so low and he's already booked it. B-side done, and Stingcuts, the slight upgrades they had into that round, they come through perfectly, so they'll just get extra cash flowing through, keep the 3 rifles, and Time Waves. That is a bit of a disaster there, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's it's a rough one to drop. Just a beautiful walk up through connector there from Dell, and setting it up for the play. Stingcuts catching Camille off guard, probably not expecting such a fast play there towards the Balkan. Stingcuts, they come out on top of it. A little bit of salt spray and a little bit of BM to start off here, maybe for deep cuts. And yeah, keeping a few M4s. And that Galil, of course, probably not going to be kept across. They're going to go into the AKs. And for Time Waves, well, unfortunately, they still have enough to buy. But yeah, they can't be too happy about that one.
No, considering it was just the one Galil as well. If it was multiple rifles, you know, you understand Stingcuts if they take that round, but considering it was just the one, the impact it managed to have, Time Waves just can't allow that to happen. Camille again flashed in towards main, not going to be spotting anything there early. 3 C's up towards top mid right now. And you can see Elephant's just trying to play around connector here, doesn't want to get too aggressive. We did see 3 swung out off the one flash last time. Not as much presence here. Oh, starting to lead things all up to 8 kills already in 4 rounds, off to a perfect start. Harbour jump peeking. Beebs, that shot reveals position there. It is just a fake for the time being. In the meantime, Valor's already got upstairs. Presence pretty huge. It just comes down to whether or not Camille spots them on the other side. They've got in towards main. They've got presence there. Val gets one, and then Blood onto Camille, and all of a sudden, Lolcade needs to desperately get this kill, but he's got the bomb dropped in main. If he can get this next one, it could be massive, as Harbour's got Dell. They managed to swing this one back. He just needs to get at least one here. He does make it almost a second. It will be Beebs to shut it down, and now a 1v1 with Harbour.
Yeah, 1v1 and Beebs. He's got the bomb at least, so he's got the luxury of rotating out here, and well, Harbour just has to kind of commit to holding A, because looking at the clock, it's either he sprints over to B and play for the read sake, or tries to fake Harbour out. But no mind games being played. Beebs is just like, I'm going to take the direct path to B. He's not going to be there. And for Harbour, he's got no idea he's moved at all yet. 10 seconds now. Starts to hear the plant noise over from B. That bomb now starts to tick. Where does Beebs opt to play from? Face towards market. Very aggressive position to go for. HE traded by a flash. And Beebs, he can just tuck in this corner. It's such a good position to hold for. Especially the fact that Harbour has to come out through this position. He's going to walk up to door. Beebs is going to tuck in the window. This is a great wraparound. Mind games from Beebs is perfect. And Harbour now has to clear every single position because he doesn't know where Beebs is. He hasn't spotted him other than that market swing. And Harbour's got no idea that Beebs is wrapped around behind him. Perfect round here from Dincuts. They'll put 4 together.
That's massive from Beebs. What a play. Just gets the timing down absolutely perfectly. And now they've just opened up a little bit of a buffer here. Getting that kill onto Alpha, that is crazy. Locate. Well, he almost pulled off the round here. One more bullet would have done the job. Time Wave is going to be calling an early timeout here. Not a bad idea, just to calm things down. And the money, I just don't think there's enough there for Lolke and Keza that you're really going to be pushing into a full buy. So for Dincuts, Blood's got the AWP out. They're getting some cash in the bank, opening up this little buffer, and now a perfect opportunity for them to get rolling here on Mirage. Their map pick. Already got 4 T rounds on the board. And imagine, Tone, there should be a 5th coming up here.
It definitely feels like a Blood bringing out the AWP is, yeah, I don't mind it, T-side Mirage, but I guess like going against the Ecos, you're probably opening up yourself to a little bit more trouble. Especially with the fact that Time Waves maybe look to just get aggressive here with the fact that they've only got pistols, a few 5.7s, a few double dinks, and now we could be missing out on the AWP for this round for Dincuts. Early HE towards top mid. Val just going to cover himself with a flash there. Another flash for good measure. We'll get that top mid for no worries at all. Time Waves showing a little bit of early presence, but another smoke as well towards apartments. It's actually, you know, just a small little micro plays that smoke kind of buys a little bit more time for Time Waves to set themselves up in a little bit more rattier positions, off angle corners that hard to clear if you're Dincuts, but rightfully so. They're taking it slow. There's up in the ladder. Could be pretty good for one here. Only one and done though. Traded out by Val here. Harbour goes for a swing and he'll get taken too. Perfectly lined up there by Beebs.
Yep, everything going as expected for this round here as Dincuts will get that bomb planted. Camille Elephant and Lolcate. I mean, try and cause some damage, force the rebuys back in. Mill as well being just waiting for these exit kills here. If you get the AWP out of the hands of Blood, wouldn't be bad. And Elephant has managed to retrieve that AK. So, you know, overall, for Time Waves, I don't think you'd be too fussed with how the round sort of ends up, considering you're not going in with too much there as the bomb starts to tick down. Dincuts not going to be going anywhere near Camille as they decide to go out through market. They'll settle into CT spawn, and they've opened up a nice little gap here, 5-1. Time Waves, the buy will come back in, but they need to start showing a bit of life on this CT side.
Yeah, we need a little bit more of that structured play that we saw in the round that they were able to pick up. Some great set flashes there for Elephant to find some picks, and then great rotates from Time Waves overall to stop that one happening over at A from Dincuts. But yeah, this is looking like how I guess I expected it to go, Harold. I was going to say Dincuts pretty comfortable on a pug-heavy map like Mirage, and definitely showing a little bit more structure to them, not just like kind of fast hits and sending it willy-nilly and relying on the aim to kind of carry them across here. It's a little bit more, you know, set smokes, a few flashes over, and then kind of setting up the play from there. Time Waves happy to fight for this mid control this time around. We do have a smoke lower with Con. We do have a spray coming out from Geza. Looking for a second with the help of Lolke. They'll be able to find those picks. Camille as well from in that smoke will come out and find hers. And Time Waves are pretty set up to hold it down here. Beam's trying to get up through connector and make something happen. But Time Waves shut it down. There we go. A structured play that works out once again here for Time Waves.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dincuts had been getting most of mid-control for free in a lot of those previous rounds. Time Waves, I mean, it's a risk, of course, because you've got it basically 3v3. Doesn't work out in their favour. Things swing away very quickly, but they got all the fights they wanted to in top mid. It's good flash to set it up. Take those fights. Presence, aggression is there. And Dincuts just completely wiped out of that round. Money is still there, of course, so they are going to switch things up to well, completely leave mid-control, nothing at B, and they are just going to go out very quickly A main. There hasn't really been any utility presence whatsoever, and Camille is the only one sitting here now starting to realise what's going on. Rotations will come back in through connector, but they're kind of stuck out here, which means that it's most likely going to be left into a 5v5 retake. You can see Elephant on that AWP. Won't have the chance to actually get the first fight there either. Plant goes down. Camille will find Dell, but it is still a tough ask here for Time Waves to get this done.
Yeah, it's all ask, especially with the fact that Dinkuts have this double peek over towards the CT line. 4 players here from Time Waves to attempt the retake, though, all from CT. So this is going to be a heavy reliance on Dinkuts to find this crossfire perfect. Val and Blood getting involved, and it's 2 apiece for both of them, and lolk. Well, yeah.
He's not having it.
He's not having it. Tech pause incoming, says our Prodden. Yeah, I imagine so. We've lost lolk, unfortunately. But yeah, damage was done, round was over, so we can't match medic that one, you know. Dinkuts, perfect crossfire there from Blood and Val over towards CT, and I thought Time Waves had that right. One good flash, and to set them up for that retake was more than doable here. And of course, we'll just quickly show you some highlights, recap how the game is going so far. Some impressive shots from Dinkuts. lolk, though, almost a 1v1 that went his way.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Dinkuts, good response. You know, play off into the A side there, was a bit quicker, didn't really use as much utility. Time Waves, again, this time putting the presence in towards mid a little bit earlier, which I think they sort of scared Dinkuts away from that one, but then because that they're already so deep in, Camille gets shut out with the smokes. They did have that one little opportunity in CT. Elephant misses that initial shot with the AWP, so makes things difficult. And, well, it was a 5v4, technically a 4v4, considering lolk was dealing with some technical issues. And then they tried to just go into the CT group up, you know, numbers together. Doesn't work out at all. I mean, Val and Blood just knock everything back. Great shots from both of them. And Dinkuts, once again, they just maintain their presence here on the T side. Back to that 4-round buffer. Time Waves will have the buyback in at the very least, but yeah, they need to start grouping or getting a few rounds in a row here, because these sort of just, you know, 1 round here, 1 round there, that's not going to cut it. And Dinkuts, good opportunity here, Tone, if they can get this one to get it. Just about break Time Waves a little bit as well. I mean, loss bonus is high, but they take this one 7-2. You almost pencil in an 8th, and it's looking like a pretty solid T side half.
That's very solid from Dinkuts to start their map pick. What we've seen, at least from the vetoes yesterday, right? A lot of heavy aggression from teams that aren't particularly on their map pick and probably not in their most comfortable positions. But for Dinkuts, they feel pretty rare and ready to go. We'll see 2 from Armor over towards Firebox, perfectly set up on the Delkit and Val. He'll find a 3rd on the Max, trying to walk out through balcony. And Beams will get spammed through the smoke. Perfect read there from Camille. Now just left to Blood the AWP, and I don't know if he wants to go for this. Bombs drops pretty close to him near Sandwich. He is retrievable. He does have to still take this fight. Yeah, we'll find it. Camille gets taken out over towards Default. One good smoke here. He knows that Harbor's going to be up on this balcony because he hasn't moved all too much. He hasn't shown any presence other than the fact that he found those few. And for Elephant, he's just going to tuck and wait. Doesn't have to show face. They don't have to give Blood these 1v1s right now.
And with the time and the more this gets closer, and Blood is actually in the position to pull this off. There, Blood! Oh my lord! 1v3 with the AWP. How does that happen? Time Waves drop it, but that is all Blood there. Had not really had to put any presence into this game so far, but when he's called upon, delivers massively. What a clutch up. And Time Waves, that is a disaster. The 1v3 turned to the 1v2, and the longer the time went on, Tone, you could just hear, you could feel the nerves. And, well, Blood, that is just some crazy shots there. Doing the work. After what Time Waves, it was such a solid CT round. They'd done everything right. And then it all falls to pieces.
Yeah, it just all comes crashing down for Time Waves. Again, set flashes over towards top mid to get Dinkuts out. That's more expected of how I wanted to see Blood play, right? Very aggressive fragger, very aggressive AWPer. least from his CCT days. And shot form here, still on Dinkuts. Time Waves heavy committed towards mid once again. You know, they're happy to play with that connector positioning. Dinkuts, though, just a few good pieces of utility, good pressure as well. Some mounting Beebs will find one on a short, and the second Beebs. Perfect spray discipline there, who will get traded out by the connector player. Great call from Elephant to go for that peak. And Dinkuts, they're still kind of playing with the luxury of all of the pressure of the map. They have that mid play that doesn't go their way, but they've still got control of apartments. They've still got control of A main if they want to go for it. But Dinkuts now set play over towards B here, and Elephant's probably the one that's going to have to deal with it. The flank from Lolke up through unders, finding Val. And that's 2 Dinkuts members down. Now the play needs to come quick. Dinkuts can't waste any more opportunity.
Just like that, Max in a 1v2. Time Waves. Lolke has given them a chance here. Max collects that bomb. Will go for the plant. Camille. Play off that one. They start creeping forward. It's the fake. They get closer. They should have Max dead to rights here. Beautifully played from Camille, and Time Waves respond straight back. The underpass play from Lolke, the difference maker. And it had to happen. 3-7. Dinkuts, they had that round seemingly dead to rights, just like Time Waves, the one before that. But some big moments from players on either end. Managed to switch things around, and now Time Waves, they can still recover this here pretty nicely, Tone. A 5-7, definitely a chance, especially as Dinkuts find themselves without too much cash, so they're saving for that last round of the T-side half.
Yeah, it's weird, because we look at the rounds, we're like, yeah, Dinkuts 7, they shouldn't be this economically mismanaged, but Hero Galil going to be brought to the table by Beebs once again. Dinkuts, yeah, shouldn't be too financially in ruin right now, so yeah, just maybe some poor buys, some poor anti-economy here. And for the likes of Time Waves, they're sitting pretty. We've got Camille over towards main. A few players from Time Waves, a little bit more committed towards the A site this time around. Happy to actually give up that mid control completely, so Dinkuts might be able to get that split onto short. Beebs has snuck through the smoke, and Lolke's got no idea. Beebs snuck through, and Val's found Keza. Dinkuts just pulling another rabbit out of their hat of tricks.
The only issue off that is that they want to go to the A site now because they think they've got most of the numbers. There's still 2 players now, just 1 though, and they know exactly where Elephant is. Harbour desperately trying to get it to this side. It's not going to happen. And Dinkuts, once again, not much to work with, but the pistols have wrecked whatever Time Waves thought they could do. And Max just swings on out, shuts down the last. And they will get themselves an 8th as we move into the last round of this first half. And now if things change again, Dinkuts, now a great opportunity to put together a 9-3 half, and Time Waves, Tone, they just can't string 2 rounds together.
Yeah, it's a worrisome sight. They've found themselves a little bit of success in some of these more structured rounds. They kind of go for a little bit of a mid-take, go for a little bit of an A-hold. Dinkuts just somehow, in some way, pulling off some miracles to keep this T-side going. Elephant, though, will continue to put the pressure on. That's the bomb in the hands of Blood. Needs to be a little bit careful. Falls back, tries to get away from Elephant. Camille, in the meantime, trying to fight under Balk right now. Will be a molly landed at the feet. Smoke is going to cover it, though. Beebs has found Elephant. So at least they've found that player aggressing, and a great nade finds Camille. Dinkuts once again finding themselves those tricks to get it done, but Lolke, you'll find a scout shot. I believe that is a nice shot as well. I heard from the text chat. HE flies at the feet, and no Lolke's here. Molly's going to come out. Lolke can't do anything about it. Brilliant shot, but can't really get out of that rabbit hole he dug himself into. HE's over towards DT side, and Keza tries to walk out, finds Beebs, but Dinkuts will end it. 9-3 in the first half. Very dominant T side from them.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you're after if you're Dinkuts. Perfect start to the day. Time Waves, I mean, there were the opportunities there, and there was moments for them. I mean, we just saw a Lolke no-scope with the scout from, a meter away. They had their opportunities, but again, it's about consistency and putting it together it just did not happen for them at all. It was just sporadic rounds, one here, one there. Every time we thought, okay, they're going to start working their way back in to this, side here, it just completely fell apart. So they have to, well, it's a must. They have to get this pistol here. Down 9-3, and they're already getting themselves set up for this B hit, and Beebs is going to be the first cab off the rank here. Spots them, and now the push will start to come in.
They'll fall back. Foul from short side. Trying to play the bench. Beebs is under fire. Time Waves will flood themselves in, Kez. Okay. Lucky shot, maybe. Or just all skill. Time Waves lock down the B site, and I don't know if the likes of Dinkuts can get back into this one. Hit in the hands of Max does have 2 flashes. But hits the short jump. He's going quietly here. Very smart call to make. I'm about halfway gone here. Dinkuts with the man disadvantage, but still willingness to play for the round at hand. Harbour is going to go for a swing. Beautiful shot from Blood there. Allows it to be a little bit more doable, but halfway now to quarter 6. Blood finds another onto Lolke. Time Waves, they're bleeding members, but the round's still probably going to go their way with just the fact that the timing favors them. And Dinkuts, unfortunately, they'll have to walk away with that kit. And round goes to Time Waves, so a good pistol to pick up here and, inevitably shut down a steamroll that could potentially come here from Dinkuts.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the exit kills there. I mean, the round was basically already decided when they hit the B site, so for a Dinkuts, it's just about pretty much adding a few extra little kills to their scoreboard, improving that ADR. It was Blood who found most of them as well, playing from that short side. But this is where Time Waves, you need to be finding that second here, because this has not worked out for them at all so far. They haven't been yet to string back-to-back rounds together. And Dinkuts have brought up here, and it is Val with that M4A1S. Very aggressive out through mid. Have to be careful. Mills posted up on the opposite end. But no one spots each other for the time being. So Smoke will head towards the window side, but it's Val on that M4A1S. The one rifle in this round, and it's delivered already.
And the one hero rifle, again, just Dinkuts really like playing around this hero rifle and making it work for them. A lot of damage dealt to Time Waves in middle as well here. Dinkuts just kind of playing with the luxury of the fact that they haven't invested all too much other than that one hero rifle. Time Waves want to keep a hold of all of their guns. They're going to be grouping up for this B site hit. They're going to be walking into Beavs there with that 5-7, but Val, of course, still up on short. That M4 actually goes up into ladder room. Cautious of the potential that Time Waves take up through connector.
Oh, I was going to say, Val, if they didn't commit to window, so they're playing short side here. I think they're going to be a little late, but if they've got window side, it could be there. Rotates have come over from those pistols as well, so they have to go fight this one on the other side. Beebs and Blood doing the work there. Val was dropped in the meantime, but Blood's up close. Elephant deals with that one. And Max does all that remains in a 1v2. Does have a kit and a few pieces of utility, so there's a world that he could get this done. Problem's going to be if he gets spotted out from Lolke, who hits the initial dig, shuts that down, and Time Waves do it. Back-to-back rounds. It wasn't pretty, but the scoreline is starting to favour them just a little bit more. And Dinkuts, well, Tone, they went the force up. They went for the possibility of just breaking Time Waves' economy and getting themselves up to 10. Doesn't work out, and that does mean, unfortunately for them, that they will be on mostly an eco for this one here.
Yeah, I feel like that came down to just some unfortunate timing from Dinkuts there. They could have really shut down that hit. They had 2 players there in some pretty comfortable positions to stop the bomb from going down. Good shots from Time Waves. They'll take up mid once again. Ash towards Umbers there from Harbour. Cautious that Dinkuts still could be playing aggressive here with these pistols that they've got. They've already found Beebs in the process. And shots come through from Connector as well. Kez are at the range of the Mag-10. Not the most lethal of situation there with that Mag-10, but still, if you can get a dink at that range, power to you.
So Val's got that information. There's currently no one in the T-spawn, although the numbers are just about to head back to that one there. So that fight's going to be interesting. Val's got two. How on earth have they managed to get both?
Oh, my.
Lolke dinked, absolutely got rid of. Harbour was low HP. So massive stuff there, but Elephant and Keza have just managed to equalise things. In fact, get themselves the one-player advantage. So Time Waves just breathe a little better. Still have to go retrieve that bomb. There's only 30 seconds, so this becomes the issue, is they don't have time. They have to really just pick this up, start rushing over towards the A side of the other one. Val still taking these fights. Eventually will be put down. Now Dell up close. They could have got a few ones here. They won't expect it the first. He needs more. Numbers will overwhelm them. Time Waves. Some of these rounds. Oh, boy. But it's 9-6. They've got 3 on the trot. But now Ding cuts. The buy is in zone. And Time Waves, because of these rounds and how they just haven't really been able to do them in, let's say, a style that would mean that they can actually save most of the rifles, the money's pretty low. So that could come back to bite them if they can't get going here.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a big round for Ding Cuts to keep that lead going. What about for Blood? We'll see where... to meld that one over towards short side of things, so... Blood probably in a pretty good position to maybe hold down this A-site cross if a few of his members fall here on the site. It's going to be Val and Max over towards Underbauk and Sandwich. A little bit harder positions to clear out if you're Time Waves, but Kez is up for the task. He'll be able to find that one on the Max. Now onto the site. Now Time Waves set themselves pretty good. Smoke wall to cover all of Connector. Blood going to peek over the top for just one more shot. Beeves now has to be cautious. They're pushing into CT and they've got his number potentially. They don't see him initially when they swing. And Beeves is going to find that first one. He's looking for the second on the Elephant and Harbour, but they'll collect their kills. Time Waves collect another round.
Yeah, this is what more we've been expecting from Time Waves, and they've just started to warm themselves up. 4 on the trot. All of a sudden, Ding cuts the pressure right back on this CT side. As again, this money's not really there, so it's just a couple of slight buy-ups. Want to make sure it's a full buy into the next round, but again, that means the Time Waves all of a sudden in a position where they can make this 9-8. They're right back in this one here on our opening map. Beebs has actually forced up the FAMAS, so that's the one rifle they've put through here. Everyone else, it's just the pistols. Nothing too much to speak of, and Keza straight in to take this fight, but Beebs will win out. 45 HP. Elephant up too short, though. Should be able to equalise this kill back. Does. Has to be careful, though. Dell playing close on that left on the Connector side. And Val, again. Aggression coming out. If they go back towards A main, it's a free kill, but I think they're just going to continue through the top mid, which could be even better because there are 2 T players that are grouping up, waiting on the other side. They might run into his loving arms here.
The bomb.
Positioned on the off angle. Oh, this is a big fight coming up.
Yeah, Val's got a ton of info here. They do have to fight for it, but now that's info to Ding Cuts. The bomb is probably going to head its way back to A. Dell, unfortunately, not going to get the timing there, so... Time Waves thankful for that trade engagement. Ding Cuts, that could have been a little bit of a predicament for them. Still, probably want to fight for this retake. Max, of course, with that AK that he found from Eza earlier on in the round. Dell going to be on the A main wrap here already, trying to shut down that point before it even comes out. As bomb drop, 20 seconds now. Time Waves need to make some magic happen. Get that bomb down. It's another shot from Blood. Takes out Lolke, left to Camille and Elephant to still try and get it down.
Oh, no.
Delgood's doing all he can from A main right now. Camille 1 versus 2, and Ding Cuts, no, they have to tuck and hide. A few bait shots there to try and get the shots coming in from Camille. Dell will be taken out. Camille will win the fights in the end, but the round goes to Ding Cuts.
Oh, that's a disaster for Time Waves. Again, it's these moments where they just need to be taking these rounds. That should not be happening. And Ding Cuts, 1 rifle they took into that one. The FAMAS found the early kill. They're able to retrieve an AK off that as well. And they steal around away. They're first on the CT side. And the money all of a sudden for them, not looking too bad. It allows the full buy-ins back in. Still, have to still be careful this round, but Time Waves, you can see, I mean, Keza does not have anything. It is just a Glock and the utility around it. So they need to get these fights early on towards the A side. There is only one tucked into the side, and it's Max, who hasn't really had the statistics they'd be hoping so far today. But Blood, the flash is perfect. Elephant is knocked out. Max will find Lolke, and this is all falling apart pretty quickly. Camille at least getting the one back. Dell playing around stairs, 2 in CT. Val finds that one there. Keza dropped, and just like that, it's all on Harbour. No, he's in connector. He gets one. But the moment he pops back up, he's got 2 players looking towards him, and the nade will do the damage to finish it off. And Time Waves, they dropped the previous round, and all of a sudden, all that hard work they did to get back in this one, Tone, it is withered away. No money, and Dink cuts a chance to get some map points up on the board.
Yeah, it feels like Dinkuts just have some very, very sick timing on Time Waves' hits over towards this site right now. And for Time Waves, relegated to P250s and Glocks. Dinkuts could be on victory's door in just another round here. Time Waves, they'll try to take a little bit of a more slower, calculated approach. Probably going to go up through Connector, just flood members on through that way. The Great Molly timing there shuts him down from getting through unders. Smoke the window. Nade doesn't quite land its mark. Unfortunate timing. Flash will be popped out. Time Wave's getting a huge chunk of damage there on that HE from the likes of Dinkuts and the short members. It's Val and it's Max to really shut it all down. Time Wave's a valiant effort. Good idea in theory. Unfortunately, doesn't happen here in practice.
Yeah, well, the first nade missed, as you stated. There was, in fact, a second one, though, and that did all the damage it needed. And Time Waves, I mean, wasn't really much you were thinking was going to happen that round. They just strike up, connect up, Dinkuts all over it. And now 5 map points here on Mirage to take a 1-0 series lead. Time Waves, at the very least, have the buy back in. Okay, going to be stuck in the Galil. And there is absolutely plenty there to work with. There's 3, I was going to say 2 out through mid early. Del was hanging around, doesn't want to commit to it too much. Just pops back a little. Blood also assisting them here as the rest of the utility starts coming in from the A main and Palace players. And this is going to be that hit in here, and they're into window. Keza gets the first, the second almost cooling as well. As Dex caught off to the left side, and Keza gets both. Perfectly done. Survives the nade, and Time Wave should be into the site because Max, the one sitting on the other side, hoping they can put it together, does not happen. And just like that, 4v2. And surely Dinkuts, no way they can get back into this one here.
Surely not. Beebs and Val. Oh, Harbour, a rare miss there. Beebs down to a slither of HP, but able to get it done. Halfway now onto the bomb here. Smoke goes on from Val. He might look to stick it. Time Waves need the perfect lineup, but they're not going to go for it just yet. Val tosses that smoke in and tries to play a little bit of mind games with Time Waves, but they're not falling for it. They'll go for another round. 8-12 now here. Dinkuts will still have the purchase going into this one. The Time Waves, a lot went right that round. I was going to say just that one unfortunate duel from Harbour over towards main. I guess really doesn't tell the overall story. Time Waves able to get out with some great utility setup. The Dinkuts, unfortunately, just not able to win the fights out there.
No, it was just a bit late from the CTs there, and Dinkuts trying to get themselves set up more in towards that, window. Keza got the double. And now Val, though, trying to get things going here. And that should be the double. Del Val, they do the work. They're absolutely ripping them to pieces. And Keza falls. Lolke in a 1v4. Completely disconnected from the rest of the Time Wave squad. Bomb on the back. But that is all they realistically have here. As Dinkuts, perfect plays in towards mid. They've destroyed this Time Waves T setup, and now Blood should be able to finish it off here. The moment Lolke swings in, and that he does. Dinkuts 13-8. They'll take the opener here on Mirage.
Yeah, what a game from Dinkuts. I feel expected right on their map pick, and it felt like they were all over that T side, right? 9-3 is quite a blowout against a team of Time Wave's caliber as well. They just kind of had them all over in that mid control that they kind of went for there. And for unfortunately there for Time Waves, they showed a little bit of signs of life. Some good rounds out of Lolke, good rounds out of Camille as well, but weren't quite able to convert in the end of things here as we check out some of the highlights from the map here. And it was a lot of Dinkuts just kind of using that youthful dexterity, using that spray control, using a little bit of mind games here. That wraparound from window from Beeves was perfect to set that round up in motion and to set up a pretty convincing T-side start there from Dinkuts. Then, you know, a few rounds here or there, it's just the nature of dropping a few rounds on that CT side. And, well, for Time Waves, unfortunate, but, you know, it's nothing to shy away from.
No, for Time Waves, it's just disappointing, I think, because they made all the work that they needed to do on that T side to get themselves back into this game, and it was just mistakes. It was this round here, 9-7. They should have got an 8th here. They're 1 round away. But Dinkuts, I think the impressive thing from them, they were able to do so much with so little. I think 2 or 3 rounds where they just, you know, had one rifle, a couple of deagles. They just were absolutely able to destroy Time Waves. I mean, that's always going to hit hard on the mental. But overall, Dinkuts better for longer. They get the job done here. We go to Inferno, of course, for the next map, and Time Waves got a bit of work to do. I mean, if they want to get themselves the first series victory of the day, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be a reverse sweep. We had them both pitted at 2-1, and we'll see what they can do over on Inferno. But we're going to go to a quick break while we set up for it. It's Dinkuts Time Waves. It's Group B, your opener here for the DFRAG Open Series 4. cooling off outside and warming up in the server. We're back into it. Inferno for your second one. Time Waves pick after 13-8. Dinkuts taking home Mirage pretty comfortably. I'm, of course, Tutab Tony, joined by Harold Slim. Harold, welcome back.
Yes, welcome back to yourself, Tone, and to everyone as we get ready and rolling here for map number 2. Dinkuts a 1-0 lead after taking it was, well, the beautiful map of Mirage early on. 13-8, the scoreline finishing there as Lolk's found the opener. Blood is dropped away, and Val trying to get some aggression up down Banana. So, 2 pieces of aggression try to get put together from Dinkuts on the CT side. It all falls flat pretty early on here. Still plenty of time in the round, but Time Waves in a very nice set position here. 5v3 now just comes down to where you want to go and decide. And well, with Camille knocking Beebs down, if they go towards the A side, Tone, it is absolutely all theirs for the taking.
Yeah, easy A side take, but Time Waves, they're kind of giving Dinkuts a little bit too much respect. You just, you've won all of those initial fights over towards A and Banana. Just go towards the side. You don't have to overthink this one. They're overcooking maybe a little bit. Dinkuts, of course, both stacked over towards B, and that's going to be a shot from Keza. And shot return from Max. And that will be A side finally open up here for Time Waves. They worked it out. They've spotted one over towards B. They know that there has to be maybe another on rotation. This is free sight for the taking. Bomb down in the corner. And don't imagine Dinkuts are probably going to go for this. They're nowhere near it. Max hasn't even opted to move all too much other than repositioning over towards Church. Time Waves winning out there once just to get that round done. No crazy flash, no crazy set plays. Just win your ones and round's yours for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, Dinkuts gambled a fair bit on those fights because they just didn't have backup in really any of them. So, lose them. Round is decided pretty early as we go for a flyover to the A side with a bomb just about to reach its logical conclusion. And I don't think Harbour is living. No.
Yep.
Face right into the wall. That's got a sting. Ooh. But Time Waves round is secured. Whoa.
Doesn't look good for the neck. Oh, might need a chiropractor after that. Time Waves, first one on the board means that they're going to be purchasing up pretty quickly here. Galil's Mac 10s for a few. Just thinking about the best case scenario here. Galil for Camille. And Harbour going to go for the MP7, the new flavor, it feels, for Counter-Strike recently. You know that MP7 getting changes a little bit a while ago. Well, actually opting to bring that one to play here. Dinkuts have actually opted to force into the second round.
It's risky, but it has worked out in their favour a few times, especially on Mirage, so feeling confident they can get a bit more done this round than what they could in the pistol. Keza flashed into the top of Banana. Jump peeking, confirming. Nothing at least directly in front, but doesn't want to go too much further beyond that. So it doesn't really have the idea of whether or not sandbags is anyone sitting there. Meantime, utility has been hit in towards this A site. Blood is starting to make their way back as they realise what's going on. And the site is clear because Beebs and Val are playing in towards the apartments area. They're very far forward here. So Blood is the only one that's going to be able to just like put a stop on this. But they might even just try an around the world play here because you can see Keza is already up Banana. And I think that's what they're going to do. So Blood's the only one who can really stop their forward momentum. And there could be if there's the timing and Blood turns away at the last second and they have crept through here.
Yeah, they've made their way through, but Blood might meet them. Oh, hello!
No idea.
Running and they had no idea. Camille able to find a few as well on the site. Time Waves explode onto B here. Force by out of Dinkuts isn't going to pay off. Well, does have a defuse kit. A 5-7 to play with, but yeah, not every day you see a 1v5, and I don't think we'll see it today. Flash into CT. Time Waves looking to aggress off of the side. Elephant's actually going to go with them here, potentially. Time is ticking. But
Ninja
Elephant, thankfully, Yeah, Ninja defuse is possible, but thankfully Elephant's actually going to stick around. Sit there on that corner. And he'll stop Val from sneaking in. Possibility. I was going to say, I was starting to get a little bit worried. I've seen that narrative before. Time Wave's walking a few too many members away from the side. But they'll pick it up. Second round to their board. Ding cuts. No crazy force buy this time. That pays off for them.
Yeah, I mean, Blood just got caught on the timing. He sticks around for a second longer. I don't know if he's able to then actually get any kills, but the B site becomes aware that the round the world was happening. He missed, then goes back to the B side because nothing's happening on A. Runs into three people that are just standing there. And Din cuts a force up. Falls completely flat, not a single. And Beeps is forced up again, so MP9. So they're not going to have much into the next round. We imagine the full buy is actually going to come through. That MP9, it does damage, not the kill. Okay, and Camille locking in for the first couple. And Time Waves, after what was pretty disappointing Mirage for themselves overall, they are definitely looking the goods here, at least to start Inferno. That'll be a third as they make their rush over B site, aware that the CTs don't have as many numbers here. In fact, nothing. As the bomb will go down. Left at a 5v3 and Din cuts. Maybe some exits. That's about all I can ask for here.
Yeah, just a few initial flights over towards second. Time Waves have all the info that they need to get on towards the site. MP9, of course, going to be saved here by a Blood. The rest of them probably will be able to bring this M4s to play. Maybe Blood as well to drop one or keep that MP9 himself. Up to how Din cuts want to play it, but yeah, Time Waves. Good start to the opening here on Inferno on their pick. Expected, really. Time Waves historically has always been not too bad on Inferno. Din cuts, we've got zero clue what their Inferno is like, or at least in terms of the HL's TV statistics. Zero played on the side of Din cuts. But yeah, I think as well, historically, Din cuts aren't really a team that plays a whole lot of Inferno. Normally, you know, Mirage, Overpass, pretty much are kind of some of the staples in their pool. At least we're thinking about, you know, the old Deluxe roster. Time Waves, though, good start, good fortune here, keeping that confidence building after that that first map blowout, it feels.
Yeah, they did a strong start here on Inferno, and they're getting it. Sting counts, full buy comes in. You can see Beebs on the MP9, so they managed to at least keep that one for this round, but all of a sudden, bit of pressure here on the Din Cut squad. The nades into Banana, though. Fantastic. Dell will be the one to take that kill. As Elephant falls. Himself up towards the top there. It's not going to clear out Max, although I might have just licked him a little bit. Meantime, though, Time Waves change their aggression in towards a top mid play over towards the A side. Trying to get themselves towards connector side. Val the flash over the top. They go back into the fight and they lose that one out badly. Harbour takes it now. Blood needs to come through with a couple here. Timing and will be able to catch Camille just as they was backing in towards top mid. So Din can't keep the advantage and Beebs up in apartments. The MP9 up close where it does the damage and he ends up getting the double. Keza will shut it down. But the round basic done. Keza just the 3 HP and it will be Blood to finish it off and Din cuts get themselves on the board.
Yeah, beautiful double there from Beebs. MP9 and then traded out into the Galil and still got it. First round pick up for Din cuts. They needed that one. They were bleeding their economy dry, just going for all these forces and such. Finally able to put a gun round together. And they're able to get it across the board here for Time Waves, though. Still pretty much got plenty of cash. See another buy as well if they were to drop this one. Din cuts. Now it's about keeping up that pressure over towards Banana. We saw a lot of early presence. Time Waves just, of course, have to kind of fold to that pressure with that one deep smoke that lands all the way down the bottom of Banana in their face. Harbour, though, has snuck up here to at least the middle barrels. But the rest of Din cuts, though, opting to not play too aggressive on the other side of the map. Apartments, you know, not poking or prodding for any info here. A little bit more passive of a setup from Din cuts, especially after Mirage. Probably wasn't expecting that.
And again, copping damage from the utility. Just 18 points of health and still hanging around this top banana. Keza the boost up. Spots the shoulder of Max and Max almost gets the timing as Keza looks to try and clear out towards sandbags. 3 players for Dinkuts hanging around. Blood's gone on to rotate, sort of guessing that waves are about to change things here. That's not the case. Utility's been thrown in towards A, but they've actually managed to get one away, which means it's Max and Del who are going to be remaining. Lolke is going to play this lonesome ranger over towards apartments. They're down. Max will throw down that late smoke. And now Timewaves, they kind of have to go through this one. Molotov down as well. They've kept the utility perfect here for CTs. And Max with the double. Del comes in to finish it off. And Dinkuts a flawless round. Perfectly played. Controlled banana throughout. And Timewaves left with little time. They could get absolutely nothing done there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see from Time Waves because, like, the structure's there, right? They got themselves a little bit of a fake smoke there over towards Arch, and then everybody grouped back up over Banana. They already drew the rotation from Blood into CT, so a little bit weaker of a sight hole, but still Dinkuts just kind of using the utility and the space, playing a little bit more further forward than maybe Time Waves were expecting, and yeah, just finding their shots. Good trade kills there from the B side, anchors from Dinkuts, and again, that fake smoke over towards Arch. They're trying to go up quick here towards Banana. Will be a great nade set up there onto Camille. It's another from Max onto Keza. Trying to get ahead of the pack, and Del now hiding on the outside of the smoke, but Max is just finding all the shots himself. Player has stuck in towards the smoke and into CT. On the other side of Dinkuts, and they weren't quite ready for it. Val's like, okay, I'll just turn around, tap him in the hand. Okay, found. And Dinkuts tie it up at 3-3.
Yes, 2 solid rounds in a row. Timewaves to the force. Full buy will come in, and it looks like Kez is just disconnected for a second, so we might have a little bit of a tech pause or just a quick reconnection. Timewaves had called what seemingly is the timeout as well, so see how that one sort of comes through. But yeah, I mean, gives them a chance to just, you know, reset a little here. I mean, perfect start. You take pistol. You beat off all the force buys that Dinkuts sort of put in to try and see if they could get themselves going before now they're full buy back in. And 2 pretty solid gun rounds. They locked down on B side twice. Blood now has the AWP in hand as well. So this could get a little bit ugly here from Timewaves if they can't just get themselves sorted out a little. But how they want to play this one. I mean, B presence from Dinkuts, as we've seen, Tone, they haven't particularly done anything crazy with the aggression. They've had sort of 2, maybe 3 hanging around, depending on how they want to start the round. But it's been the nade users, they did utility they've been able to get out. Has been looking very, very solid so far.
As well, to take on that statement a little bit more, Mirage, their utility was super well timed. That nade over towards Connector, kind of just shut Keza down from that round. And yeah, overall, Dinkuts, I looked at this roster and I'm like, okay, a bunch of young kids, not experienced in Go, more experienced in CS2. I was like, yeah, these guys are just going to probably be like aim style. You know, we saw a little bit of that from Blood with that Deagle. But overall, some of the utility as well from them has been quite stellar to see. As, well, still waiting to see if we can get Keza back into this one. Long technical pause. We'll check out a few statistics as well. A little team economy sheet for you. Looking at that one, Dinkuts were down in the dumps for like the first 5 rounds of this game, and now on an upward trajectory after winning the last 2. Money looking pretty good. Max and Del have 7K almost there as well for Max. So Dinkuts, they haven't been like winning these rounds crazy, but the last 2, you know, keeping like at least 4 alive makes that economy just so much more of an issue here for Timewaves going into the later stage of this first half.
And that does come back to round number 5 where, you know, that was a full buy Timewaves had and the setup seemed all there, but Dinkuts held on to the actual utility that they needed. They come out with that one, not losing a single player. Next round as well following there, I think it was only the 1 player going down, so they now have that cash in the bank there. Timewaves in the meantime, yes, the full buy has come through, and yes, you got the loss bonus starting to come together, but you know, they don't want to be stuck in a situation where it's going to be, you know, these full buys in quotation marks for the rest of this half where, you know, they get the AKs, but then you have to sacrifice for a Galil for a bit of extra utility, and it just becomes a headache for them. Dinkuts, on the other hand, they're in a perfect position to really ram home an advantage and get themselves going on the CT side before we switch, but it does look like, Tone, we might be here for a bit more than extended. Oh, just as I say that, Keza is here. Production lied.
Production lied. Yeah, no, I thought we were in.
Lied to me.
In for a long one, Has. I was about to go get my popcorn and maybe, you know, start spinning a yarn about the old days of Counter-Strike, but now we're back into it. Round number 7, pretty important one for Time Waves now to, I guess, keep that upward trajectory that they found in the first few rounds of this first half of their map. Dinkuts, well, have the element of surprise, as we said, you know, not too much strategically known about their Inferno, blowing away the smoke and immediate banger there for Blood.
And this man on the AWP is a dangerous, dangerous individual. Showing it again. We saw a bit of it on Mirage and Inferno CT side. The AWP can be a real headache for the T's, and already Blood showing up here. Val, this is a very aggressive play out towards mid side. They just take the fight. Camille dropped. Blood playing with them. The backup is there. Elephant gone. This full buy falling to pieces right now. Lolk can get nothing done either. And Kez is over towards Banana saying, guys, what on earth is happening? He just has to duck down the water. I mean, do you just save here? Like, what do you even do for the rest of this round?
I don't know, man. He's kind of having to back off a little bit. And, unfortunately, can't really take ones either. Dinkuts aren't really going to give him anything. They're not going to go hunting. Smart call to make, you know, just stack that cash that little bit higher. Unfortunately, though, for Keza, Beebs is trying to go for the hunt there. AK picked up. He'll maybe walk away with it, but I don't know if he's going to face second mid where Blood's posted and ready to go. And that's a 4K from Blood to close that one. 4 on the rounds here for Dinkuts. And tactical timeout here for Time Waves. Very, feel like the game's kind of slipping out of their hands now.
Yes, old start this T side, but I mean, that is 2 rounds out of the past 4. 2 of them being full buys where they've just got nothing, basically. Completely shut down towards top. Mid there, it started with Blood. And Valve just doing the work that they needed to, trading off each other perfectly. And Dinkuts keep building the bank. Money is flowing. Time Waves this time out. It's not even about this round here. It's just to sort of, you know, take a little bit of time, talk about what they want to do when the full buy comes up again, how they want to approach this one. They need to find some gaps in this CT side, which they were getting earlier on. The moment Dinkuts have finally got their rifles out, they just have not allowed anything. And for Time Waves, it's not a good sign. They need to get some gun rounds here on the T side before we switch. I mean, 9-3 last time around Mirage. They can't let that happen again.
Yeah, definitely can't allow Dinkuts to have a blowout half once again, especially on the T side of Inferno. You know, normally Inferno pretty even. 7-5's pretty common. Time Waves, they will try to get up through Arch. They'll have to contend with Blood's AWP, and actually Keza will find the shot with the Tech 9. So open the hands of Keza. Beebs will sneak away into apartments because he knows he can't really go for this fight right now. Elephant does have to clear for him, though. Then we'll go down to the back of the site for Keza. But he's also wary of where this last CT play could be because they know that Dinkuts play at least a few members on A here. Elephant. Pretty good position in pant. Beebs is going to go for the swing. It's not a default plant. Oh, Elephant with Tech 9. Beautiful shot to find.
This gets a little bit worrisome. Elephant's only got that Tech 9, but Keza with the AWP. This is a great position to be in because he only just needs the one shot, even low HP. The problem comes to the timing finds the first swing around the Tech 9. There's no bullets in it, son. Oh, he still has a chance, though. It's getting nervy. Oh, Max, no. And Keza finds it. Shots into the ground right there, and you can do that all day of the week. Maxed. Cannot be losing that one. Everything for Keza there seemed to be going horribly wrong, but Time Waves just when they desperately needed it. They get around out of basically nowhere. And Dincuts, it is a tough one to drop right there.
Yeah, just a great game of peekaboo from Keza. The full reload on the Tech 9 is crazy. I thought he had at least, like, 2-3 bullets left in that clip. But it turns out he had none. Blood is going to cross all the way up into apartments. Going to take an aggressive fight, potentially down through second mid. He's actually going to be holding the window. Might have a good read here on that jump up. And timing, unfortunately, doesn't favor Blood. Lolke will get up into the window room. Shot close range. Blood needs to be careful, though, because Lolke is pushed through. Beams is able to at least get the trade out. Grabs himself that AK. The rest of Time Waves now have to regather their thoughts. From the meme side, Max and Dell decide to aggress. And timing here from Dincuts has been one thing. And Time Waves just haven't been able to work out.
Camille, 50 seconds. They don't have to go through this smoke, but you just sort of have to try something at this point. And it will be Val who does find that final kill there. So Dincuts' immediate response after dropping around they probably shouldn't have. And for Time Waves, you're back in that position where I don't think you're really going to be able to do a complete full buy. Elephant has enough that he maybe can drop 2. But you'd imagine it's more just sort of sticking around that 2k. That's what they will end up having here. So a couple of rifles not available, but it is just the pistols instead. And Dincuts' money continues to sit well with them, and Blood will have this AWP shot ready to go into mid. He spots the arm, doesn't fire just yet. Has to be careful because they're coming in through second mid. How long does he want to hold that one? Decides now's the time to finish it off, and they'll smoke top mid, fall away a little. Time Waves. It's going to be aggression here, Tone. They want to chase this.
And Blood goes for the flick to bait for Val to go for the swing there from Arch. Now they still have to clear him out. Missed shot from Blood. And that's another Tech 9 shot to the dome from Keza. That Tech 9 doing some work now for Time Waves. They have to still deal with Beams in the sight. And he's under fire. He's under threat. He'll take out Keza. He'll whip out the USP now. It's a pistol v pistol. But Lolke's got the better one. But Max will help his teammate out. Dincuts are able to stave off the wraparound this time from Time Waves. But man, I'll tell you what, I'd hate to run against Kessler in that Tech 9 any day of the week.
Yeah, and Beebs, that was massive pressure there. Yes, it's only the pistols coming at you, but only one that was on the A side. They get that kill. That's a bomb plant, 2v2. They've got a it would have been even a 3v2 at that point. Fantastic chance to take that round. Finds the double, though. Max comes in to get the final one as well. And Dincuts avoid a similar round happening with just not being able to find what they need against the pistols. But now they're up against rifles again, which seems to be what's working with them fantastically. That nade landing nicely there from Keza. We'll put Max down to 60 HP. Del cops a bit as well. As so far, it's just sort of default positioning from the CT utility. Been dragged out a little. They want to be a flashback in towards this banana side here and Del that Molotov. That's either going to force them forward or back. It forces Harbour forward. Del's there for it. They smoke close as well. Keza can't really do much about this. The nades continue to fly in. They both miss. Max through the smoke. Gets one. Make it 2. Sideways gun round again falls to pieces. Now Lolke and Camille. What are they supposed to do in this situation? Because I think as well the bomb is lost towards Banana. Or is it back in spawn? It's back in spawn. The Ops boys pointing that out for us nicely there.
Yeah. Shout out to Hembo. Letting us know. And Time Waves, I was going to say, it's very expected the T-side's kind of leaving that bomb there. And then kind of playing for a little bit of space early on, whether you take up Banana or take up through mid. Second mid as well. Pretty common spot to leave that one. Open the floor. Camille fancies to give it a go. Probably just have to give it a save, actually. So Dincuts secure 7 here. Time Waves a little bit more of a closer affair in the first half this time around, but the 3 out of their 4 rounds were the first 3 of this game, so Dincuts looking on the upward trajectory. And we insert the last round here of this first half.
And And it does remain to be seen what their T-side's going to be like. But for Time Waves, all these rounds are proving to me is that they probably just need to play one of these gun rounds with a bit more pace. Because when they've had pace, when they've been quick, and that's mostly when they've actually just had the pistols not as much playing with, Din Cuts have been under pressure. They haven't hit their shots. So the moment it's gotten to default, you know, just play the sides, a bit slower, get yourself set up. You know, Din Cuts can hold the angles. They've been hitting their shots fantastically there, and that's why they're in this sort of dominant position in the 7-4. For Time Waves, you know, are you going to play maybe a little bit faster in towards a B hit here? Get past this utility, you know, just catch Din Cuts sort of off guard, because the longer these rounds sort of pan out, again, if they're just doing the same thing, or it's like 1 or 2 out through top mid, they sort of just maybe get on a slight angle here. Din Cuts have been able to deal with it so far pretty easily. And again, this time it's a bit more presence towards Banana. Elephant starts to leave that one. They just, it feels like they're just second guessing themselves a bit too much here, Tone.
Yeah, and just feels like Din Cuts are really using that pressure against them, just setting up some great nades early on, getting a little bit of chip damage. Letting that pressure eat Time Waves alive here in the cooker. Blood close here once again. Val in the corner. This is a setup that Time Waves should expect, because they've played it in a few rounds previous. Time Waves, they're just kind of putting around mid. There's a little gap in that smoke, and Val will be able to fall back to the safety of the arch corner. The rest of Time Waves, though, they might grab that bomb group up over towards B, and Blood, he's got an inkling that it might be happening. And he's going to rotate over perfectly. Yeah, this is really late from Time Waves.
Again, the utility's already there, so like the previous round where this has happened, they're just going to have to run through it, and that's just not going to work. Max is waiting on the other side, pushes it through. 18 seconds. They're trying to get to A now because you've got Lolko who's managed to get up short side, but like, this is just not going to happen. You've already got this one here. Maybe if they get rid of Beebs, there's a chance, but 8 seconds, they don't have time to really plant the bomb at this stage. Elephant gets a dink, does get that kill, but the moment he chills the bomb out, Val's already on the side. Blood shuts down Keza, and Din Cuts make it 8-4. So after taking the first 3, Time Waves can only put 1 together after that. Din Cuts a dominant 7 out of the last 8 rounds. And now a massive opportunity if they get the pistol to start running away with this one, and possibly make this a 2-0 series. Tone, it's just seems to be the same problems we sort of saw from that first map. Time Waves just aren't able to put it together for long periods here.
Yeah, this is worrisome for Time Waves. Just looking at this performance overall, you know, then going into the lower bracket, they'll probably have to face a very hungry team, of course. I believe it will be the Bardolphs down in the lower bracket, if correct. Rooster currently 10-3, the second map against Bardolphs. So yeah, whoever wants it more in that lower bracket, Time Waves definitely will try to fight for it, but for the moment, we're locking in on this one. Pistol. And it's already Val finding low. Okay, they'll find Elephant too. Middle of the site, and Blood's just hanging around mid for a little bit of cherry picking, potentially. Camille and Harbour now to try and resync here as Din Cuts are already set up, raring to go. It's another one from Val. Make it a third too. Beautiful round out of Val. Beautiful round out of Din Cuts.
9-4. The scoreline reads. That is Time Waves on 4 and Din Cuts on 9. The illusion up the top. It is just an illusion. But, yeah, pistol round. Time Waves, I wouldn't say, well, not desperately needed, but would have been rather helpful. And when you're on that CT side, you lose the pistol. You don't usually have enough money for the force-up showing there. It is just USPs. And we might have a nice, good old-fashioned run down mid, see what you can find there. That's where they're all heading. Here comes Camille leading the charge. They get themselves a dink, and they actually do get themselves almost a double there. But then Max and Val, the Mac 10 moneymakers, will get Din Cuts up to 10. And Time Waves, this series is slipping away from them quickly here. They'll be able to get the buys up, but MP9s. Okay. This is so they're saving for a full buy, I guess, for the round to follow this one. Which I mean, understandable. You want absolutely everything, but that probably means if they can't get anything going with this one here, Tone, that is Din Cuts going to get themselves up to 11 and a 7-round buffer.
And then a lot of rounds to play with. Still see Mac 10s in play, MP9. Okay. We'll be able to find Beebs and apartments there. Thankfully, not one of the rifles that Dinkut's brought to play in this one. Mac's able to sneak through short, completely unchecked here by the likes of Time Waves. We'll also have to be careful of Arch here. Elephant is looking around, poking and prodding. We're going to be hugging these post walls here. Swing comes out. And Max Blood at least able to trade on the site. Lolke, though, has correction of the bomb here. Max, he has to fight his way for it. He's the only one to do it. Smoke on. He'll try and hug it. Brings on to Lolke, but Lolke's ready for it. And big round out of Time Waves there on the forces of the MP9s. They'll get themselves a few rifles, and now all of a sudden that skyrockets their economy with the fact that they only half bought with those MP9s into this one. They've got pretty good money set up here now. Dinkuts, they're going to have to try and break that in these next few.
And all of a sudden, this just does switch things up a little bit here. Dinkuts, money there for most of the buyers. Dell's going to be on to that Mac 10, so might be seeing some aggression forward. Over towards Banana. Everyone just waiting away for this one here. Keza, that nade might just do a bit of damage. In fact, comes up a bit short. Two playing top Banana side. Smoke will go down for that one as well as Max locked in towards that top mid sector. So far, it's been a lot of CT utility usage. Not a huge amount from the Ts, but they did have a bit less going into this round considering the money was just a bit shorter. And the re-smoke Banana. They haven't really gone searching too much here on the CT side. Keza is down to just 15 points of health. They are in a horrible position right here. One piece of utility would kill them. They also might think they're not anything available, and Harbour's going to be moved away from sandbags. Goes a bit further forward. They're hearing all of this. This is problems. Absolutely massive ones. Harbour desperately trying to stay alive. Will get one, and there will be a second coming through in the form of Elephant. So, in the end, Time Waves, they somehow managed to keep that in the 3v3. And in the meantime, Dinkuts, though, re-aggressed himself over towards the A site. There's two players away, Camille and Lolke. Can they shut this down?
Yeah, it's, what else here for Time Waves? Double stacking hits, pretty good. Hard to clear, but Beebs will clear the first corner, and they will actually just check for Lolke there in mini. Dinkuts just take control of A for free with the fact that they found those two initial fights. Elephant's going to have to save. This is Dinkuts to 11. It doesn't matter that they've jackpotted their economy quite high. If they can't win these rounds, Dinkuts might be closing this game pretty quickly. And they're going to go for the hunt too. Beebs fancies himself straight shooter to take Elephant out, but Elephant's all the way back of new box on B. Hard corner to clear out. Yeah, Beebs won't be able to find him. Nobody will be able to find Elephant. Pretty hidden.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, you think back to that previous round, and Dinkuts losing to those MP9s, 5.7s. And you think, okay, well, Time Waves, great opportunity. If they get this one here, all of a sudden, Dinkuts' economy, money is completely in the bin. You're at 6 to 10. You can start working their way back, but Dinkuts had enough for the buy-up. And, I mean, that was... The round could have swung anyway. Sitting in the 3v3, they could have kept aggressing towards Banana. Instead, they decide to go back towards the A side. There was, of course, two CTs waiting for them. That didn't do anything, though. And so it means that Time Waves buys here. But if they drop this one, they are going to be in some serious trouble, and they need something early on. Keza stays ahead of the Molotov. Elephant's been cut off. Smoke will go down close. Aggressive positioning. Sort of in a one and done, but an Elephant now creeping further forward. Time Waves. Whole lot of presence in towards Banana here. Blood sitting on the other side with Del and Val boosted there. And that Molotov doesn't quite hit. Re-smoke as well. Such pivotal, important fights right now. Who is it that's going to be able to come out on top if they continue it? So I think Dinkuts are actually going to mostly call this. They're leaving Banana for Time Waves.
Yeah. Hard to into the stack up the time they've got towards Banana. Few nades going to be tossed over. They're going to set Max up here for the push. They will find the play over towards Banana, but the rest of Dinkuts, they set their sights on A. Camille and Lolke once again in this crossfire. Lolke once again towards Mini. Same position, but not cleared this time by Dinkuts. They'll be able to find Camille in the site, and they will finally clear out Lolke. Bomb goes down. A 2 versus 3 situation. Shot almost landing there from Elephant on the cross. Blood needs to be careful. Low HP. Max is able to win out the fight to Harbor. Blood will find Elephant. Kessa now. He just had teammates to help him, but now it's just him. And Max is going to sit in Mini. Blood's just going to hide and wait. Has to play the fight very smart because he's low. One good bullet will do it from Kessa. Now up on the balcony. He locks up from Max. He's able to get it done with a slither of HP left to his board. Ding cuts for match and series point now.
Time Waves, that time around, they hold B presence well. Lolke and Camille get the kills that they really needed to keep a player advantage, and then you lose the 3v2. Blood was on just 7 HP. The fact he gets that kill on Elephant over towards the library side, it's just not good enough, unfortunately. And now Time Waves, 7 map and series points against them. They'll buy what they can. There's a rifle, there's a lot of MP9s, which, thinking back a few rounds, it worked quite well for them. Maybe that's what they need, but this is going to have to be a generational run of rounds. 7 in a row required. Ding cuts. They are 1 round away, Tone, from getting to 13, a 2-0 series victory, and from what I believe, checking the other scores, a date with Rooster in the upper bracket final.
And Rooster's probably those team that's going to test Dinkut's metal, right? You know, they've got some sharp players, but Rooster's one of those teams that has some sharp strategies and players. So,
oh, wow.
And that date will be exciting. Beebs has already found Camille. And Dinkut's making light work here of Time Waves, it would seem. Just Elephant and Harbor left to deal with. Beebs caught. Elephant, nice little work in the smoke here. Good catch Val, but you're going to have to wake him up pretty early for that. Harbor finding Del. Bomb will go down over towards A in no time at all. Harbor going to have to attempt to retake half HP. AK in a smoke. Don't know if it's all too doable he has.
Especially when Val hears that the thumping into his waiting arms, and Dinkuts weren't even troubled. 13-5, they were down 3-0 early, but just 2 rounds from them from Time Waves and Dinkuts. Tone, well, we said they're a young squad, they're shooters. Whether or not that was all going to come together when it actually came down to the rounds, the use of utility, everything else, well, we've been proved at least from this early morning series, they are absolutely up for the fight. And in the end, they just dumpstered Time Waves. Never really got a shoe into that one at all.
No, yeah, it was hard. I was going to say the pistol went so well for Time Waves. They won out their ones. And then this round kind of came apart there just from some unfortunate timing from Dinkuts. Time Waves got to a good start here. It was like, oh yeah, this is Inferno. This is Time Waves playing their game. And then all of a sudden, a few missed fights, a few missed opportunities, and Dinkuts found themselves at a tied scoreline, and lightning quick shots from, like, just pinpoint precision there from Blood. Getting it done. Keza, you know, getting that clutch. A few, you know, ticks to Time Wave's board, but overall, a rough series here against a team like Dinkuts. But, yeah, for Dinkuts, upper bracket berth against Rooster should be an exciting one to watch. And over in the lower bracket, expected to see Time Waves take on the Bardoffs, which also should be a pretty close game.
Yeah, so, I mean, we sort of had this one at 2-1 towards Time Waves, but I feel like we also had it at a bit more of a toss-up as well. So, but the fact Dinkuts, they get this done, and they do it in such a dominant fashion, especially on Inferno, and especially on what was Time Waves' map pick and the way that they started things off, shows a good sign that these players, you know, they've been around the scene, as we said, not as long, when it's just the CS2 side. These boys have sort of played together mostly on sort of teams, like 3-2 with a mix between Lelux and Light, but they know each other, and everything's just coming together perfectly for them. You know, they looked incredibly solid. The aim duels they were on top of, and look, if they keep that way, if they keep the play going up against Rooster, they might be able to get themselves a quick 2-0 there as well. You know, it's a bit of a stretch, but the series victory for them, I wouldn't say is out of the equation. Rooster, bit of a jump up from the Time Waves team, but they are going to, I think, turn a few heads in the upcoming match there, Tone. But for Time Waves, well, the lower bracket run is where they need to get it done. And yeah, look, you'll call it maybe. It's early in the morning. Everyone's a bit cold still. It's chilly all across Australia, so they need to be switched on though when they come up against the Bardoffs later on today.
Yeah, they'll, of course, have a little bit of a break between it, and we'll go to a little bit of an extended break to see that next game unfold. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll see you back for the DFRAG Open Series at 2:30 p.m. AEST. Don't go anywhere.
I am Recons, I play for Rooster and I carry them.
Jordan Skullhunter Newland. I play for Rooster and I'm the lurker.
Hi, my name is ADK. I play for Rooster and I play the support role.
My name is Jesus. I play for Rooster as kind of the second in, like trader type player.
My name's Chelios, Chev Chelios, and captain of Rooster, and sniper, leader, general, all that.
What are our expectations? I don't think we're going in thinking we're going to win it all, but that chance is definitely there.
I do like how the team's been playing, just in the few games we have played and stuff.
I could say we could comfortably get grand finals. Finishing it off might be difficult. There's some strong teams here.
We're just coming to win. Like we're not going to be like, oh, we got second, we got third. That's good enough. We're here to just win the whole tournament.
I'd want to win it. There's always chances to win it.
People should fear the cock because, we're a new team. We've just lost 2 new players. We're hungry right now, And plus we're new, we're in that honeymoon period.
The best player on Rooster, in my opinion, Chelios, 100%.
Probably Chell, just because of how much extra work he has to put in.
Best player on Rooster is probably Chelios.
Yeah, people have been saying I'm the best on Rooster. I'm a humble fella, so can't agree or disagree, but it's obviously true. Always have been, always will be.
Won the event. I think the boys are going to go out drinking, and who knows what'll happen, mate.
But I'm probably going to party, yeah.
Don't know. We're just gonna fucking just party, I guess.
To Rooster fans, I hope we can reignite the fear that the cock has.
Well, to all the viewers and fans of the DFRAG lands and of Rooster, just keep watching, keep enjoying it. Just hope for some good chaotic games, fun games, and everyone just have fun. Bloody, that's what these lands are. Everyone's having a good time, obviously competing, but we're also just, you gotta love the game, otherwise what the fuck are we doing here?
My name is Banana Paul.
Big Bill looks good.
I call it Greg.
Aaron, Night Raid. I think you know why.
I will name this Jay, and I will make sure to remember him in bed tonight.
I have to name him Garrett, and I'm gonna take him back out later, and I'm gonna eat him.
I'm gonna go with Fred the banana.
Omicella.
Dick.
Richard?
The cock.
Non-binary banana. What about Dave?
Bumbleclap.
Jeremy.
Looks like a Tyson, probably last name Patterson, I reckon.
I think I thought Stinky straight away. And then I thought Stonky because I saw Conky.
I like Terry.
Mitch.
Looks like Vision a little bit, no? These stupid fucking glasses on.
He's looking like a Pedro, I reckon.
This is Banana, aka Ryan.
Clutch player.
He looks like a bit of a Daryl. I don't know. He feels like a Daryl. He really feels like a Daryl. There's something about him. I don't know. I'm getting Daryl vibes from this big fella. Big, but large fella. Large. Unbelievably big. Jeez.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DFRAG Open Series of 4. Of course, I'm Two-Tap Tony, joined by Has Daddy Slim, and of course, thank you to our sponsors, HyperX and Intel, for making it possible, as we had a little bit of an extended break while we, got this next one sorted, but it should be an exciting one. We're going to be seeing Rooster taking on Dinkuts, and yeah, I was going to say, it's been a while, a little bit of an extended break while we set up for this one, but yeah. Best of 3 between these two should really tell who the king of the group is.
Well, that's what it's going to decide. The winner of this one, of course, is going to be the first qualifier through to the DFRAG Open Series number 4 playoffs next weekend. And as you said, the two teams that made their way through the first games today, it was Rooster and Dinkuts. Of course, we had the Dinkuts Time Waves game on our stream. It was a 13-8, 13-5 affair there, and on the other stream as well, the DFRAG 2, Rooster. They got, they handled the Bardoffs pretty easily in the end, 2 13-5s there, so that is why we stand with these two in front of us. And Tone, look, we said at the start of the show, Rooster, they were the team to beat. They've done what they needed to do against the Bardoffs, and now up against Dinkuts. On paper, if you look at it, you think, okay, Rooster 2-0, they should qualify through here. But Dinkuts showing us in that last series that I think you'd want to be, if you're Rooster, pretty locked in, because they will punish you.
Yeah, you have to be pretty locked in to deal with a team like Dinkuts, especially with the fact that, they got some sharp aim on them. Blood, especially with that Deagle, was pretty impressive to watch in that series overall, as well with the AWP doing things that I was going to say we're used to seeing from a team like Rooster, especially. They've had some sharp individuals on that team back before, they had to do all of this shuffling with some of their players, recently picking up a few from Fury, recently bringing back Juices and ADK. This should be truly telling who's kind of ready for it all going into playoffs, especially with the fact that, we've got a relatively newer force here in Dinkuts, and Rooster are going to have to be on their A-game to deal with it. And I'm curious to see where this goes in terms of the vetoes, especially with, Dinkuts playing pretty heavily into a little bit more pug-centric maps like Mirage and Inferno in that last one. Whether they get that against Rooster, I'm not so sure, because Rooster are a little bit more well-regimented compared to Dinkuts.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what the bans might be across the board for both sides here. You would imagine maybe Rooster lean into a look of Inferno Mirage, but we are going to find out right now, because the vetoes have been done. And, well, it seems like we are staying around sort of the same here. Anubis and Ancient both banned out first. Mirage, Dinkuts want to head back there. Dust 2 picked up by Rooster. Nuke and Inferno banned, and it's Overpass as that third if we do need the decider, Tony.
Yeah, very interesting little veto here. Dinkuts getting Mirage again. It feels like a home for them at the moment, especially going against some of the premier competition here in OS. Against Rooster, I'm not so sure I like that pick, to be honest, from Dinkuts, but we saw what they're capable of against a team like Time Wave, so yeah, probably want to see them try and stick it to Rooster early and maybe get like a little bit of a safety net here with their Mirage pick. Rooster picking up Dust 2, always been one in their back pocket, and one that can play pretty comfortably in every iteration of this Rooster roster, so good to see them pick up Dust 2. Overpass Decider is kind of interesting. Dinkuts not wanting to get Nuke in the pool. Rooster not too comfortable with their Inferno at the moment, so yeah, Overpass being decided should be interesting. I'd still favor this one to Rooster, all things considered. They play a ton of Mirage themselves. Dust 2's pretty comfortable for them. For Dinkuts, it's a little bit of an uphill battle in terms of the maps that are left here in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm assured that they're probably going to have their, setups that are needed for Dust 2 and Overpass if they need to head for them. Mirage, I think we're going to find out if they're going to be locked into this series off their T side. I would imagine Rooster's going to be picking up that CT to start off with, considering it's not their map pick. So, look, if they can get going early, Dinkuts, we saw that there was enough there from pretty much all of their players. I think everyone really just had solid games throughout. They won against Time Waves. We saw some decent AWP work from Blood. Beebs was incredibly good on the AK, the rifle side of things, their utility usage, and just the way that they were able to clutch out fights and do a lot with a little. I think if they're able to get under Rooster's skin, especially early on, put the pressure on them. Because again, I think the last series you probably could have done, it's like 50-50, you lean towards the side either way. This time around, most people are going to be expecting Rooster to take this one. I don't know if it's going to be in the dominant fashion that some might be thinking of. I still think that Dingcuts have got I think a decent enough squad together that they should challenge this one for a 2-0, a 2-1 in the sense of like keeping things close there. Should at the very least be two very evenly matched ones. And well, we have a look at what was happening over on that last map as well against Time Waves. It was just it was solid teamwork throughout. And again, because they were down 3-0 early, it looked like Time Waves had sort of settled themselves nicely into Inferno after dropping the Mirage pick that Dingcuts had taken. But after the gun round started, it just all fell to pieces for them, and that's where Dingcuts really did just shine.
Yeah, this is it was a really good game out of Dingcuts on Inferno. Showed a little bit more that even if they don't get that ideal like few round start, that T-side buffer that they maybe have grown accustomed to, they're able to pretty much be able to fight for it. For the likes of Rooster, though, I don't imagine they're going to be any slouches to, giving a few early rounds up. They definitely probably want to be fighting for them. And especially going into pistol, Rooster pretty good on some of those CT pistols. We've seen not too much of that recently. Of course, I'm speaking historically. Rooster have always been pretty good at CT pistol, especially on Mirage. But yeah, I think it really comes down to how the pistol plays out here for both these teams, whether we see a little bit of a ratty play here from the side of Dingcuts. Maybe they try and get like a cheeky little split up through A, or a potential split up through B. Rooster probably pretty ready to handle whatever's thrown their way, though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the pistol round ends if Dingcuts do go for the force-ups again that they did push against Time Waves. One of the times worked out well, the other not so much. That's why they did start at that 3-0 position on Inferno. So, are they going to be as aggressive when you start on the T side? There is more of a chance to, of course, use that extra little bit of cash generation you can get if you get a bomb plant but not a round win to, go for that sort of push into the second round. It can come back to bite you, and I think that's going to be the sort of factor here. If Rooster can get out running early, they all of a sudden just create like a 4 or 5 round buffer. It's going to be really hard for Dingcuts to then just be able to play their CS. I feel like that's also something they'll need to look into, just playing their CS. I mean, they don't not really fall into that trap of allowing Rooster to just control the games, because that's what we do tend to see from a lot of these teams that, are below Rooster's skill level in mostly like team cohesion, or maybe it might be the skill level thing. Instead of just playing how they usually would, they tend to sort of just be funneled in by the opposition, and then they just can't get any sort of control. And that's what Rooster will be looking for early on, so they want early rounds. Dingcuts the same there. Both want to try and win through this series, get themselves done with the daytime, because of course the winner, they're done and dusted. The loser, of course, still has to play in the lower bracket game. Of course, Time Waves and the Bardoffs playing off in the elimination one at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say more Counter-Strike to play if you unfortunately drop this one here. For a team like Rooster, they, I guess, wouldn't be opposed if they were to somehow drop this series to Dingcuts to play more Counter-Strike. Rooster, at least the Rooster of new, is no stranger to having to play a little bit more Counter-Strike, really grind it out in the lower brackets and such. For a team like Dingcuts, I feel like it might spell a little bit of worry for them if they drop to that lower bracket. Then they have to face, I imagine, probably a rematch against Time Waves. That's considering if they are able to beat the Bardoffs. I imagine it'd be a rematch against Time Waves down there in that lower bracket. And for a team like Time Waves, definitely one of those teams that can adapt. And once they've versed an opponent, they really are able to critique themselves and come back a little bit stronger. So yeah, Dingcuts, if they drop to that lower bracket, they might struggle a bit in their rematch against Time Waves.
Yeah, look, if the hypothetical there does occur, I would imagine Time Waves would want to, put together a pretty decent performance if that does happen again, considering that they were pretty much bulldozed in that last series. Of course, the first one we saw today, and they'd have something to prove or something to say about, their performance there. And, they've played a few more series now. Perhaps we might be seeing things a little differently on that end. And, Rooster on this side as well. Like, if they hypothetically fell down there, how are they going to be feeling if they run into a time wave? The Bardoffs, of course, they dealt with pretty easily earlier. But, you get in those situations where you think that you're going to be able to take these series, you're going to be able to get those wins. I mean, we thought the same thing with Arcade DXA yesterday. On paper, Arcade most of the time 2-0, 2-1 that very easily. DXA had a good day, Arcade were off, and just like that, the whole thing gets switched around. So hopefully, at the end of the day for this series and the rest of them today, it's just good CS. It's solid. We have a bit of fun with it, a couple of highlights, a couple of lowlights. I feel like we've had a bit of the slow motion on the obs side of things, but overall, just hasn't really been many massive mistakes per se. A couple of good highlights though.
Yeah, nothing crazy. No, I guess like big mistakes out of teams, and no like crazy clutches. I was gonna say the only one that I can really think of that comes to mind is probably that Blood 1v3 with that AWP over towards T main, and other than that, I was gonna say nothing really too like highlight heavy here from either of these two teams, especially we didn't get to see all too much of Rooster, but they handled business over on the B stream. Of course, DFRAG TV _CS2 to check out the Bardoffs and Time Waves go toe to toe here, and we're just getting a few things sorted in the background. We'll be underway with this one in just a little bit. Rooster, this should be, I guess, for them looking at the overall picture of this tournament. This is one they're probably expected to be one of the heavy favorites to take it all, right? This is a Rooster roster that we want to see take it all, like a team that, we don't have a GZ, a Thunder, a Semperfi in the mix. Of Mindfreak, of course, are completely disbanded, so this should be their tournament to run up and prove that they're still that top contender in OS with the likes of GZ and Thunder.
Absolutely, and with Arcade being eliminated as well, that just gives them even more incentive to get this one done. You really think at that point it's Abyssal who are just that sort of standout that's going to be going toe-to-toe with them. We can't speak of what we're going to see exactly from DXA. I mean, if we get the exact same what we saw on Saturday, they can absolutely take on those teams, and then of course we have to think about who's going to be making it through in the second place spot for Group B as well. Dincuts have looked good so far in the first game. We'll see what they're like against Rooster. The series is about to get underway very shortly. In fact, it is starting right now.
Here we go, live into Mirage. Enough of our yapping. Finally cast the start game, and we're live into it, of course. Rooster CT side, Dincuts T side, and looking at this Rooster roster, right? A few different names on this side that we're not quite used to seeing rock under Rooster. But of course, Reckons and Skull have been here for quite a while, and they seem to be here to stay. Rooster have been using these guys to their success recently.
So they have, of course, the former players on the Fury roster. As we start this one onto the side here of A, and it is going to be Dez to find the opening double there as we Vex Val to Ibram back. Finally chance that one down. 3v3 just like that. Bomb is actually going in towards CT Spawn. They try and get aggressive there, Dincuts, but decide not to go too far. They'll allow this one to happen now in a 3v3, and Chelios already up here, and he knows with that piece of utility going out there, there's one under, but he can't get the opening kill. Blood gets that one out, and now Tech all of a sudden is the only one left over. Skull Hunter gone, and there is just no way surely he's even given a chance in this one. Bomb's already ticked halfway. There was a kit, but it's nowhere near him right now. And at this point, it's just trying to see if you can isolate a couple of fights, maybe just get rid of any players that might have that utility or armor on them. Blood will fall. But Tech's going to get themselves out of there, not having anything. Ooh, lovely nice shot at least to fade away to. But don't. It's going to be Dincuts to start things off with the round win.
Yeah, a few warning shots there from Tech, and yeah, Dincuts picking up pistol. Good fortune for them at the moment, because they'll force into this one, I imagine, with some Galil's AK immediately. He thought about by Blood for a second, but it'll be Mac 10s. And I imagine, everybody Mac 10s. Okay. This is different from Dincuts. And Rooster might meet them there with those 2 kills that Tech did find. MP9's going to be forced out here for Rooster. And, well, for Dinkuts, definitely probably playing a little bit smartly with their economic bonus that they've found here. Shots come out and immediate flood onto A once again here for Dinkuts.
Bomb will be planted. The MAC-10's doing the damage, and that nade might just finish off another there, and it does. Max dunks that one on Dez. Chelios will retrieve the P250. And there is a bit of MP9 in play, but I already know how this one is most likely ending. Reckons trying to get forward to get that MAC-10. It is sitting just in view, unfortunately. Is being watched off to the other side here. He'd love to get it, but Air Orbites have come back, and they don't want that happening at all. Chelios does find Bell in the meantime, so they're sort of being trapped in, and the long range of the MAC-10 is actually working against them a little. Still, round will be done. Dell with the final kill. And in fact, no one from Rooster surviving in the end as Dinkuts get the first 2 on the board.
Tech, you know, getting themselves a few kills with that SMG, so money afforded AWP here for Chell, and we'll see what he can do with it. That's, I feel, probably where I favor Rooster in some of these engagements, right? Chelios always a consistent AWPer here for the likes of Rooster. Every iteration of this Rooster roster, Chell's always been the AWPer. He's always brought that big green to play. Dinkuts, of course, they won't have that big green to play with just yet. Gonna have to be some aggressive rifle shooting if they to put this one across the line. A little bit of aggressive mid control here from Rooster, especially, you know, they've got that one in window, but they've also got the double towards lower con here. One on short as well. This is very similar to how Time Waves played it against Dinkuts on their Mirage and Tech Deck. Quick 2 to find and then fade away on the reload. Reckons with a shot to Dell. Dinkuts already getting absolutely torn apart systematically here by Rooster. Just one left in apartments. Beams to try and get out at least one for their troubles. Jezebel to collect it. Rooster will find themselves there first.
Yeah, well, the rounds that Time Waves did get through on the CT side, we saw it, and it wasn't a huge amount, but when they had mid presence, they were able to control Dinkuts, sort of keep them stuck into just hitting those one site, and it's worked out pretty nicely there. So they completely destroy them in mid. Just the one kill in the round for Dinkuts. They'll get the buy back in, although it is a bit of a one that's all over the shop. They've got enough, of course, for the 2 rifles, enough util. Could just be a straight hit into the B side here. Not thinking about it too much. Just they've got the util. Pick up the pace. I mean, Dez, the only one who's on this B site, so they're about to be under a whole lot of pressure here.
Under fire, Dez falls back, drops that smoke at his feet. Chell has already found that quick pick there. Now Smoked Off can't really take all too many more shots, and Dinkuts trying to overwhelm his B site. Blood will be able to find Jezebel. Warning shot from Chell to know the Dinkuts can't be too hasty on their approach. Skull Hunter able to find one there on the jump out through market window. He finds another under beam. Skull Hunter, true to name and true to form. Tech Deck will find blood. Now they just have to flush out this last bench player. Max with that deagle. He'll find another. Reckons of Skull him down. And left Tech Deck goes for the swing and shuts down the miracle of Max Deagle shots. Defuse will come through. Barusta giving up way too many guns to Dinkuts there.
Yeah, Max, that was almost miraculous. Doesn't quite come to fruition. As Rooster, well, it is the round, but it means the full buy has to go across the board here. So no chance to really get any or much in the bank. But for Dinkuts, as well as they did in that round, they are on to now just pistols. Although considering what we saw from Max in that last round, perhaps that's all they need here. So they can set up now. Couple playing towards that top mid. Molotov has already gone up there and reckons it's going to get flashed into this one. It doesn't quite hit, and now he's in a bit of a trouble strand out in the open. He only gets the one. Val dropping reckons. The problem they're going to have here is I don't think there is going to be a chance to retrieve that rifle out in the open. Blood, though, in the meantime, is just stuck through. Top side of heaven here, creeping on down. So not sure about that one. Beebs, and Chelios just misses the shot initially, gets away with it. And now Blood, though, maybe has him dead to rights, but misses that shot. And Chelios will shut that down. So a couple of hairy moments for Rooster, but they've taken the lead for the first time. That's 3 on the trot. Dinkat's back in with the bye.
Yeah, Dinkat's see what they can work with here. I have to give Dinkat's credit, right? They're kind of really bringing it to Rooster, a team that, you know, they used to be where Dinkats were in terms of the Oceanic standings, right? They're a newer face. This is ages ago. I was going to say Rooster's got a pretty long tenure at this stage, but yeah, Rooster used to be that team that's like, yeah, we've got a lot of sharp aimers and a lot of individual stars. Rooster's kind of rounded out that roster, and you know, they've still got those individual stars, and they're still playing like it, but they're a more regimented team now. They're a little bit more calculated here. They're trying to go for a swing A main, and well, they'll trade one for one at least. But a little bit of a heads-up play for Rooster to try and, you know, strike fear into Dinkats early on.
Trade happened, but they're maxed onto Reckon, so lots of pressure all of a sudden on Decibel. Got that initial opening for the CT side towards main, but Maxed will get both. And just like that, the site is lost. Tech, that's spoken to CT, does present a little gap there. And the other one going forward, so just got to be careful how they set this one up. And Chelios on that AWP. They looked across, that could be trouble there. They don't. I was going to say they had one more smoke remaining. That's going to be used. The utility becomes a bit of an issue. Chelios fires out, doesn't quite hit. The bomb being planted. A spray could possibly go through. Not committed. Tech spots Blood jumping up. Almost gets taken down from heaven. And 4v2, I mean, it's a bit of an awkward one here. You look to probably save at this point, considering the money's not... I mean, it's not bad, CT sidewise, but you're already down 2 players. Better to save that AWP in the M4 A1S, and that is what is happening.
Yeah. Best to keep the more important rifles, especially the big green for Chell. The important key factor here for Rooster's defense. And for Dinkats, great flashy around there, out onto A. Able to catch some good timings, and for Rooster, feels like they're having a mirror held up. The Rooster of old. That's the Rooster and new. You know, both animal logos too. So rabbit versus the hare, or the cock versus the hare. It's a battle for the ages for the DFRAG.
The tale as old as time turn.
Cock versus the hare. It goes back.
So one thing that leans in Rooster's favour, of course, is that they actually have a nicely drawn logo. Dinkats is well, to put it in nice terms, AI garbage. And that's what Chelios thinks of the logo. As Max goes down, Dell will be able to get that trade back nicely. Making a double from Dell, charging up short. Skull Hunter, though, responds. The double. As the smoke had just started to fade in towards Connector, Tech puts down Beebs, and as nice as that started for Dinkats, it all falls to pieces. Skull Hunter's double. Rooster back in the lead, 4-3. Well, absolute chaos in the space of 30 seconds, and, well, entered Rooster's favour.
Yeah, beautiful timing there. Skull Hunter just kind of spamming his M4 down short. Dinkats almost were able to get there on to B for the split, but yeah, Rooster, great answers. And tactical timeout now being called here for Dinkats. This is something we haven't seen from them yet. I was going to say, not every day Dinkats getting tested like that, and well, rightfully so. Rooster sitting in a pretty good position. Of course, a few of them having to reinvest a few of these rounds where Dinkats have made it close, so you know, money starts to go pear-shaped a little bit here for Rooster. If Dinkats continue to find these picks, even if they don't find the rounds, they make it costly. I think you'll be seeing Rooster with some SMGs, maybe some pistol buys like Dinkats is having to bring to this round.
Yeah, Rooster in front, and most likely heading for a 5th round here, but definitely not in major control of this one so far. Dinkats doing enough in the rounds that they have lost that, as you stated, just keeping the economy for Rooster a little bit tedious, as they need to make sure that they do try Might get a couple of rounds here. This is the one they'd want to just get a couple coming through here. Not be anything too crazy. Val's not having that, though. Chelios with the opener. Val responds with 2 back. Drops him and Skull Hunter. And just like that, a 4v3. Beebs sneaking in through connector side as well. But Reckons the double there through the smoke side might be caught out. The timing from Beebs comes through. And all of a sudden, Decibel is left in a 1v1 with Beebs. Scrolls up towards stairs. Their position spotted. There's still a lot of time. Sees the jump down as well. And now the pressure on. Trying to get into that position. Molotov falls it away. And the bomb recollected there by Beebs. And now it's anyone's round. Re-rotation looked like it's going to go towards Beeb. What does Dez look to do here? A massive round for Ding Cuts if they can pull this off.
Yeah, this is a lot of questions I ask of Beebs. Molly in the hands of Dez. Once he hears the footsteps, knows that he's just going to have to tuck and wait. Wait for the timing, wait for the plant to come through, and swing is good. Feels reminiscent of a round we saw Ding Cuts drop as well recently. Timing there from ADK was good. That's Rooster now for 5. Ding Cuts. Well, I hate to say it, that was probably the most doable round for them.
Yes, unfortunately, they don't get it done. But again, they are forcing all these rebuys. You can see Chelios is the only one who really has cash in the bank. And considering the loss bonus is going to be basically 0 if Rooster drop one, that's where the trouble starts. The thing is, they're fine as long as they don't drop rounds, and they've won 4 of the last 5 here. And as close as Ding Cuts have been in a few of them, if they keep dropping these rounds and not getting themselves closer and closer, it won't matter how much economic damage you do. So the fight's out in mid. Everyone ends up surviving. And Ding Cuts will get control of top. They start to make their way down towards connector side. Reckons the molly will force him out. 2 playing around close here. And the nade in. Plus the molly on top of that. Damage being put back and forth. And now Tech. 12 kills so far in this game. It's going to be forced back into Lana. Skull Hunter's nade. It's all over the shop. Max, though, gets the traders. The Reckons is going to be taking the one of Val, and they're getting enough going on that all of a sudden 2v3 Chelios is all that remains just like that. Blood with the double. The AWP maybe can get at least one. It does on the cross, and it's still a bit open. Bomb will be planted. But there's a world that maybe Chelios could pull off this 2v1, but he's on a long, long rotate in the main.
Yeah, these have been some very scrappy rounds. Ding Cuts really want to fight this fight against the Rooster. They're putting their best foot forward and taking a ton of mid control on Rooster. They've been willing to answer time and time again that short play, a connector swing to come through. And Michelle does have a kit to play with, but it's about clearing out these positions here. Ding Cuts in pretty good favor. And Chell tries to drop off of the balcony, and Blood's there mid-site ready to shut it down. He'll grab the AWP for his troubles. And Ding Cuts are answering Rooster pretty comfortably, toe for toe here. Hard to separate the two at the moment.
Yeah, and then we go back to that money situation. Chelios, the only money can buy, has gone for the AWP. But I don't know if there's any actual hit armor with that. No, so it is just the glass cannon. That can do the damage. And, well, that is exactly how it can. Val tries to go quick out mid. Does not work at all. Blood spotting one towards Ticket. Can't connect. And Chelios, look at the movement here. He's got himself in another decent position looking for a next one. Doesn't quite happen. And Blood, ooh, little bit of that missed shot there in towards jungle. And it just leaves the door ajar here for Rooster. They've given up the site, but the bomb's still a bit of a way away. And they're waiting beyond these ones here. This is still very doable for them.
Yeah, still very doable. Blood posted up on the AWP line over towards Palace. Beebs.
Uh-oh.
Be caught out there by Reckons, but all of a sudden, Skull and Decibel will fall. Shell at least able to find Dell in return. And there goes ADK, and there goes Reckons. Left to Shell. Not able to quite catch them on the timing on the cross, but once that smoke disappears, Chell will make some magic happen. Bomb down to triple. And Chell might have a read here. He knows that this player's got to be triple. There's nowhere else he could beat. Chell drops down into connector. And his eyes are on the left-hand side, while Max is on the right-hand side. And he'll swing out, and he will find the shot. Max picks it up and we'll grab the AWP too. And Dinkat's tied up at 5-5 here. Rooster, now the money is not great here. Can't afford to buy here. Dinkats, they could look to run away with this half now.
Well, you'd imagine they should at least get the 6 unless something disastrous happens this round. I mean, it is almost a full save. Just the 2 PT50s and a flash on Chelios, so you get a stack maybe towards the B site and hope they head there. That is not what's seemingly going to happen. Already Dinkats have a setup for 4-hour round towards main, 1 in Palace, maybe even make it 2. And that one bit of presence they had towards top mid, that was Dell, starting to make their way back. Speeds is already out through main. And Chelios is passing the information across that, yeah, this is probably going to be an A hit. Rooster will make their way over. The bomb should be planted. Chelios just hoping maybe he can hit a shot here or there. I mean, there's a gap in the smokes. But Beebs deals with that one. And, well, here comes the cavalry. I don't know if they're going to be able to do much here, though.
All grouped up in CT, but not a lot of weaponry to play with. At least one from Tech and a second on a Valve. But not really much long for life there. Beeb's going to shut it down, and Dinkats will be able to find it themselves that 6th. And for Rooster, well, they'll be looking for that 6th of their own. The final round of this first half, and Dinkats map pick. It's gone a little bit more even. And I was going to say for a team like Rooster, definitely still more in the tank going into this one.
Yeah, well, chance for a 7-5, a little lead going into that second half. Dinkats would very much like that. Rooster aren't going to just hand it over for free, though. Bai is back in for this final round of the first half. Chelios again on that AWP. Tech picking up the M4A1S has looked the goods as well. 14 kills there. Meantime, Max is the leader for Dinkats with 11. Blood with 8. The next closest behind him. And he's done a lot of that with the AWP on the T side as well. So when he gets that CT end, that's going to be pretty interesting to see. Get a bit more of an impact, especially if he's able to take control over towards window. Or maybe, depending on where they put him, you'd imagine it's probably the A site, where he can find a fair bit of damage. But we focus on the round here and now. And it looks like Dinkat's just about to set things up for this hit on towards the A site. Skull Hunter just tucks himself away at the last second. Max is eyeing, waiting to see what happens here. There's not much util on the CT side to speak of, so once this hits, they're just going to have to wait for the smokes and everything to dissipate. See what they can manage. A lot of this is going to be left to Skull, and he's mollied straight out in towards the main area. He's in trouble. Max will put it down. Chelios doesn't quite hit that opening shot, and now Dinkats can start to take over this side.
Oh, a little bit of a blowaway on that smoke. Chell will find a dunk with a nade. Tech spotted there over towards the window. Molly into it. Beebs now to try and wrap up through connector here while the rest of Dinkats try to fight CT. They'll take out Chelios, but a great trade back here from Decibel, and well,
gotta get this bomb
juices down. 80k. Yeah, Dinkats haven't gotten that bomb down just yet. Spam comes through, and Blood will be able to plant default. Open hands, still player up in power to deal with as well. Juices 80k, trying to collect. Shot misses from Blood. Decibel picks it up on the Blood. Now for Max, it's up on high ground on the balcony. We'll trade back on the Decibel and finds the shot on the Tech. And Rooster will end at 5. Dinkats will end at 7. And what a shot from Max here. Rooster now not used to being at a deficit, especially on a map like Mirage. Dinkats, well played for them in that first half.
Yeah, solid stuff there, and perhaps a pivotal round as well. It's not much of a difference at 7-5, but any gap you can get ahead of Rooster here counts. And Max, what a half he had. Finishing it off with a 2v1, 14 kills on the board as Rooster switch over to the T side. What have they got here and now? They will get themselves set up for a 3-man stack in towards the Palace area. And Dinkuts have got most of their numbers hanging around mid and B side, so this is going to be a whole lot of work here for Dell just to maybe find a shot and possibly just have to fall back and wait for the retake to go ahead here. Reckons is trying to keep this fighting towards CT. In fact, two of them are going forward. This is going to be a really tough battle as it's all CTs and Ts around here. Blood, oh dear, he's knocked down his own teammate, Des Tech. Val only got one. Skull Hunter is the one that falls, and now Max, though, he's been on song. He finds one, but that's all that's there. Beebs now on a 1v3. There's still plenty of time. Devon's past halfway, but he doesn't check the first angle that's needed. And Chelios, a little bit of an extended fight there, but he will finish it off. And Rooster take the pistol. And now a chance to get rolling on their T side.
Yeah, well played. I was watching that fight initially, and I was like, oh, this is a little bit of a rough one for Rooster to take in a CT, but they're able to win there once, and that's to credit Juices right now. 17-7 on the scoreline here. No stranger to a map like Mirage, and no stranger to top fragging for a Rooster roster. Juices, you know, he's been around for quite a while. Has always been one of the more individual shining stars here from Rooster. I'll look to take up mid control here, especially with the fact that Dinkuts really don't have any of the weaponry to play against it. We'll just kind of have to forfeit it. It'll be 80k picking up Dell there. Just left to Blood and Val. And the other side of that smoke lies and wait, 80k still trying to get his cash stacked with that Mac 10. Oh.
Well, no more cash. Blood will get that kill, start making their way up short side, so the Mac 10 to the CT's hands. Perhaps it might be able to find something there. Val, a Deagle. Rest are already up, playing short, and they're about to get a bit of a rude awakening possibly across the other side there, but Chelios deals with it. Reckons, depending on the timing, might get caught out here in ladder. It's Val, or just situated towards that short side after seeing the battles that went down there. And it will just be Rooster to what seems to survive with 4. Chance of Val here, maybe. Lets it pass. And that possibly is the kill coming up here. Take your time, son. And good shot, Val. Skull Hunter dropped. But Rooster, even us up at 7 apiece.
Yeah, great discipline from Val. Waiting for him to land on the ground before he takes that shot. 7-7. Tied up scoreline once again here for Rooster. In a pretty good spot, though, especially T's side, where, you know, some of the rounds Dinkuts were able to fan were a little bit more scrappier on their T side. Rooster kind of mirror image, it feels like, between these two teams. You know, flashy AWPers, individual superstars, and it feels like Dinkuts are just a younger Rooster in this case. Blood does not spot them going out there towards lower mid. Reckon's trying to find that shot in the off angle. Max will find Decibel in the meantime. Skull has found Max on the trade here, and they will get out A for free with just 2 gunfights taken. A's all theirs.
Oh. That it is, although Dell finding that one with the Skull Hunter. Bomb not planted yet. Tech knocks down Dell. Trade back. Bomb out in the open will be collected. Blood and Beebs all that remain here for Dinkuts. There's it's a bit of a weird situation here. I mean, the site is free. 2 players now just getting themselves up into Connector, Reckons, and Chelios. But Blood, he's gone back to Windows side, so he's just sort of missed them. He's going to look to make the jump. Does it? Drops down, but he gets the timing. They don't hear it. Hello, boys. Headphones, are they on? Beams takes Chelios, and all of a sudden it's Tech in a 1v2. Makes that a 1v1 pretty quickly. Can he deal with Blood? No, he can't. Blood gets the kill, and Dinkuts will get their first on the CT side.
Yeah, that is impressive 1v1 to win there from Blood, facing against Juices, who's having a little bit of a resurgent form here in his career on this later Rooster roster. Yeah, Dinkuts, Blood picking that one up. AWP goes to their line, but yeah, for Rooster, one that they can't really afford to drop, right? They're not in the most healthy of economy state here. Reckon's probably just going to be rocking with the Tech 9 for this one. AK drops over. Shell, no big green store. 2 Tech 9s. Yeah, I would have thought they'd have at least a little bit more money, but Juices opt to drop a Khalil. Too many. So 2 techs, 3 AKs being brought to this round for Rooster. Dinkuts have been opting to give up the mid control here to Rooster. They've shown a little bit of presence there with that AWP occasionally, because Val on short has been willing to kind of take a fight or two. I reckons pretty easily has been getting close to Con most of these rounds here.
Beams though, the Famous in hand doing the work. Make it 3. Reckons though will shut him down. 2v2. This is workable still here as the AK versus MP9 comes out in the favor of Dinkuts as Dell will find that kill. Reckons now called in a 1v2. AWP has been picked up. Spots the shoulder. Pays out of that shot and now has to worry about both angles. 56 seconds. Molotov will go down. That close side there. And they'll wait. They'll allow the plant. Now Reckons gets himself reset. Tech 9 picked up. What if this AWP hits the first? Lovely. And now playing closer here with the Tech 9. AWP comes back on the other side. Maxed. Big forward on the left. And Reckons! Reaction skills are on point, and Rooster steal around. The Dinkuts cannot be giving up. We saw Time Waves do the same thing against them, Tone. And now Rooster are returning the favour.
Yeah, I was worried for Reckons, right? You saw him take that initial peek towards Market Door, and that's like the true test of whether that guy's willing to AWP right now. But Reckons, he gets it done. Some quick reactions, great micro repositioning. Just knowing fights that Dinkuts were trying to take, the angles they were trying to take against him. And Rooster, once again, they'll group up in for this B site. Take everybody up at apartments this time around. And for Dinkuts, no hero rifles or anything to boot. They're just going to have to try and read stake here or play ratty off angles. Beams underneath the window will find Reckons. Max already cleared out in that close corner. And Rooster able to get on with no worries at all. Molly towards short. Dell still trying to take the fights here. Realistically, Dinkuts, they can throw themselves at Rooster right now and see if they can maybe steal some guns away and make it costly. For Rooster, it's about keeping everybody alive, keeping those rifles online as well. A shot out of Tech Deck there. Blood getting cleaned out completely. Decibel as well on to Dell. So Val, what do you got for us? A deagle shot and a shell. Make it costly for the AWP that was saved from the previous round.
They're coming towards him. Oh, he's got one. Val, is there any more that might present their heads here? Skull Hunter's gone as well. Okay, a little bit costly. He's going to run out of bullets and finally be shut down, but overall, I don't think Dinkuts will be too fussed with that. Force 3 rebuys from the T's. And they can get their buy back in. AWP is up. That's passed over to Blood. And it will be M4A1S's across the board. Rooster have their full buy. We're starting to get into the thick of things now. And Dinkuts, just the one round so far on their CT side. Desperately need to try and get going here. Because Tone, well, they've got that full buy and pretty close to, if not full loss bonus. Good chance if Rooster can put this one together. Dinkuts going to be back onto an eco. And a chance for Rooster to get themselves out to what could possibly be an 11-8 lead and start to take control of Dinkuts' map pick.
A little bit of a boost up in the ladder there. Getting Val in a pretty good off angle. Rooster probably normally more expecting of the short push to come through. Ladder's a little bit harder to clear out. Dell over towards stairs here. Poking and prodding, and he will be found by Skull Hunter. Perfect shot there to potentially open up onto A here, but they have to find the remaining players over towards the window. Max will find one from underneath the balcony. Molly will flush him out for them. Decibel looking for the shot, will be able to find Max. But still, a lot to do for both of these players. Missed AWP shot there from Blood. And 80k and Juices. Juices still watching over towards middle. Will be able to find Val. That's 23 kills now for Juices. He's looking for a little bit more, but Beebs will shut it. Bombs dropped next to Connector. And this is a lot to ask of 80k right now.
That's risky from Beebs to take that fight, but gets the timing. And now it's all going to be left to ADK to try and get this one done. Noise being made, 25 seconds, so time already working against them. They don't need to do much here. Dincuts in the form of taking these fights now. Bomb picked up, and maybe there's a world if he gets this kill, but Beebs won't even allow it to happen. Finds it. Dincuts bring it back to level pegging, 9-9. Been a fantastic start to this series. This map is delivering so far. Still anyone's game. And now it's Rooster who find themselves in a very awkward situation. Money is there on a few. But if they go all in here, Tone, that could be a bit of a disaster if they drop it. They're deciding it's just going to be the one full bite. So I believe there it's the drop from Juices. It's being handed over. Well, actually, Juices does the full bite. 23 kills, not gonna... Oh, you want a lot of that, you know, fair enough. Use the gun that you have, but that gun's gone, though. Reckons is going to be caught out in the open. Blood will get that kill. Reckons will go down, and yeah, this round... Oh, it's done before it's even really got started.
Yeah, I thought Rooster were dead right there. The AWP just didn't actually react to what was going on. And Juices, he'll trade at least for one. Dincuts, though, it's 10 now on their map of Mirage, and yeah, going back to it. Blood, yeah, just the
bullet just didn't come out.
Yeah, he had the right idea. Look, he flicks down, bullet just didn't come out of the AWP. So,
you know that, I feel like there's a video of someone who goes into, like, A main with a deagle. There's like 5 CT players in front of him. Shoots them, misses every single shot, pulls out the knife and walks away. Like, slow motion knife pull out, walks away. Oh, okay. Well, Blood didn't miss that one, though. Skull Hunter done within the first 10 seconds. And these are problems for Roaster Time because they saved most of the players that last round so they could get more fuller buys. And all of a sudden, you lose one early here. Dincuts. They're a solid chance here to get themselves to 11.
Yeah, we'll still have some AKs to play with for Rooster. Delt will be able to find Shell. Rooster's at least able to trade back there onto Delt. But Rooster, they've got a ton of mid control, but they're still struggling to deal with this connector late swings that are coming through. AK picked up, Reckons trying to get through under Balk. Juice is quite low on HP. ADK is going to be front runner here, and Juices will get taken out. ADK now to try and get up through connector, but he's kind of caught on all sides. One player jungle, one mid side, one towards short. All pinstering ADK right now, and it will be Max picking him up. 11 rounds, Dincuts, and for Rooster, this is a worrisome sign now. Alarm bell starting to ring. It's been toe and toe so far, but Dincuts coming away with 3 in a row? Not what we were expecting.
Especially how Rooster started this T-half. They looked like they just sort of managed to wrestle back control, but the moment you think that's happening, Dincuts, as you said, 3 on the trot. And now, a 12th possibly on the horizon. Considering the buy from Rooster, they might have to try and force this into overtime. Chelios was a shot out there from main. The utility flies on in. Doesn't want to deal with any more of that. So it does seem like it's mostly just going to be a group up of these pistol players into a B hit. They've got just the one smoke left over on Skull Hunter, so you'd imagine that it'd probably go out towards Market unless he's going to fake that one over towards the A site to possibly pull a player across. They've got 2 up around short. Val playing close. Beebs on the jump peak towards Van. Meantime, there's Dell. I think actually still in window, or whether or not he's in towards ladder. Depends on the timing here. And I think Beebs spotted that. And now, Rooster. Presence is known. They're going to have to start moving here.
Oh, great HE timing there from Val as well. Just doing a little bit of chip damage. All received by Skull Hunter. And Beebs just going to be playing that empty pillar angle. Willing to fight some fights here, and Juices, Chell, they'll get out onto the site. No guns retrieved just yet. Player doesn't go down, gets tossed over. Chell trying to do the heavy lifting here from bench. Shot comes out from short as well. Max trying to
Oh,
find
no.
it. Shell. That's a beautiful one to find, but he's not able to cross in time. Blood whips out the AWP, and Rooster, at least they get the bomb down. Some beautiful shots from Chell as well. But Blood shuts it down once again. 3 kills in that one. 12 on the board for Dinkuts. Looking to close out Mirage here in heartbreak fashion against Rooster.
Oh, I mean, the fact that got as close as it did, Dinkuts lucky to get away with that one. Blood, the 1v2 clutch up. Chelios gets just caught out in the open. He's just trying to jump away, and he'd already been legged by Blood on their previous encounter. He finishes him off for the USP, but now Rooster, they've got their full buy back, but they need 3 on the trot here just to force overtime. Dinkuts, massive opportunity to take a 1-0 series lead against the favourites of Group B. Put themselves just 1 map away from the DFRAG Open Series 4 playoffs, and well, a bit early to be thinking about it. But of course, when we get to the playoffs next weekend, the top 2 teams get qualification through to the wildcard land later this year. So we'll be the Rooster responding in this first fight here. Juices takes away Beebs, who's been instrumental towards the B side and the CT side. Now nothing doing. Blood, posting on up. He's lucky to get away with his life there, and off that, I think Rooster might just pick up the pace. There hasn't been much presence. The connector push there from Dell gets reckons, but that's probably just going to force Rooster to be faster. That smoke, though, delaying for the time being. Dell maybe gets towards short, but a lot of this is on Blood. Needs to hit some shots.
Yeah, and he misses that first one. Rooster able to duck underneath it. They'll try and get themselves onto the side. Blood at least able to find the follow-up on a skull. Looking for a second on the Chelios. Blood is picturesque right now. Tech9 comes out, and Juices will put him under. 80k and Juices, the remaining Rooster duo. And they'll get that bomb down. They have to deal with Dell, though. He has spotted the feet, so he knows where the bomb's planted. He's got the timing on the Juices. 80k to find Max, and now it's down to the 1 versus 1. 80k needs to come up clutch to keep Rooster going, but it is going to be Dell to shut the door on it. And Rooster will fall to Dinkuts 13-9. And what a game it was. Back and forth for so long. But Dinkuts were finally able to find their winning mark. And that's worrisome signs for Rooster now.
Yeah, no, they were dealt with. There was moments in that map I thought, okay, Rooster are going to take control. Rooster are going to get themselves on top. But Dinkuts, they never went away there. They had the 7-5 lead into the first half. They lost it pretty quickly. All of a sudden, Rooster on top. They get the first 4 out of the 5 in the second half there. Looks like their T-side's cooking. And then Dinkuts just locked it down. They were able to just take complete control in towards mid. They were able to just hold the sides perfectly, especially the B hits. And there were moments as well. Rooster had their opportunities there. That round, they probably should have taken as well at the end. The round before that, when they didn't have much going on with the buy, they almost took it together. But Dinkuts, as they've shown today so far, when it comes to the clutch situations, we speak about experience and, being able to, take that age and wisdom. You usually it comes together in those clutch spots, and Dinkuts are a younger team. Have only most of them been around since CS2, but they just look better in those situations. You just feel like they're the ones that are going to come out on top.
Yeah, and looking at a few of these rounds here, mine cast back to a nice little double with the Tech9 from Bibbs. Good clutch there, at least from 80k. Shell still, fighting for it here, but Dinkuts were all over it in times of trouble. Chelios had a pretty good game. Juices as well, 15-6 at this point. And the half out. Ended the game at 29-14. So yeah, Juices had a little bit of a show-out performance for Rooster, but it doesn't seem to matter. Dinkuts got it done. As, the entire roster. Skull reckons had a little bit of a rough game here on Mirage, so hopefully they can look towards brighter pastures here going into Dust 2. But Dinkuts, not a lot known about this roster. We said it about them in their previous matchups against Time Waves. Not a lot of recorded statistics on paper for them. We've only seen them, a few times in CCT and a few other local qualifiers and such. So running with the element of surprise, and it seems to be working here against a team like Rooster.
Well, it's done the job for them here. They take the opening map, and that means that we'll head to Dust 2, where it will be a 1-0 series lead there for the boys on Ding Cuts. And, well, I mean, look, Rooster, if you sort of look at it in the way of, yes, it's not their map pick, you go towards Dust 2. They've been an incredibly strong team there, so they should absolutely be hoping they can make this one 1-1. And then, of course, Overpass is sitting there as that third map. But Ding Cuts, they've already dealt with Time Waves, and now a great opportunity to do so against an even better opponent in Rooster. So, I mean, look, we're most likely just going to take a quick break and get ready for that second map. But, look, I think we didn't have the best of three go all the way last time, but I think this one might be happening here. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Dust 2 is coming up for Rooster, their map pick, trying to stay in the series. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The DFRAG Open Series 4. Fortunately, we've missed the pistol here, but that's Prod's issue, not ours. We've got a fancy new HUD once again to give it a whirl. And we're on
Changed everything.
Roster's pick, Rooster's pick, sorry. And it feels like we got a new flavor. Look at that map. Look at the colors. This is fantastic.
Don't mind that whatsoever. As I was going to say, Dincuts, they took the opening round of the pistol, Jelios, and also, I was going to say out towards mid, it is Juices finding those kills there. All of a sudden, it's 3v2. It's all over the shop a bit. Max, though, lurking down in towards lowers, should find that kill there. At the very least, maybe there is a bomb plant. The tempting trying is Jelios. It won't happen there, and that is the round done. So, Dincuts off to the races early. Pistol round win. They followed it up there as well. And Rooster forced up its own, which means that they're not going to have too much in the form of a buy. So a good chance for Dincuts to get moving pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's I'm kind of still dissecting everything that's like going on in the HUD too. I can see map 2, Dust 2 on the scoreboard though. It's not normally, you look at the map and you're like, oh yeah, that's where the vetoes are, a little box. But yeah, this gives us still all the info we really need, right? Dincuts shows what currently that they're cycling, so we'll see when they start to move with the knives. But Rooster trying to take up some mid control for the moment. Of course, Dincuts just kind of happy to give it to him, just playing around that CT box. We've got Dell and Val over towards that position as well. Blood on the long angle over towards ramp. Ooh, might have to draw attention of his long player to help him out just a bit here, because Rooster, they're coming quickly.
Blood's nade is going to be a little too deep. He is able to find one, make it 2 before he's finally shut down. Beeb's also picking one up there with the M4A1S. There will be a bomb plant, at least for Rooster, but that is basically all they'll get. Jelios on the scout, perhaps is able to find maybe a couple more. The scout hits the first, not the second. Dell shuts that down. And Dincuts will make it 3-0. Rooster, bit of extra cash as they go now into a full buy here to start round number 4. But if you're Dincuts, you've already taken the first map. You're out to an early lead here on the CT side up against Rooster's map pick. Things could get pretty interesting here.
Shot from Shell, though. Always can count on Shell to hit a nice little scoped-in shot, whether it's with the AWP or with the scout. But Delkid, really nicely played round from him. And Dincuts off to the races here on Dust 2. And it feels like I'm watching a silent film right now, as we're just got some audio issues we'll hopefully sort out in just a second. Silent film. And it's looking good for Dincuts. They look to be, those like older silent films where it goes completely quiet. The killer kind of sneaks up. Max will at least be able to find 2 before falling there on the B site. And Rooster, they've got the site for the taking. They'll get that bomb down and set themselves up in a pretty good spot here. Dincuts, it's pretty hard to retake B now.
Yeah, they're going to be left with just the 30 seconds here. And the problem they have as well, the Skull is about to come from behind and get himself a couple. It's one, not the second, I don't think, but he's managed to tuck away. So that's just time wasted. And if you're Dell and your Beebs right now, you're starting to think, yep, this one is going to be all she wrote. They're going to save those rifles. Rooster are going to get themselves on the board here. Solid play in towards the B side. Equalise the numbers. It's always a tough site to retake. And with that kill from Skull Hunter shutting down that, start of a retake there from Dincuts that basically called it. So, Rooster on the board. And now we get into some real economic battles here, Tone. Dincuts, they've got enough here that the rifles are all going to stay together. And I think the AWP's come out as well by looks of things.
Yeah, AWP out. Going to be a pretty important one for the likes of Dincuts, right? Blood has been a very flashy AWPer, and as I alluded to in the last one, kind of, a younger Chell, or Chell Jr., if you'd say, in how he plays with that AWP sometimes. Flash out over towards along. They're going to be popping just outside a bedroom while Skull takes up that mid control. The rest of Rooster, once again, out onto B for free. They'll will at least be able to find Skull there towards lowers. Trades out to the AK. He's got a pretty good spot to try and attempt this retake, but I'm not sure if Dinkuts want to go for it. Yeah, they're just going to fold and save. And they're going to be getting out of here. And, well, we've got our old HUD back.
We've returned. Audio, HUD, everything is back on the menu. And it will be Rooster to find themselves a second here. And, yeah, again, quick play into B. They get the kills that required. Val got spammed down through the smoke by Chelios just as they were approaching doors as well, B. So immediately into that 4v3. Dinkuts disconnected. And they can't really take those fights there. So, Rooster, after letting the first 3 through, they are able to get themselves 2 back in return. Blood hanging around. And I don't think they're going to risk jumping down into CT. Better to hold that AWP in hand, as it will be 7 players surviving. And now Dinkuts. Well, they've got enough in the bank for most players. Well, Dell's got enough that he can drop across a couple more. So the full buy's back in. Rooster now just 1 round away from evening us up.
Yeah, this is good signs for Rooster, especially, you know, after bowing out in that last one where we just saw Dinkuts kind of run away with how they wanted to play their CT side, especially. Now Rooster still got a little bit of fight again on the T side. Dinkuts, I have to say, they might need to probably put a little bit more commitments towards that B site hold, because Rooster have been pretty comfortably taking that one round after round. We'll see 2 over towards long here. Delicate as well. The rotational CT player here, but you hear that molly come out. Knows that he has to come on over to help his fellow Dinkuts members out. The other 2 are still at long here, so this is kind of up to Dell on his own. We'll return a molly of his own onto Rooster. They will back off here. They'll look to try and poke and prod at B once again.
That's where they've been finding success, so may as well try it again here. Val's checking in towards his mid side. It does feel like this is going to be set up for a B split here. Maybe just mostly out towards mid as well. Or perhaps it's the fake that they're trying to sell. 45 seconds left on the clock. Chelios, smoke in hand. That'll go. Cover up the CT side. Skull Hunter's already out. And now Val needs one at least here. Smoke on the other end. Flashed off the angle. Spots ahead, but they can't find anything. And now it's all just on Max, and they know exactly where he is. Once again, the B side causing problems for Dinkuts. And once again, Tone, it's just a save.
Yeah, they kind of have to save at this stage, especially with that AWP in play. And the rest of Dinkuts, like, nobody even kind of rotated near that site. Beebs and Dell. And the Opera Blood as well. Over towards long. Rooster finding some winning moments now, it would seem. And yeah, maxed Val. How many times are they going to get beaten up on B before they can lock it down? Feels like they're probably using their util a little bit too early. I was going to say they normally set that smoke and play very early in the piece. So maybe want to hold on to that one. Rooster, they're going to go for the hunts here. Beebs up on this blue box. This is a great off angle. Rooster's going to spam the door. They're not going to overswing all too much. And yeah, tied up at 3-3 early on here on Dust 2. Feels reminiscent of our last one on Mirage already. Rooster, though, they're the ones coming out better in the engagements here.
Yeah, just solid across the board. These last 3 rounds, the guns have come out on both sides, and it's been Rooster to have this dominance. And again, they've got the setup for the B. I mean, look, if they want to, they can continue through pretty quickly on towards this one. Max, it's a very risky one if he wants to peek at his end. It's just the smoke in front. That Molotov. But, as you said, like, I mean, Max is only down to 1 flash. Val does still have mostly a full kit of util, but that's all that gone within the first 30 seconds. And Rooster, they're feeling like they've found a bit of a chink in the armor here. As Dinkuts trying to, well, reset this up. They haven't really forced any massive CT aggression. Again, Rooster, they did the previous round. They put some presence around short side, didn't end up committing to it. it just feels like, again, they're thinking about doing this one towards B, but finally it seems maybe they will actually complete an A hit. Short is where they will hit this one up. Dell posted up a Goose. You've got Beebs and Blood. Blood, especially at Car, he's going to be forced to take a few opening shots, and the first one is delivered.
Very calm there from Blood. Not showing all too much hesitation. Dell almost finding a light up there. One of the short players of Rooster now just left to Chell and Juices to try and make some magic happen. But of course, Dinkut's a smart call to make. They're not going to show any of that presence while Rooster walk out through short side here. Val does have the wrap on. Short here, and that bomb will go down. Pretty safe plant here for Rooster. Blood goes for a little bit of a peek. He's flashed off the line. Chell goes for the shot. He'll win the fight. He'll go for another with the flash that comes through. Dinkut's a little bit scattered now on their approach, and Chell, a missed shot, a missed opportunity. Will be able to collect the second. Goes for the short player because he's getting aggressed by two sides, and Dinkut's. They'll be able to pick it up. Oh, tossed over. And they'll bring two orbs into this next one there. The orb toss to Val. Max goes to get the other one. Dinkut's 4 rounds there. Rooster, a props to them. They got the bomb down and put themselves in a pretty good post plant.
Yeah, that they did. And Chelios, a couple of nice shots hit, but a couple of shots missed at the same time. And work done from Dinkut's in the initial Rooster play onto short. The damage done enough. And now, as you said, double AWP setup here on CT side. This can work wonders, or it can basically just put you out of a round, especially if they're left into retakes. The B side again. It's going to be a bit of a worry for them. Most of the presence here from Rooster up towards top mid to start things off. So ADK was playing the lurk in towards upper B. Decides to leave that one. And that's one thing that Dinkuts haven't probably done that we've been probably want to see a little bit more of, and that is put some maybe a little bit more aggression towards a B hit just a bit further up. Val, in the meantime, though, does find Reckons, traded out immediately. He's going to get a fair bit of information on where these Rooster players are sitting. But do they pick up the pace or just slow things down? It seems like they still want to just commit this one towards this site here on short. 3 players set up, and that long fight's going to become very important.
That lurk smoke to get them out for short. And will be Blood taken out in the process. Chell finding that one. Beebs, though, in the meantime, found ADK over towards long. So Dinkuts could look to play for this one. Chell will spot the jump up on the Xbox. Takes a shot, opts to fall back, plays a little bit more passively. Max, on the meantime, Dell has found Shell. Max has aggressed up through CT ramp, and now Skull is trying to fight these fights individually against these players. Dinkuts probably wanted to face him together, but it doesn't matter. To get the job done, they'll take Skull. They'll take the defuse, and they'll take another round.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Rooster. It's just losing aim duels. Chelios had 2 opportunities on short. He missed the initial one when it was Dell that did the jump up and then was made to pay for it there, and they again will keep the double AWP setup. So they had traded those rifles around a bit when they went for the retake, but yeah, for Rooster, again, it's been momentum swings back and forth to start this one. 3 in a row. 3 in a row. Now 2 in a row from Dinkuts. Rooster have the bye. They want to be getting a few more T rounds on the board here, and it starts off nicely with Chelios dealing with the fight in mid. AWP is dropped, and Reckons. Val has been extinguished as well. And now they're just picking up the pace. They're going off these hits. They want to get in towards B.
We're going to get out here. Maxwell shut down Skull. He meets Reckons, gives him a little kiss. Reckons gives him the kiss of death back. Beebs spamming through this smoke, trying to shut down Rooster on this cross over towards B. They'll boost up onto the box here. Drop down. Dell still with that AWP in play. Rooster with that bomb down. Still spam through the smoke. Both teams trading bullets, trading blows. In the meantime, Dinkuts just kind of losing everybody to life. Smoke shot over the top. And Rooster, well, they found their way back on a B. And again, for Dinkuts, struggling to lock that one down.
Yeah, well, I mean, just the battles lost in mid. First blood goes down in the AWP battle, and then Bale went to retrieve it. Probably wasn't expecting the short players up towards top mid there so quickly, so he gets eliminated, and then Rooster off that, realising that, you know, there's going to be at least one that's playing around for that side, that they can just do that, and Chelios again takes a fight in mid, wins it out. Beebs in the meantime has gotten up very close towards short side, but Reckons is waiting up towards those barrels, shuts it down. So first two dealt with pretty easily, and now Dinkat's left in a pretty awkward position here as Rooster. They've got long for free, and the A site is pretty well open here as well.
A open for the taking if they can deal with blood in the way. It doesn't quite land the shot. Can't follow up with the second. It will get spammed out through the smoke by Reckons. Blood and Shell as well. Finding Max don't really allow even for a bomb plant. They'll just find all the kills. Rooster will secure themselves the tied scoreline now. And feeling in better favors after losing that one out on Mirage to Dinkuts. And for Dinkuts, it was a strong start to this first half for them. But now it's been really a lot of favor going Rooster's way. We're not seeing all too much in terms of the money. Looking good here for Dinkuts. They're going to stack up all 5 members. Will be over towards short. And for Rooster, they might have to be a little bit cautious on their approach, because Dinkuts, especially with some of these pistols, maybe not the USPs per se, like Deagles, 5.7s have been quite ferocious against some of the better competition in Ice.
Skull Hunter doesn't go searching too far in towards upper B or even towards that B side, so it means that they're walking into a bit of a stack. The issue, of course, is that the stack is only USPs. Blood does find one, but this is a bit of an awkward situation here for Rooster. They just want to make sure that they're ready to take these fights. I mean, they're continuing forward, and it's still, again, it's only USPs. Val does have a 5-7, so that's going to work in their favour. Skull's position known. And the flash up high is not bad, unfortunately. The kills don't follow it. And it will be Rooster to lock in. Round number 6 here. As we get the floating camera. Back to Reckons, who's retrieved that AWP. Beeb's the only one surviving in CT. His bomb should be planted. This comes down to, when does Beeb's face here? Or does he wait, Tone? Does he wait in the shadows for a player to give him an AK?
Might be waiting for Juices to come here. Pretty healthy though. And you're gonna have to think again. Beeb's not quite able to get it. And well, for Rooster at 6 now, and they've taken a hold of this half lead on Dust 2. Dinkuts still have one final purchase going into this round. MP9 only, though, for Maxed. We won't see the AWP either in play. Unfortunately, Dinkuts don't quite have all of the cash they'd like, so just M4 A1Ss for them. Interesting to kind of compare, you know, compared to some of the older players, especially on CT sides. A4s normally compared to A1Ss, but the Dinkuts, you know, newer blood to the CS scene, and all really kind of sticking with what they know, and that's the A1S all at the moment.
Enjoy it. Well, I believe it does the most. At least it's the most comfortable. There's blood. Boost up on the boxes. They've got 2 players waiting for this one here. Dell, Reckons on the other side of that smoke with Skull Hunter. And Reckons caught completely off guard. They're not expecting them to be up that close. And now Chelios jump peeking as well. Almost got his head taken off. Has to fall away in towards uppers. And well, they're kind of just cut off from the A hit. It has to be on towards this B hit now. Maxed up close with that MP9. All they need to do at the very least here, Dinkuts, is trade, and it should be a 6-6 half.
Yeah, but historically, Dinkuts have struggled to hold down this B site. Rooster have been quite explosive to take it. Maxed up on this high ground. It'll be Val for one, but traded immediately by Juices. Now it's just Juices and Shells to get this bomb down. Dinkut's man advantage. They're trying to shut down this plant from coming through the spot. Juice is sticking out a little bit. Shell with that pistol. We get backstabbed by Beebs coming from tunnel. And as predicted, we ended at 6-6 on the scoreline here. And now for Dinkuts, they get to show us what their T side capable of. Rooster now it's the CT side, and well, all things considered, not a bad half for either, right? You know, Dinkuts, they got a few early, then they kind of struggled a little bit towards the middle of it. Rooster were able to put together a few rounds after a rough start, and well, for both, you know, 6, probably the ideal that they were looking to end that one off with.
So we get rocking and rolling to start this second half. Chelios forward here with Juices as they get aggressive up short side. There is about to be a whole lot of damage there. That flash that went in did not hit anything. Blood gets the double. Reckons down below. Julie's in hand. He's being flushed away from unders. They haven't cleared out Skull Hunter, but it doesn't matter at this point. Everyone else is dead. He maybe gets a couple because they're not aware. He does get one, but that is all. Dell finds it. Rooster can't get anything on the CT side, and Dinkuts will take the round. The scoreline, well, it reads your favourite here, Tony. It's 6-7.
I already know I've got a DM from Peter in my Discord DMs right now. It's the rabbit with the stopwatch. It's like it's nothing else. I don't imagine he's cooked up a new 6-7 meme for me, but Dinkut's great pistol round there, beautiful anti-flash positioning there towards top mid, and as well following up with a flash of their own, just winning out a lot of the gunfights there against Rooster, and now they're trying to do some ratty things right now. Double down it through lower tunnel here. A little bit of a crossfire with Shell Reckons. That Molly does burn a little bit and does blossom on top of Reckons. He's been found, and so is Chell. Thieves as well picking up Skull Hunter, trying to get aggressive. All of the players losing fights over towards tunnel here for Rooster early on.
ADK holding the store's position. They have avoided him though. The very least here for Rooster is that the 2 players remaining, they do have the spot, or at least the site, sort of hold here. The Deagle out here, not finding what it wants for Juices so far, although they've managed to find 1 kill. A couple of low players, surely though numbers overwhelm, and Blood will finish that one off. Dinkuts, first couple to start the second half, just as they did the first half on their CT side. Rooster, Bile will come back in. I don't think the AWP's going to be able to get out here, though. So it is just going to be M4s across the board. There is one M4A4 holdout, it seems. And Skull Hunter's actually going to sacrifice his for the FAMAS. Bit of extra util. But Dinkuts, this is a grand opportunity to try and make this 6-9 scoreline. Not only that, but really break Rooster's economy. So Rooster need to... well, at the very least, we'll take this round here, so.
Early nade trading. Nice little prog smoke there from Dinkuts. Not really going to progress through it. Nice flash. Keeps Rooster interested for the time being. Well, still up short here. I'm only going to be lined up towards that close box. Normally we see a few CTs if they want to play aggressive there on the line. They'll play that box and they'll drop down in the CT if necessary, but Dinkuts being very vigilant about how they're clearing all their positionings right now. A little bit of a slower style of play too, not the normal Dinkuts way, especially with their play over Mirage. It was a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive.
Chelios, another smoke down towards short, so this just delays this a little bit longer, and all of a sudden this becomes a bit of a problem for Dinkus, especially with a nade going in, and they will find the opener there. The rest of the util starts to play out from the T side, but they are caught in a really awkward position trying to get up towards short side. Need this first kill here if they can find it. Beeps with one, but that is all that's there. Blood, all that remains, stuck in the open here with the AWP, and surely absolutely no way they find anything more than one. Head spotted as well, tries to get forward, does hit a lovely shot there onto Dez, but I wouldn't have thought anything else. Skull makes sure of it. Shuts that one down. And Rooster have responded. They've even gotten the AWP as well into the hands of Skull. He'll drop that to Chelios. And now he has the chance to get that moving and grooving here on the CT side.
We'll see what Chell can do. Hasn't been too explosive, just kind of consistent. As Chelios has been throughout his whole career, realistically. He's had moments of brilliance, right? I was going to say, going back to, before Rooster qualified for EPL back in the day, Chell was in pretty good form as well. ASAP was kind of leading the numbers there for Rooster. But for the moment, Rooster, it's different. But still, kind of the same feel to their roster. Dinkuts, some of the newer names we've seen in the CS scene, and a lot of questions to be asked of a new blood team like this, especially upper map here. Still, pretty competitive scoreline on Dust. Potential to be the first seed through to the playoffs. But for Rooster, a little bit early damage being received here, and Shell's being very vigilant on this midline.
What's off down that flash? Moves Reckons away for half a second, and they're smoking CT. Telios has fallen off that one. Out towards long is where this one is going to be going. And all of a sudden, this needs to be held down here by ADK. Gets one, make it two. Job is done there. Max finally shuts it down. Beebs needed that one, you felt, on towards short side. We'll finally find one, make it two. Oh, Beebs almost a third. Glock has to come out. Just ran out of bullets at the wrong time. Blood in the meantime through the smoke. Gets Skull Hunter, and now the 1v1. Reckons no idea where Blood is right now, but that's 15 seconds. I don't think he's got time to get to B, surely. And this should be heard as well, Reckons. When does he peak it? 8, 7. Oh, I don't think he's got time. This is not getting planted. 5, 4. I think he's just missed it. He's just missed it. No, he got it. What?
He got it.
Wow.
Rightfully so. Gets it down, but now he has to take the fight. He wins it against Reckons. What? All right. The timekeeper. Watch on. Plants the bomb with 4 seconds. That's the exact amount of time you need to get the bomb down.
I swear that switched to 3.
Yeah.
Bro, Reckons. Reckons was his head in the hands.
Yeah.
3.2 seconds, apparently.
3.2, yeah.
I always thought it was 4.
Yeah, rule of thumb's normally just 4. I feel always you see 4 seconds as a safety precaution. Oh, yeah, Dinkuts, what a round to pick up now. This shakes up Rooster's economy. Orb out for Chell still. Takes an aggressive fight towards long, but gets smoked off of the position. Has to fall back completely. Surrenders space up to Dinkuts.
I mean, that is the worst possible round that you could drop if you're Rooster. Some money is an issue there. Chelios at least has an AWP. And look, the UMP, the MP9. You can find damage in the right spots. Barely any CT utility though. And to be fair, there's not actually a huge amount on the side of Dinkuts either. I'm assuming most of that's been dropped off somewhere because only a smoke, 1 flash, and a molly. Smoke towards CT. But I think it's worked in their favour though because Rooster sort of gambled on this one, maybe turning into a B hit. It hasn't transpired. And they will get A side for free. So, I mean, if you're Rooster, do you go for the retake here? I mean, if you're Chelios, you probably just want to save, wouldn't you, with that AWP?
Absolutely. I'd definitely imagine Chell wants to get out of there. But he's posting on a pretty aggressive line, maybe trying to scout for Dinkuts Going for a cheeky little peek here, but Shell keeps that up. We'll keep it UMP MP9. And for Dinkuts, this will be 10 on their board here. Back in the little bit of a groove here after what was a close half, and still felt like Rooster were making this one competitive. Dinkuts will go to 10. We'll have to stave off probably, 1 or 2 more rifle rounds before the game's done. Dinkuts qualify through to the playoffs.
Don't think we were going to be saying that at the start of the day. Well, maybe, at least for the second spot, but definitely not over Rooster, but that is where we might be heading. As the buys back in for the Rooster squad, Chilius saves that AWP from the previous round. The MP9 is handed over to Skull. So here we go, round number 18, and a pretty pivotal one. Lost bonuses up there for Rooster, but they dropped this. All of a sudden, Dinkuts just about there to 12 rounds, chasing that magical 13. Val, out already long here, side blue bins. Oh, has to be very, very careful. Gets lucky. Does cop a bit of damage from the nade, but survives for the time being. A lot of presence there from Rooster. Starts to fall back towards the site. Although now that everything's calmed down a little, they've regrouped 3 players back towards this long hold here. And maybe they're thinking that there's an opening to start walking through. Dinkuts. Chelios slams it in their face. The beautiful shot. The double up there. Reckons gets maxed, and Beebs, not much they can do here now. And a big round response from Rooster that was desperately needed.
Oh, smoke, Blossoms, and Juices will take Beebs out. 8 rounds for Rooster. Still 10 for Dinkuts, and we go back to this one. A beautiful collateral there from Shell. And we'll go for a second take.
Second time.
Just to really relive it. It was a pixel shot too. I was going to say, like, just a second later, a second too early, and that might have been only a tag onto a second player. Dinkuts, though, that kind of shakes it up a little bit. They don't have any money now. Pistols only for them going into this one. Gonna post up in tunnel for the moment. Let Rooster bleed a little bit of their utility early.
What did util on the T side? It's being used to put the smokes out in towards mid. Flash over the top, no one there at the moment. That Molotov just delayed things, and oh, I was gonna say you gotta be a little careful there, Juices. Down to 56 HP. Presence is out there from Reckons, but that's one down. M4A1S handed across, and now they're coming out from the other side as well. This is still not round done just yet. Blood in the corner. Surely they have to check this. He's sort of just giving his teammates up for dead here, and he needs one. Jello stops that, and now it is all just dealt. Taken down. And in the end, comfortable for Rooster there, up to 9. Dinkuts. Buy should come back in. Rooster look like they're in a bit of trouble, and look, they're definitely not out of it at all time, but just reminding everyone they are a very solid team, and now can equalise things at 10 apiece.
Yeah, Rooster always have to be in the conversation as a caliber team. And Dinkuts definitely starting to hear rumors of being a caliber team as well. I'll be back on the buy for this one, Galil's AKs. And once again, they're taking a little bit more of a slower approach to their T rounds. They'll have to be cautious. Reckons down towards unders. He'll get flushed out completely. Flashed and HE'd out. Reckons falls early. And Rooster now set into a little bit of a tailspin. They've committed a lot of members over towards A. If Dinkuts look to end at B here, they might have a really good time in getting into that site.
Oh,
and they'll take out Skull.
Skull needed to survive there. Doesn't happen, and all of a sudden, Juices needs to come through with at least 1 or 2 kills, but he's got nothing to show for it. Molotov'd out, and that's a save. You've just got to call it there. No way to get into that retake whatsoever. And Dinkuts, I mean, Dell will probably go on the search. Maybe they don't have a huge amount of cash, so I don't think they're going to chase the Rooster guys down to get rid of the weapons. And, I mean, considering Rooster have got the cash as well to back things up, Dincuts will just want to survive with all 5 here. And they are all of a sudden 2 rounds away from taking this map in the series.
Just 2 more rounds, and Dincuts qualified to the playoffs for next week. And Rooster will have to play another game here against, I believe it might be Time Waves. We saw it too from Time Waves Battles.
I was just checking that now, actually. 6-6 map 2. Time Waves took the opener 16-13 on Dust 2. So, yeah, pretty close affair. There we go. You can check that out. DFRAG 2. And Mr. Churchdog covering that one at the moment. But we have to focus on the here and now on the A stream. And that is that Dincuts are up to 11. Rooster, the bye, is back in for the 2 that were dropped. The money was saved from the previous round, and it will be Juices out early from the CT side. He's blind. He gets 1. Dell is traded by Reckons. And the fight for the first 10-15 seconds falls in favour of Dincuts, but Blood then finds Chelios. That's the AWP dropped in mid, and you can see the push back in over that side from Skull getting closer. He goes hard, and he is absolutely dealt with easily. B-side is open. Smoke isn't just down before Reckons manages to find that kill there. So Beebs is gone. And now 2v2. And Rooster, there's no saving this round time. They will have to perform this retake. Cannot allow Dincuts to get to 12.
This is going to have to be a miracle here. Blood, a little bit of a rough position, though. He'll be able to convert the 180 onto 80k after taking Reckons mid-door. Blood at 20 kills, and Dincuts is matching series point here as they're looking to book themselves into the playoffs. Rooster, one final bye potentially.
Well, don't know if we expected this. I mean, Dincuts, they had a fantastic opening series against Time Waves, but Rooster, we did think, and we know, was a different kettle of fish, but they have performed absolutely fantastically here. Out long very early. Taking control there. Smoke CT wires. There's a gap, and all of a sudden there is pressure all over the side of Rooster. They almost have to just fall away, get back towards the side. Found that nade reveals the smoke enough. It's an early kill, just what they needed. And now Dincuts, so they still want to continue with this. I mean, they're that far up, it sort of has to happen. Meantime, Beebs has been taken down in mid, so now 5v3. Dincuts have lost a fair bit. The round far from over as Max finds this. And just like that, 3v4 on the retake. Is this the final time we see Rooster attempt anything on this CT side? Reckons Smoke will go down. Just to lay a bit of paper forward. Blood, though, up towards short side is knocking them down. 1, 2, possibly more. Misses the 3rd. Chelios gets it back. It's left to the 1v1. Dell finds it. And Dincuts are your series winners. 2-0. 13-9 on Mirage. 13-9 on Dust 2.
Yeah, 13-9 on both maps and a 2-0 here for Dincuts. What a story it is for Dincuts, right? A little bit of a come out here in the DFRAG Open Series 4. They booked themselves that spot into the playoffs, and they send Rooster to the lower bracket. That feels like a crazy sentence to say at the start of the day. We're like, yeah, this should be the freest group probably for Rooster in their life, you know? A few new teams, Bartels, Time Waves, probably ones that aren't going to give them a lot of pressure. But Dincuts, they brought it to Rooster, and they cleanly took the series against him. What a series it was from them, and yeah, a little bit starstruck. I wasn't expecting it to happen in this fashion, Harold.
No, I don't think many people were. I mean, look, we kind of lent on the fact that maybe they could take a map off them, but like overall, Rooster were the better team. That they should be able to get this one done. The experience, the players that they have there up against, like, you know, there are some decent aimers on this Dincuts squad, but I think you have to think more than aimers at this point. They look a solid team. They've taken the first 2 series, the first 2 series they needed, both series today. They've qualified through to the playoffs next weekend. And Rooster, well, it's a bit of a crash back down to earth for them after a pretty breezy 13-5, 13-5 over the Bardoffs in their opening series. Now, of course, they'll have to try and lock in against either Time Waves or the Bardoffs again. That series in its second map at the moment, so we'll wait and see what happens there. But yeah, full credit to Dincuts. Just better overall through both maps.
Yeah, can't hate. I was going to say it wasn't just like heavy reliance on Blood in some of those clutches. It was a lot of the plays were a team effort, right? We saw big rounds from Max over on Mirage. We saw big rounds from Blood in this one. Phoebes as well. Some of the lurks out through short. Some of the lurk plays he was able to get done here on this map especially really set it up for Dincuts to bring it across the line. I was hoping to see a little bit more there. Trying to just like let the frag movie moment roll there for Blood, but unfortunately wasn't able to get anything more. But Dincuts, the real deal, it would seem, you know, the newer Blood here to the Counter-Strike 2 scene here in OS, and they're showing up in good form, all things considered.
Yeah, no, have done exactly what they needed to do and to prove themselves as well. Look, the playoffs are going to be a different beast with some bigger teams there waiting for them, but they've done the job. Their Sunday is over. They can just relax. Roosters got a bit more to do if they want to make their way with Dincuts to the playoffs next weekend. Of course, Time Waves and the Bardoffs on the other end of that. But Tony, I think we might just throw it to a little break in the meantime, guys. We will be back shortly when we have our deciding series of the day. It's going to be between Rooster, the winner of the Bardoffs and Time Waves, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
unlocked a new transition there. Welcome back to the DFRAG Open Series 4. Here for our lower bracket final, best of 3 of the day. Winner will, of course, move on through to the playoffs. Loser will unfortunately go home. They're already home, but they'll go home sad, defeated losers, maybe. I'm joined by Daddy Slim all throughout the day. This should be an interesting one. You know, Time Waves having to bounce back after a bit of a rough start in the day. And, finding their way through the lower bracket, now have to take on Rooster, who are probably raring for a little bit of revenge in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, they've been stewing in their loss to Ding Cuts for a while now. Time Waves, of course, they just got their win over the Bardolphs about 20 minutes ago. That one went all 3 maps as well. So they're either going to be absolutely warmed up to perfection, or they're going to be feeling a little bit tired after what was a bit of a tough series. The Bardolphs put Time Waves through their paces, 2 overtimes as well. In the first 2 maps, they eventually came out on top on Nuke in the third, 13-7. And so this is where the tournament bracket sits for Group B now, Tone.
Yeah, we of course saw our action earlier on in the day. Rooster taking a 2-0 over the Bardolphs. Dincuts taking out Time Waves pretty decisively. And then, of course, we moved on. And Dincuts decisively handled Rooster 13-9 on both maps and looked pretty convincing all throughout it. And, of course, booked themselves a seed through the playoffs. Then we go to the lower bracket. We saw the Bardolphs take on Time Waves. And, of course, now Time Waves were just able to move on through, I believe, OT, on Inferno. 2 of them, actually, 16-12, actually. The Bardolphs came out on that one. Impressive showing from AJ and Coach Parnell in their own regard on that Inferno map. And overall in that series looked pretty dominant from them. But Time Waves were able to squeak it out on Nuke. And I guess my question is now, looking at this series, I feel like a lot is going to be asked here, especially of the Vitos, considering how many different maps Time Waves have played today. They've shown a little bit of flexibility in the pool. Rooster, we've only gotten to see a little bit of them here on the A stream. We saw Dust2 and Mirage, a few staples of their pool, and they weren't able to get it done in the end of things. So yeah, a lot being asked of Rooster. We got to look at the wildcard interviews there, and we got to speak to both Time Waves and Rooster and how they felt. Of course, they were talking about the wildcard land, but it still feels a little bit mirrored to how we're going here in the Open Series. Rooster definitely one of those teams that probably want to make the grand finals here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, their recent record, of course, against Time Waves does look pretty nice. In the 2 that they played at the DFRAG land, both the wildcard and the ANZC locals, they won 13-3, 13-3, 13-5, 13-5. So Time Waves yet to get anywhere really close to this Rooster roster in those meetings. So they've got a chance now. Perhaps it is 3rd time's the charm to try and switch things around. But does seem like a pretty tall order for them. I feel like Rooster, as we said, the loss to Ding Cuts, they'll be stewing on that one. I think they wanted to come out here and make a statement just to say, okay, guys, look, we might have slipped up there. I think they might actually give Time Waves a bit of a touch up here. I'm hoping it's the opposite of that. I'm hoping it's a classical good series to end off the evening and the weekend. But look, Time Waves, it's an uphill battle. They've gotten here, though, so they have every chance to try and pull something off.
Yeah, definitely have the likelihood of pulling it off here. I was going to say, going back to the talk about how we see the Vitos fare, hopefully we'll get those in just a second. Should be interesting to see what maps we'll get a look at here. Nice little transition into it. Overpass and Ancient getting taken out of the pool. Respectable ban from Rooster. And I feel like there's a lot of knowledge about how Time Waves like to play. They're definitely one of those teams that really has been showing a lot of Ancient recently. We're going to see Anubis picked as the first map here for Time Waves. Dust2 for Rooster. And then Mirage getting taken out. Inferno for Rooster. They don't want to have to deal with that. So we'll go to Nuke as the decider. Overall, looking at this, Rooster winning in terms of the maps available here in this best of 3. But Anubis is a little bit of an outlier. I don't think I've seen Rooster play Anubis recently.
No, it's not one that they usually tend to go to. I feel like they've mostly, not even really banned it most of the times. I feel like a lot of teams just usually outright ban Anubis and Ancient a fair bit. Rooster, of course, have been fantastic on Ancients, and I'm not surprised that Time Waves have gone to, well, I was going to say, Time Waves, well, I was going to say Rooster have actually been doing that one, I should say, on the bans pretty much every single time early on, so they've put that one away. Anubis, it's a bit of a spanner in the works, can work possibly in Time Waves' favour if they manage to get off to a decent start there. I'd imagine Rooster might actually look to go to the T side start, considering that win percentage on T does lean towards the favoured there, so maybe they might be able to pull off something if they can get themselves going. But I think these first few rounds, the first sort of half of the first half, if you will, is going to reveal a lot to us on how this series is going to play out. If Time Waves can stick with it early, if they can get themselves in at least the pistol, get a 3 or 4 on the board, just be competitive, then I think we're going to have ourselves an interesting game. But if Rooster get off and rolling and Time Waves can't do anything to stop it, this one could be done pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with looking at the statistics, right? Juices in that loss to Dinkuts in the Mirage game with 29 kills for I believe it was 12 deaths or something like that. So yeah, Juices definitely the one to watch here for Rooster to put the numbers up. And, as they all said as well, Chell always a high impact player in his own regard on that big green. So it's going to be up to Time Waves to really shake some things up. But we've seen they're pretty capable of it, especially, in the lands that they've attended recently. A few of these online competitions have gone pretty well for them, all things considered. They haven't had any crazy upset victories. They've kind of stayed pretty consistent, and I feel like for Time Waves, that's a pretty good level, all things considered. Rooster, the ones that are, I guess, struggling with inconsistency at the moment. We said at the top of the day, Rooster more than assuredly were a lock-in to top this group, but now they're facing an elimination game they probably weren't expecting to, so they're going to be putting their best foot forward going into this one. Anubis is going to be interesting as well, especially for a team like Rooster, where I guess maybe the structure plays a little bit lacking. I was going to say we've only just seen them recently over at lands, and they're still probably working a lot of their coordinated play out, whereas Time Waves, we saw a lot of coordination out of them in the rounds they were able to pick up on the game we saw on the A stream here. So yeah, I feel like it's a lot of CT pressure on Rooster here going into this first one.
Yeah, absolutely. So, for them, it's going to be just trying to play their actual CS that they want to. I feel like they got taken away from that a fair bit by Dinkuts in that 2-0 series victory that they, were the beneficiaries of, well, what was that beneficiaries? Beneficiaries were Dinkuts in that regard of taking there. So, look, I think for Time Waves, they've got to throw a few things around differently because, again, if it comes back to just that default CS where if you're going to put it to Angels, if you're going to do it to setups and whatnot, look, 95 to 99% of the time, I feel like that should just be an easy victory there for Rooster. So, look, for Time Waves, you have to look to see who's going to be able to put up some, decent scores, who's going to be the one to lead from the front to try and, change things around here. I'd say that so far for them, it has been LolK. Usually is that indicator of whether or not they're having a decent series because he's the one that's usually, I guess, that barometer. If he's on, he's absolutely fragging out. And then if you get everyone else sort of going with him as well, look, I mean, they don't have, I guess, look, you think of it last time when they did play Rooster, they were short the one player, or they had the sub there, Harbour's back in. So there's no excuses in that front. This is the full 5 squad. This is the one that needs to come together if they want to get this, well, series done to keep their hopes alive. It is a tough ask, of course, but Rooster, we've found out today, Tone. If it bleeds, you can kill it. So there's the chance there for them.
Yeah, definitely. Rooster looking a little bit mortal. And for Time Waves as well, yeah, you spoke about LolK. I was very impressed against, their opening game of the day. And LolK, just when we were like, okay, yeah, Time Waves look a little bit shaky, a little bit rough. LolK did have some pretty good moments in their series. But for the rest of the roster, I feel like we probably need to see that same impact. I feel like Elephant especially, we need to see a little bit more from as well. Camille had a little bit of a rough one against Dinkuts. So yeah, this is going to be probably a lot of asking of Time Waves. Individuals need to step up here because it's a team game. and you kind of need all your stars to shine here against Rooster.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I feel like the fatigue factor might also come in as well, where, you've got Rooster, who's, won their first series 2-0, 2-0 today against the Bardoffs. Was done in a pretty short period of time. Was 13-5, 13-5 for the scoreline there. And then, of course, you lose the Dincuts, but it's only the two mappers, so then they've been basically just sitting back since, I think it was about 4:30 we ended that series. Yeah. And the other side of things, Thai Waves have had to battle all the way through in that last series, of course, against the Bardoff, so they just couldn't really put things together. But end up coming through. They do have themselves the opportunity, maybe. That's the only thought I have is that, well, they're warmed up. That is for sure. When you play 3 maps, especially when 2 of them go to overtime, you definitely played enough CS today. So be interesting to see if that does become a factor at all. But we are not too far away, Tone, from starting this one up. I guess before we head in, do we have the predictions, an exact scoreline for maps, or are we just doing the old 2-1, 2-0 for this?
Look, I don't know if I can really reliably predict scorelines here. I feel like a lot of, at least the DFRAG Open series, you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, this will be 2-1, but it's kind of hard to really gap the map scores here. But I'm going to say 2-0 Rooster, of course. I feel like that's pretty common at this stage. I definitely feel like if Time Waves get off to a hot start, we might be seeing a little bit more of a competitive series out of them, but definitely, for me, it's 2-0 Rooster. How about you, Haz?
Look, I want to give Time Waves maybe 1, but I think it's just too hard to go past the 2-0. Rooster should be able to lock this one in. And, well, we are going to find out if those predictions are correct. Rooster and Time Waves, your elimination match here for Group B of the DFRAG Open Series 4 underway. Rooster will start on the CT side. Time Waves on the T. It's their map pick. Can they possibly get through this Rooster squad? Going to find out at least how they're looking as we get underway with the pistol.
Getting underway. Going to be Skull falling back to very far back angle on mid. Shell's going to walk up. Knows that Time Waves do tend to play a player over towards the carpet position, and Shell finding Elephant early. A lot of the util taken away from Time Waves too. I believe a flash and a smoke in the hands of Elephant. Shells find Harbour as well. Skull has fallen all the way back to spawn. He's missing a few shots, but Kessa and Camille get taken out. Now it's up to Lolcate. What can he do? Superstar for Time Waves. He needs to get a 1v5 already in the pistol. We'll be able to find Skull. Not going to get the best of reckons, and that will be Rooster. Very, very solid pistol to start it.
Yeah, the aggression out from main side just gets an initial pick on Elephant, who had all that utility that he was trying to get set up, and that falls away. You got the 3 that play in towards mid. Absolutely nothing out of that. Lolcate just gets the 1 kill. And as it stands, well, for Rooster, it's the perfect start for them. Let's get this series underway. As now Time Waves, with the lack of kills, no bomb plant, it will just be a full save into this round here. And Rooster, I mean, they don't really need to get too aggressive. They can just hold the sights, default angles. You're playing against Glocks, so I feel like we know where this one's heading, Tone. But look, Australian CS, I have seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy things yesterday, today. Pistols, you can't really count them out, especially Deagles if you're a team like Dincuts. But for Rooster, yeah, this feels pretty safe buy for them. Maybe have to cautious of water hit, reckons. Need to blow away the smoke for just a second. Doesn't spot anyone just yet. Time Waves a very slow take here. Kind of respect it. You know, kind of get in the hand of Rooster a little bit early on. Even if they are just going to get exploded by these rifles, it still, like, sets in a precedent. This T side for Time Waves is going to be hard to read if you're Rooster.
That's what Time Waves want. To be as unreadable as possible. Although Chelios and Skull are starting to get into the book of Time Waves, and they've found out that it's mostly a play around a couple of mid-side, and that was the bomb. But the last remaining, that'll be taken down. A flawless one from Rooster. The Glocks not providing too much in the form of damage. Time Waves, the buy back in now. They should be able to get AKs across the board, perhaps a Galil if they want some extra util. And that will be what Camille does. So, here we go. First gun round here for the T's. This, well, we've got a little bit of a barometer so far from the pistol round time, but now we get a real reveal of how Time Waves are going to be able to deal with this CT side of Rooster with the rifles out.
Yeah, it's an early molly there towards the peekaboo window. Recent addition to Anubis, of course, with Anubis coming back into the pool, Train getting taken out. And, it's bittersweet. Chell, great angle there. Knows that Elephant's going to be hugging that pillar. Harbour looking to aggress once again towards that window. Rooster being singed by the molly a little bit. Reckons his toes burnt a little bit. Time Waves still kind of feeling out this water control for the moment. Tosses molly over to Keza. While Harbour just continues to post up on this window. Skull going to be on the off angle. Gallows opted to give that angle up. Skull will get taken out there. Beautiful shot from Lolke. Time Waves maybe have found a foothold back into this round after losing that initial engagement. Keza will find Reckons as well. Looking for a second, but Chell gets his helping of a kill. 3 versus 3, still Time Waves. Plenty of room to go wherever they please.
Harbour had to get through there with the bomb, and he has. And with Juices down, that is the sight. Plant will go down on A. And ADK Chelios. It's a tough ask, but they'll absolutely go for it. Chelios already up to 7 kills. Hasn't even got the AWP out yet either. Flash will be in front. Molotov goes towards the pillar. No one there. They've got 2 waiting on towards the top here. On the heaven side. Just have to play it off each other. Swing at the right times. They should have it. Harbour finds that one. And that will be all she wrote. Chelios doesn't want a bar of what Time Waves are offering. And they will take their first gun round here. Rifles out. Bomb planted. And a pretty strong one there. Chelios looking for an exit one onto Harbour. I think he's heard that jump up. Well, maybe not quite. Because he's still looking towards that main position. And I think he'll just survive with the M4A1S. Oh, they almost get into a little battle, but nothing happening in the end. And Time Waves are on the board.
Yeah, great slow round there from Time Waves. Keeping Rooster guessing. That really sets in stone how they're going to be playing this T side. Very slow, methodical, taking up space when afforded the kills. And, well, great round from Lolke there with a double. Rooster, they'll still look to force into this one. Famises for Skull and Reckons. MP9 only for 80k, and well, for Chell, it's an AWP, and he'll put it to work in good use already. Kessa will fall in water. An immediate trade back from Time Waves. The Elephant finding Skull, so you know, Rooster can find this early pick time and time again, but it's about how Time Waves answer. Keeping it pretty even.
Re-spoke towards E-Box, and now it just becomes a little bit of a hold here. Rooster have given up mid-control. Positions now the 2-2 on both the A and B site. Utility being used up by Elephant over there. More of that distraction play because the rest of Time Waves grouping up to hit in towards the B main area. And this could work quite nicely. Chelios on the AWP, so if there is any position he's going to be sort of knocked away from, it could be this. He's actually rotated away, and so is ADK. They have just left the site, and Time Waves are just going to be able to walk in here for free.
Yeah, this is an over-read from Rooster, overthinking it. HE flies. And Chell's back here pretty quickly. That smoke gets doused for a second. And Chell will take a shot. Molly the Temple. Now Rooster all starting to group up here. It will be 80k coming from the laneway here. Okay, going to be hiding behind the pillar, ready to deal with it. And for Rooster, might need to go a little bit quicker now because time is pretty far ticked. Defuse kit in the hands of Juices and Chell. They have to be cautious. Elephant, Lolke on crossfire with the flash set up from Harbour. This is looking good. Time Waves in a pretty good spot to hold it down. Shell and Juices might have to walk away with this one, surrender it to Time Waves. And we'll see a tied scoreline early on here. Well played from Time Waves. Finding their footing.
I was going to say, Lolke went for that last fight to see if he could grab that rifle out of Juice's hands. Doesn't happen. Juices will save that one. First kill of the game for them. But Rooster, I mean, they're in a bit of an iffy spot. It's not going to be any force-ups from the 3 that were eliminated that round, so they're just going to buy a couple of P250s, stay around that 2k. Full buy will be into the next. Still, that Orb of Chelios can get into the position, can do a fair bit of damage. Time Waves responding quite nicely after losing the pistol. 2 solid rifle rounds, and Rooster just, as you said, Tone, they sort of second-guessed themselves, or they just called a rotate towards the A site at the exact wrong moment. This time, though, it is coming to the A site, and they will have 3 players ready for this one if Time Waves go forward with it.
He's going to come out. Juices hiding behind. That is going to be a quick one. First there out of Juices, and a second and a third. Harbor can't shut down Juices. Chell with the big green save from the last comes to play here in this one, and now it's just left to Lolke. He's getting flanked right now by Reckons, of all people. Only USB in that guy's hands. Lolke's cautious. Reckons just needs 2 dinks to the head. Lolke will clear him out. Heard the footsteps. Well, that allows Juices to reposition here up on the plateau. And Chell as well posted on main. Bomb in the hands of Rooster. Lolke might just have to save. He's trying to fake it out. Use some footsteps. Use a sound cue. Rooster aren't budging. They're not going to fall for it. Lolke does have a little bit of money, so might look to go for it. Chell posted, shot misses.
Oh.
And he's going to take out Juices. Lolke finds a little bit of an inkling of a round potential, but well, Chell will shut it down. 10-0 for the big green. And 3-2 here. Rooster still getting tested here by Time Waves.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Time Waves, that is just not the round you want to be dropping there. I mean, considering that Rooster only went in with the 2 rifles, and just, I feel like maybe they're gambling on the fact that they know there's going to be lesser guns playing towards the site, but, I mean, look, it's a different change of pace. You want to keep Rooster on their toes there. They just picked the wrong site in the end. And the fact Juices did, well, before he died, those 3 engagements that he took, he did not cop a single lick of damage, which is just bizarre. And he's doing it again. Hello, Juices. Menace towards the A site. Meantime, Camille only gets the 1 over towards B main, and okay, an Elephant will have to try and group up here, and well, not even group up, just maybe play something in towards B here. Okay, Elephant with the first one on the Chelios. If they clear out this close one here on the Juices, there's maybe, I was going to say, there's maybe a chance. Now there's an absolutely massive opportunity. ADK was the one who was dropped, and all of a sudden, the 2v2, sort of from nowhere. And, well, Elephant and Lolke don't have to commit to that one. They start to group up again. Back towards A. Juices and Skull are going to play together. But Rooster Tone, a 4v2. They've misstepped or lost a couple of those fights, and all of a sudden, Time Waves have themselves a fantastic opportunity.
I've had to retrieve the bomb. A little bit of a long walk now to potentially meet Rooster in mid. Both players looking to rotate over towards the other side here. And this might be a precarious position. Lolke might be able to get the backstab, but he's not going to be able to find Juices. The trade's there for Elephant. Now it's Skull versus Elephant. The 1. Smoke will go down on towards the site. They'll plant it front and center in the open, but Skull's going to spam him down with the M4 in the smoke. He walks through and phases through. We'll just check on the other side. And we'll get the defuse. Big round for Rooster to pick up, because Time Waves, that could have been really good. The timing almost favoring them over towards that mid-rotate.
Yeah, and just goes back to, unfortunately, the start of the round. Again, Juice's another multi-frag. We didn't actually see it over towards A, but the double up there. Chelios, well, first death of the round, the old nutmeg. And we're really just making sure we get good inkling. Yes, he missed. In fact, I don't even know if it was through the legs. I think he flicked up too far to the right there in the end. As it looks like we have a little bit of a tech pause here. Someone's fixing a couple of things up. But, look, Rooster have now got themselves turned in a nice little position here. 2-round buffer. Time Waves money broken. I mean, not completely in the bin, but they're not going to be buying into this. So, nice chance for Rooster to start building that gap up. And start to, you know, put the pressure back on this Time Wave squad.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at that one. Shell, a rare whiff in that round from him. 10-1. It was 10-0. And as well, Juices, of course, pretty high up there as well. 7-3 for the moment for that young man. Time Waves. Still LOLK, as we said, you know, we wanted to see LOLK really come to this series with a burning passion, and 7-5 against Rooster in the 6 rounds that have been played out here on Time Wave's pick of Anubis. Not too bad. As well, Elephant's been there for some good trade kills. We need probably some more signs of life here from Harbour, and Keza having a rough start here against Rooster. Can't really blame him. Looking at this roster on paper, right, it's it looks a little weird, you know. Normally it's not the Rooster we're used to seeing. Still getting used to seeing Skull Hunter and Reckons on this roster, but overall, you look at this team and you're like, yeah, that's a lot of scary faces on paper. Especially, I see Chell opposite me in a server. I'm quaking in my boots, ass.
Scared, mate. Scared to the bone.
I scare easy.
Shaking.
I scare easy.
I think the major difference you saw there as the scoreboard was up was just the fact LOLK's got about 700 damage. The next closest for Time Waves is only the 350. So that's where I feel like they do, unfortunately, fall a little short. I'm never too sure who's going to be that, you know, second sort of fragger, or the one that's going to provide that next spark. So, like, LOLK, of course, that's your top fragger. That's the one you look to make the plays. But if he's not there, who's your second? And I just don't particularly see it. I feel like when I look at this Time Waves roster, there's just probably one too many role players. Like, yes, when they're called upon to do a job, they can absolutely do it, but it just seems to lack the firepower.
And there's some superstars. Great flash coming out from Skull to set Reckons up for at least a double. And Shell there ready to follow up. A rifle's retrieved here from Time Waves, and they're trying to put the pressure on Shell. 80k all the way in this fight. Now it's not to walk up. Great day from Shell. Doesn't even need the help of 80k. Shell will find 3 on his own. We'll toss the AK over. And, well, Rooster, quick cleanup on that one. Time Waves trying to send it mid on an aggressive play. Yeah, shut down completely. 3 rounds in a row for Rooster now. Starting to get on that tear that we were expecting of them going into a series like this.
Up there, back on the buy, so opportunity. Try and find their third here, an Elephant, the AWP up. Really seeing that too much on the T side, and well, we're not going to see any of it in this round. Chelios finds the first one, and the second as well. Dissipates the smoke with an aid, and Keza falls. And Time Waves, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their team already dealt with early on here. So that means the pace has picked up a little bit further into mid. But not the spot they want to be in. And I was going to say, Chelios has already repositioned into that AWP area around mid side. And I think very smartly, Time Waves have decided that's not the way we want to go. And I was going to say, Reckons that nade just right on top of Harbour. It just doesn't look like Time Waves around here. And with Harbour going down, it becomes an even taller task to get anything done.
And LOLK Camille called upon to make some magic happen here for Time Waves. It might just be another round set in stone for Rooster. It's 80k. Winning out the fight against Camille. Another AWP kill for Chell. Make it 16 for Chelio 16-1. And Roosters 6-2. Yeah, that's a scoreline for sure.
It keeps that up. HLTV rating was could be getting up to a 3. Yeah, it might break. We might break the rank. Yeah, well, I mean, Chelios has just been on fire. As we have a look at that team economy, not looking too flash for Time Waves. I mean, that was a full buy back in, and they found 0. So things not looking too flash for them right now. And they'll try to do something in towards mid. Skull Hunter with the double. Camille will get at least one back, and they're continuing forward. And I think Chelios will absolutely approve because the AWP has been on fire. Although, I say that, just as we talk the man up, he falls. But luckily, there is Juices waiting on the other side. He finds another 3K. He's been doing it in multi-kills so far, Juices. He's up to 10. Rooster up to 7. And they are just starting to run away with this one a little, though. Time Waves buys back in. Just needs something. Something. Anything. A sign of life, Tone.
Yeah. I was going to say, all the glaze to Chell's KD, it's now cooked. You know, these HLTV ratings botched. Go next. Chell, go next. It's done. May as well just start running it down at this stage.
The dream is over.
Dream is over. Time Waves looking like a rough T side, and it's worrisome, right? Anubis has pretty been T-sided recently, you know, once it came back into the pool, once that mid window kind of came into fruition here. 80k reckons. 80k again onto Kessa, sorry. Time Waves just getting shot at the door. There's another from Chell. Cherry picking these quick kills here. Harbour just kind of lurking about here. Nothing really much he can do. So it goes to main 2. Rooster being diligent, at least, in holding down that bomb away from Harbour's hands.
Yeah, look, grind him into the dirt. Don't give him a thing. It's Harbour sneaking in. He has retrieved that bomb, although I think his back has just been spotted there, if the bomb wasn't revealed. So now he's in a pretty unwinnable situation. Chelios waiting on that angle. The moment Harbour gets a little bit further forward, that'll be the end of him. He might not even get the chance to. He does get one. Reckons will shut that down. And Time Waves, yeah, these gun rounds just not happening for them at the moment. They've been finding more success when they've actually got the pistols out, which, it's not going to happen. But Mac 10s, maybe a little bit of a pace change. I feel like when they've been hitting the mid at a good rate of knots, they've managed to find it. Also, Chell is 1,500. Good lord, 1,500 damage. Almost double. He's double lolcat, just about.
Yeah.
Who's the top fragger at the moment for Time Waves, so basically sums up how things are going for them. But still 2 rounds left here in the first half, Toad. They can make something out of it. Pick the scoreline maybe to an 8-4.
Yeah, got to remain hopeful if you're Time Waves. Just 2 more rounds in this half, and 8-4, respectable scoreline against a team like Rooster. And then you go to that CT side and you really rocket in the pistol. Could be getting back into the swing of things, but well, the Juice and Skull, they're pretty ready. I mean, at least they're able to trade it out. Great flash set up there, 80k though, with the help of Skull. They'll set up their own kills here. Rooster, they're a little bit in a rough spot in the cross here. Time Waves trying to get out. Okay, taking the fight there, straight to 80k, and Shell will drop Arbo, drop it. Elephant as well. I can't blame our observer for missing that one. Lightning quick from Shell. And lightning quick, 9th round on the board for Rooster.
He's just not missing. 19-2. Almost up to 20 as we tick into the last round of this half. And after it was 2-2, it would seem like we were positioned well for an interesting few rounds, Tone. Rooster have responded with 7 on the trot. And they're looking to make it 8 here as the final round of this first half. Time Waves, they've got the Galils and Util out. They're again going to get aggressive in towards mid. The AWP's not there this time, so perhaps an opportunity for them. So look to try and take this split over towards the A site. It's waiting towards that. I was going to say he's actually boosted. He's come down, so he's got all the information no one's water. Rotations are around already into mid. I mean, they've just left the B site completely open.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive gamble here from Rooster. Reckons he's in a really interesting spot. Just hugging underneath the window. And it's going to be Skull. Spray comes through with that flash from Time Waves. And Skull Hunter will collect the final one with a dome shot. I guess trying to get out, but there is 4 players on this site for Time Waves to deal with from Rooster. And they'll shut it out. Nade dunk there from 80k. For the fadeaway. Rooster 10 and only 2 for Time Waves on that T side.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just run into a bloke who's got 19 and 2. It does happen.
Prem all the time.
Yeah.
For me especially.
I mean, I was going to say, Mav's in the spec role. Do you sub him in? I don't know if you're allowed to sub in the spectators, but I mean, make it a 6v5.
I feel like
I believe in Mav. I haven't actually seen Mav play CS before, but I assume the fact that he runs a production company that does CS, he must be a superstar. It's like how Tony, you and I are fantastic CS players because we commentate the game.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, I learn from the best. And Time Waves, one of the best. Rooster, pretty quick pistol to start here. 80k jumping across there on the E-box. Camille has her lines taken out there by Rooster. And they'll take on this site pretty decisively. Kessler Elephant trying to get back in. Kessler just trying to fight against these players of Rooster. They're double stacked in E-box as well. They got one player swinging it. Harbour though, able to catch Rooster lacking for the moment. Shell getting taken out. 80k though on the Kessler. Harbour will fall. Left Elephant. Reckons Skull Hunter, they got something to say. Rooster 11. In quick dominant fashion that they've been playing this whole map with.
Yeah, this is it's looking pretty rough for Time Waves. That is 9 rounds in a row. Are we going for 10? That is the question. CT, no real buy coming through. It's just a full save to pull off the 10 rounds in a row that may be required here to force OT, which, you know, I think we can get there. Tone, what are thoughts on that possible outcome?
Yeah.
You're not sounding as confident, mate.
Look. No. Rooster's looking good. Flash, great. Harbour at least able to trade their double dink onto Juices. So shut down one of the fraggers here for Rooster. Could be a way to go. They get the Galil over to low K. There might be a world of possibilities, perhaps.
Chelios, a bit more damage, but not adding to the kills. Stranded on 19 and 3 at the moment. As Time Waves are running towards main, where Skull Hunter, well, he might be able to find a few skulls here as shots out. Not particularly hitting yet. Things getting a little bit dicey for the T's. In fact, they are scared. They're running Tone. They don't want to deal with these USPs. Too much could be done, and Chelios taken away. An AK for Elephant, surely, if he didn't die to the bomb, which he does. Slams his head into the wall. Lolke's actually picked up a Galil, though, so, yeah. It's something.
That's something to be put together here for Time Waves. 12 rounds. And match point already on Time Waves' pick of Anubis. We might be going to dust 2 pretty quickly if Rooster can keep this up. Smoke in spawn from Lolke. I think it's all the way to B stairs. Okay. Like that from Lolke. Keza drops off the window. He finds Juices caught lacking. So yeah, Time Waves. Opening pick to start it off. They got Shell as well. It's looking good now for Time Waves. Hold up. Camille as well on 80k. It's Skull and Reckons now left to do something.
The former Fury duo need to unleash their fury right now if they're going to get Rooster the win here. First map point, it seems, is going to fall by the wayside, and Elephant holds that one down again. A double possibly coming their way. A Skull now the only one remaining in Time Waves. This might just be a flawless first gun round on the CT side. Skull will swing in. He'll be deleted. Harbour finds it, and Time Waves' life has been, well, it's been breathed into the game. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Breath of life. Life of breath.
Yep.
Life of Brian. Movie.
Life of Pi 2. Also another good movie. All movies about life. Rooster. Gonna have to show some signs of life in this round because they've only got some pistols. AK hero rifle for Chell. Early aggressive push here from Time Waves into water, taking up control with Lolk and Elephant. And for Rooster, and they're all around this carpet position, so they might just catch a timing. Two players walking through water. Lolk. Here's that flash setup though. Well, you can see a few players trying to clear the max box corner. Lolk dialing it in, focused up, gets his two. And able to be for that one. Elephant as well getting his two, so hero rifle now left and Chell 1v5 to make something happen. Bombs dropped back underneath, and it will be at least the first on the Harbour, but you can see they're pushing now back into water, retaking that control. This has been found, and
I don't like this.
Elephant, oh yeah, this is not great. Lolk all the way around, and Camille gonna be coming from spawn. And this should be shut out. Chell. Oh. That was close. That was close.
Oh boy, I was thinking of 25 and 5 to finish things off, and Time Waves. It's just getting a little bit hairy there, but the round is won. They're up to 4. And now though, Rooster, well actually no, now though, they actually forced up with that last round, so they're still they're without anything for this. Couple of upgrades in the P250s, and this might just be a B main rush to end all B main rushes here, Tone. Well, a slow crawl anyway.
A bit of a slow crawl to B. Camille jump spot. Holding out that molly, and now we'll see Rooster run in. Skull Hunter's found Kes. Skull Hunter's found Camille as well. So a few guns dropped, but Elephant is back with that USP. A little bit of aimbots against Rooster, it feels, and well, for Time Waves, another round to the board. Rooster happy to get that one done and dusted. Do a little bit of economic damage. Still, Time Waves a long way away from pouring this one back in the semblance of a comeback, but you know, 5's not bad.
Well, they are one round away from besting their best map score against Rooster. Couple of 13 to 5s, their best. They're up to 5 now. Can they find a magical 6th? And make it 4 on the trot. Rooster. 3 opportunities by the wayside to close this map. Can they shut it down here? The buy is back in. It's not the most grand. Couple of Galils, bit of util. Off from Elephant, misses the first one, but Harbour should have this one dead to rights. No, he doesn't, and now he's in trouble. Still gets away with one, but while that's been happening, reckons the nade on top of Keza. And now Lolk and Camille, they're grouped up together. Ooh, it's not pretty, but Lolk gets that kill there. Chelios finds another. Adds on now to 26. And he might only be able to add one more. Skull right above Camille. He's gonna miss the timing. No, he doesn't. Just when you think they might have gotten away. No, it will not. And it is Rooster. 13 to 5. They get the job done there on the beautiful map of Anubis. And, well, Time Waves, they made the scoreline at least look half decent towards the end, but overall pretty well beaten on their map pick.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I was hoping to see a little bit more out of Time Waves. There were some good moments, right? They did have some good set plays that they went for. Again, that's to credit Time Wave's structure. They're a team that likes to go for a lot of team plays, coordinated flashes or coordinated pushes there. Getting that Galil in that one round from Lolke. And then I was going to say, going back into looking at the highlights here, it was a little bit of a chaotic pistol. Skull Hunter got sent all the way back to spawn, but the rest of Rooster were able to get it done. Some good signs of life, though, from Time Waves. You'd expect so, they've been playing Counter-Strike for a long time today. So, looking warmed up, ready to go. This was a big round to swing it back into Rooster's favor there. The 1v1 from Skull. Chell just nailing shot after shot. Really couldn't do a wrong here. And, well, unfortunately for Time Waves, their pocket pick of Anubis doesn't pay off here. And to Dust 2, we will fare here. And not sure how I feel about that one for Time Waves.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got to have a go. But Dust 2 has been Roosters' pick that has usually netted them a pretty decent win percentage. I mean, they lost it today against Incuts 13-9. So there is hope for that one there. It's also just having a look to see what Chelios ended up with. 2.14 rating with a 9.72% swing on that opening map. I mean, look, Time Waves, you're already up against a pretty decent opposition. You run into Chelios also just turned on like that. It's always going to be a tough ask. But, Tone, they've got Dust 2 to try and turn things around. Reverse sweep needed if they want to stay in the DFRAG Open Series number 4. Guys, we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, it's map number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DFRAG Open Series for your elimination decider for Group B. Time Waves Rooster, and, well, I'm joined by the best in the business, Has Daddy Slim. And as, well, Rooster gave Time Waves a little bit of a show there on Anubis, and now we're on to Dust 2 Rooster's pick. The Time Waves, they get to start CT signs, so, it should be a little bit better for them in terms of how they're going to be playing these early rounds out.
And we'll get to see how these early rounds play out, most likely at this B site. Rooster waiting before they hit this one through. 2 players over here in Keza and Camille. Harper's on the flank here, and if he gets the timing, could be up for something decent. He doesn't, and that's going to be a problem because now Keza is left with 4 or 5 individuals all at them. And a little late there for Elephant and Harbour. Locate up and towards window. Maybe there's a chance he could find one. At least play distraction. But Elephant, well, I was going to say, does actually find the first as they come through uppers, so that's something to look at. Chelios, though, he has not slowed down from what happened on the previous map. Make it 2 on the P250. The third might just escape him. Or he'll just hit. Oh, my Lord, Chelios, stop it, mate. Rooster with the opening. And they pick up right where they left off.
Yeah, Rooster not slowing down for a beat. Chell with 3. And, well, if you're an HL TV fan of Chell, eat your heart out. He's put on some statistics to start.
He's in my fantasy team.
Hey, DFRAG Open Series 4 fantasy team. You're eating good, Hats.
Pop it off. Oh, he might be eating more. Chelios, 1, 2, they're all in front of him. He's getting damage, not the kills, and in the end, it's only the 1. Will be the Molotov to finish off a couple. Reckons from below will find a double. And Rooster very quickly get that second round done and dusted. Yeah, no, Chelios fantasy team. Who'd you have in your squad for the Open Series 4 Group B setup tone?
I had bloody Coach Parnell, bro.
Ooh. He actually had a decent deck. I mean, overall, I think series-wise, he top fragged across the board for the Bardoffs. Pretty decent show.
I was hoping for him to farm Rooster.
Well, another time. Look, there's plenty more open series. There's plenty more chances for the Bardoffs to make their way through. I believe.
Bardoff believer. Red flash is mid. Ooh, that sets up perfectly, but Kansas not able to pounce and capitalize. Joe finds Lolke. And Rooster turn a situation they probably shouldn't be winning out into such a favorable one, only losing Chell in the process. And left to Camille over a B. Rooster just turning these rounds on their head.
And I mean, Time Waves, everything was perfect. The util setup was fantastic. 2 top flashed at the top of mid, and they get nothing. And now Camille's just, well, down on lowers. Might be an AK possibly retrievable in mid, so that could be an upgrade there, but also could get found out. So I'm probably under the impression they have no idea that Juices is all the way back towards T spawn, and they're also going to be found out towards top mid. They had trade across. No, they didn't actually trade across for that one. They will keep the FAMAS. Now looking to try and pick up that AK possibly, and that the M4A1S actually was the one dropped on the ground. But they've got 2 coming from doors. They've also got that flank of Juices who should come in for the tap. Camille has actually found a couple of nice kills. Oh, Juices! Oh, buddy! Man. What's going on there? Camille will survive. Because Skull's not baking that. Yeah, that's not going on any highlight reels. Can we, Prod, can we get that one slow? Can we get a slow down replay of that one? I think that'd be a nice little look back there.
just done from Prod. We're evil people, Harold.
We'll expect that possibly in the next round of highlights as, well, Rooster, I mean, they get the round, but in the end, expensive for not any real reason. They just lost the fights with Camille. And now, Time Waves, they have a hero rifle aboard. And now it's gone.
Yeah, now it's completely gone. Lolke. At least they're able to make that 5-7 work. Hey, yo, Lolke. Now, just Lolke, not LolKK. or lol K. I can't remember what was his name on Anubis. It was a lot longer than just lol K.
Yeah, it was lol K. I think it was just lol K 3 times. Was it 3 times or 2 times?
I didn't realize you had that many. I didn't realize you could have that many characters, but yeah, just lol K now. But AK being saved here would be good here. Chelios needs to be careful because lol K's got that AK. Spray's a little bit rough. Kind of looking like juices out there. Flash smoke. Gonna be out of feet here for Chell. We're not gonna let him live that one down, are we?
Man's got a family tied him. Being a bit cruel to him. As Chelios will fall, but Lolcape traded straight back out. And once again, we see who wins these aim battles. Elephant. Out the smoke. Might have one. Yes, it is. Does he expect the second up close will be the question. Is he Shadow? Possibly, but no, he does not. An ADK crouching in. Delivers the final kill. Rooster. 4 rounds on the trot pretty quickly. And now, well, here we go for a full buy-in for Time Waves. Everything's there. The double AWP setup. So they're taking all their chips to the table. They're putting them all on red. And I think it might just come back with a victory round here, Tone. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, this is a different look, Time Waves. A lot more firepower. Shot missed by low K, unfortunately. But still, warning to Rooster what's to come. The other AWP over towards long here. Elephant going to be playing towards Cart. Rooster, though, again, just freedom to take up that mid control. Great shot there on the douse to the smoke. Lol K's an AWP now. He'll take out Chelios. That's a good scalp to find. And now Rooster, the rest of them still trying to get up through short here, but they have to contend with 3 members of Time Waves still over at this site.
And that second AWP is on the other side as well. Elephant, what have you got, son? Not able to find the first, and Reckons found Harbour. Skull Hunter knocks down Elephant. And just like that, the A site is lost. Kez is still long, so they've got that to play with, but Rooster can just keep the players they need short. That's what the ball will be planted for. And, well, Time Waves are so disconnected, this one's going to have to be a save. We are saving.
Damn. Keep that AWP for Lolcat. Normally it's Elephant, the one that wields the big green for us like Time Waves, but yeah, Lolcat. Giving that one a spin, why not? Rooster making the best foot forward here on the T side. Ori, 5 rounds. Not wasting any time. Although maybe Rooster have a dinner to attend to, Harold? You reckon you're getting together for a nice little dinner date after this?
Yeah, about 7 o'clock. I mean, I haven't had dinner yet, so possible that they're looking to get that done. I don't know, do you open Series 4 playoffs? I mean, I'm assuming the Rooster boys are all definitely housed together, just straight out for a bit of Korean barbecue on a Sunday.
Yeah, clearly.
Or you probably save that one for the DFRAG Lances. Ah, there it is.
Oh, yeah. Do we get a rewind? Rewind?
Here we go.
No rewind, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, Rooster, 5-0, a grouping of 4 towards this top side of Banana and Chelios. Oh, jumps back across. Okay, lucky to survive, or lucky not to kill him there. He will get that one following up, but then they're both traded back out. Juices and Chelios get those kills, 3v3. Skulls waiting in towards bottom mid can be an absolute spanner in the works. And that he is. Keza falls, actually went to check it as well. The Alpha dropping down. I'm pretty sure Skull would have heard that. Harbour on the other side. I hate to say it.
Oh, that could be replay that one.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm actually crying. Oh, my face has got completely red. Oh my god.
That's unreal. Yeah, thank you. He jumps into the shot that's perfectly lined up on the wall. Dude. Oh my god. That's unreal. That's unreal.
Oh my god.
And then double open again. We're letting Elephant give it another go after what just happened.
Oh my god. Oh.
That's unreal.
Son, you're gonna have to help me. I'm still going.
Yeah, it's alright. Roost up. You're gonna try and take up short control again. Molly HE. Combination there from Keza. Smoke in a CT. Potential split here for Rooster. Still hear you chuckling. That's just. Eddie K funny Camille. It's gonna be Rooster in a pretty good spot to set themselves up for this B split. They will send that smoke once again to CT. Harbor all the way through bedroom for the moment. And for Rooster, I have to deal with Kessa close range here. He's going to be fading into the smoke. And Skullhunter is going to take him out. Reckons we'll find Lol K backside. Rooster, free sight for the taking. And Harbor and Elephant might just have to save. But yeah, Harbor, if I'm you, I'd stay away from Elephant.
I was going to say they're separated this time. The office position. Oh no, they're joining
Elephant,
fellas.
no, not again.
Distance yourself.
Well, man. We don't have to do anything hasty here.
7-0. Do you think that one? I mean, Mr. Elfish loves an OCE clip of the week. Do you think that one might be making the list? Because I mean, if it's
we can submit it.
We submit it. I think if we could let him know. I mean, shout out to production. The giant red circle.
That really did it for me. Yeah.
Just in case you guys missed it. Just in case you weren't quite understanding what was happening.
Yeah, that's for all the.
And now I'm just imagining the usual ones with that. There's just like a character off in the background, like it's usually like Goku.
Yeah.
It's just Peter off to
Griffin?
the right. It's just a
Wait,
missing.
why don't we put both Peter Griffin and Goku? that really adds to
Man. Back to the game. I mean, this is a bit of a dominant first 7 here from Rooster. Timos just haven't really had a look in at all. Keza, though, hey, first kill. Okay as well. Oh, I speak and they deliver. Oh, my lord, the pistols. What is happening? Chelios, all of a sudden, is the only one alive. He does have bomb. So now, of course, what's going to happen is that Chelios with the AWP is going to clutch out a 1v5, and if that does happen, I mean, do we even do any more of the game? Oh no!
I don't think we have to.
Harbor. Oh dear! Tone.
Fast smoke cross. AWP reload. He's got 5 bullets now. 4 members to deal with. 2 short. And 2 just outside a bedroom.
All they have to do is swing together.
Yeah, they have 2 AKs on short. Full HP almost here.
Oh, don't even allow him to plant, guys.
He can't believe he's out on sight.
No.
Chel's probably like, what's going on?
Okay. 5 seconds. Bomb will be planted. And Chelios, I mean, there is absolutely no way. The thing is, there's not much utility. That one Incen is the big one there. Flash goes above. Oh, first short. He's missed it, though. He's missed a second. Oh, Chelios. No. It ain't happening. And a time waves on the board. Look at Chell just staring into the sky. As he thinks of what might have been. But time waves on the board.
What could have been, man?
Beautiful blue eyes. Or green? Oh no, aqua.
Blue. They're like really like piercing blue almost.
That's some time waves though. I mean, I was going to say they sort of took away from the fact that they just got 4 kills with pistols. Just
yeah.
Decimation in upper tons and sort of top and lower mid. So fair play for time waves. First on the board. Is that going to change their fortunes? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, taking a little bit more of a passive approach to mid. And Elephant's going to trade out the AWP. Gives it over to Lolke, who's anchoring down that B side with the help of Camille. Rooster now will take up that mid control once they hear the shot ring out and completely smoke up that mid door. We'll try and get up through short. But can't really take too long here. Very impressive deep push here from Keza. Whoever was that position to shut it down. Harbor as well. Gonna be in the CT ramp. Rooster, probably just one good cross smoke. Gonna be able to get him out, but great timing from Harbor. Pops up to one to find Skull. It's one of the header reckons. He's able to cross over to site. Site free for the taking now for Rooster. Can plant short too and set themselves up pretty comfortably in the post.
I was going to say, Juices is hanging around top mid as well, so any presence they put in towards that short plate is going to be interesting. They haven't actually left quite yet, but Chelios onto Harbor makes things just a little bit more difficult. And a second as well onto Elephant. Perfectly played from Chelios. And now Keza and Camille. Okay, I mean, they almost have to call this, unfortunately. Okay, oh, not even the AWP can connect, unfortunately. Keza's hearing. Juice is right down the other side. Camille, more team kills, guys. More of them. Come on. Let's get the double figures.
Surely.
More slow-mo on that one, maybe.
Yeah. Run that one back, Ron.
Come on, Prog. What do we pay you for? I mean, we don't pay you anything.
Yeah. Yeah, Pro's not... Pro's not like this right now. That's... Rooster. They're like what they're seeing.
Well, they said they're pulling a gym fat. Is it gym fat?
Yeah.
That was the, yeah, he likes it. Yeah. Old Jimmy. Pulling an old Jimmy at the moment.
Yeah, I'd believe
in
it.
CS terms. If you're only true CS believers will get that one.
Oh, shot from Elephant, though. Not team kill this time. Sure, we'll find one. Keza, Elise. Shows an inkling of pressure. We'll get taken out. Time Wave's rotation over towards A. Rooster. Don't have to commit to this one, especially with the smoke blocking Reckon's way. They can kind of cancel on this. Wants to go towards B, where Camille's the only one anchoring down the site right now.
That smoke that's been put in the seat, that surely gives a bit of an inkling of someone to start rotating, but it's not happening. So Camille, I need a 4K spray down right here with an M4A1S. Only 20 bullets, and a lot of those need to connect. Position now known. This is a horrible spot to be in, and Chelios will end their life, and that will end the round, most likely. 4v3 Time Waves do what they do best, and that is save 3 rifles this time by the looks of things.
Oh. Shot out of Elephant, trying to catch the cross, and yeah, impossible retake here for Time Waves, especially with the limited space that they have to take back. Rooster can go for the hunt here too. They've got plenty of money. Chell with that AWP will clock Elephant. Does take a little bit of tag for his troubles, so Chell needs to be cautious on his exit out. 80k. That's an interesting pop flash, I believe. Not where he probably wanted that one to go, but...
Hey, you're up 8-1, you can try new things.
Oh, God, wait. Yeah, Chell died to the bomb.
Oh, lol!
He couldn't get out in time.
He lived, it's
He's
fine.
got 10k, though. He's fine. He's clear.
So, 9-1, 2 rounds left in this first half. Time Waves can still make this a 9-3. Workable. T-side, you just never know. Chelios, the AWP, positioned for a lowers play there. Or for someone rushing out 3 minutes out before. Okay, speaking of plays, boosted through. Nicely already up the short side, and he shoots in the right direction. Doesn't quite land, unfortunately. And they'll fall back to short. And Camille, Elephant, lovely pop flash in towards upper B. Some nice aggression on the CT side there. 80k not ready for that, and no chance of a trade either. So, 4v5. Nice little bit of a lead here for Time Waves in the numbers department.
That's what they want right now, especially with the scoreline being what the scoreline is. Reckons with the great flash setup there from Chelios. Makes it even. Time Waves, a ton of commitment down towards CT. They have to be cautious. All of Rooster grouped up on short. One good flash will send them through this smoke, and Skull looking to approach here. Keza on a prime position, way down in zone. He's able to find at least 3, and Shell will get taken out by Harbor, who's ready to trade. Time Waves, they're back on the board.
The 9-3, it is still possible. And great play by Keza there. Up close and personal with the smoke. Gets the initial 2, picks up an AK, finds a 3rd. Jealous ended them with a no-scope to their head. But by that point, it was all done. So, last round of the first half. Can Time Waves find that magical 3rd? It will. I was going to say it was about to be without, I thought, Elephant. But he has survived that fight in mid. Himself and Chelios not exchanging any damage. So now we settle into the first parts of this last round of the first half. And Juices, Sculpt, and most of the rest of the gang here. In fact, all 5 for Rooster. Gripping up to short. Molotov thrown out just to delay the push for a short period. And Lolke positioned up. It'd be a one and done. And he might have a chance with Skull. Sneaking past, ducks his head, gets away, and now they're picking up the pace. They're going to.
Yeah, fast short once again from Rooster. It seems to be their bread and butter of this T side. And a good molly. A good molly actually burns the feet of 80k. Cinched his toenails a little bit. Time Waves trapped in CT for the moment. Can't really do all too much. Great HE there. Does a little bit of chip damage to Lolke. Chell will find Camille. And let's be cautious of a few more short players. Jump up. Chell lightning quick. Looking for another flick, won't find it. Harbor's able to find 2 back. Looking towards short, looking towards long. Keza will take out Reckons. Spray not able to convert onto 80k. And 80k and Juices now to hold this side out against Harbor, and they will get it done. Juices for that kill. 10-2 on the half here from Rooster. And again, another blowout here. But for Time Waves, yeah, Pistol could step to something great here on this CT side if they... Oh, sorry, on their T side. They started CT. They're going to need something great on this T side, Has.
That they will. It's going to start, of course, with a pistol round victory. And they've got the spawn pretty decent here for a quick B play. And with only one player actually going even towards that remote level, we're going to say Reckons has gone low as he's hearing all of this. They're going to start rotating quickly on towards short, and they don't have anyone actually on the side. So Time Waves should get this done, I would say, for free on the site. Skull Hunter, though, does find Keza as they're passing just a bit of a gap there, and now the bomb's going down, but it's already a 3v5, and they're all over the top of them. Camille can only get 1, and just like that, Rooster lock in the pistol round. 11-2, and Time Waves, the hole that they are in, is getting bigger and bigger by the second.
Getting a worrisome sight to deal with for Time Waves right now, and well, that pistol was where it had to start. Interesting, a pistol buy as well, dual Berettas. And I was gonna say, I spoke to a few of the other casters. P2K versus USP. Skull Hunter likes the P2K. He's been rocking it a lot recently. Feels a little bit nicer, a little bit of a closer range, especially if you're getting aggressive as a CT. Kind of works, especially for a team like Rooster who like to get aggressive. Orp already out for Chell in the second round of the CT side.
Old glass cannon.
Yeah.
Well, an opportunity there for the first hit, not quite coming through. Now smoke is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Juice is playing that jump peek around short side, not spotting anything, made of a little. That nade falls in. Only gets a little bit of damage on towards 1. And just like that, it's a 4v5 as Reckons found 1 through the smoke. Rest of Time Waves group up for this short play. It's the force buy. They've got everything they could ask for with the limited funds that they have. And now Tone, here they go again. Play into the short play. What are they able to get? Do they get to the side? Well, Chelios, he's denying all of that.
What a shot from Chow. Another to boot. Making quick work. Juice is the only one to fall. For Rooster, it's, well, maybe a quick road to the playoffs for them. We expected this earlier from them today, but maybe needed to go through the tribes and tribulations to get here. 12-2. Time Waves don't even have a full buy for this one. How's it going to be seen back 10s? Tech 9s. Not even full utility. This is... Yeah.
It's a rush B.
It's a rush B call.
It's what works every time. Now, the fact that there are already 3 players around this mission on the CT side does make this harder, but I say that they actually are thinking too much into it, and therefore when Keza gets forward and gets this kill onto Skull, who now has the nade out and is going to get a couple bits of damage, he just won't be able to stop anything. Now, he has gotten a kill, and maybe another. Okay. Look at Lolke. Get out, Lolke. Run, my boy. You can run, but you can't hide. 13-2. Rooster sweep the floor with Time Waves. 2-0 series victory. And Toad, they're their second Group B team to make it through to the playoffs next Saturday.
Yeah, very, very strong performance out of Rooster to probably get themselves a quick dinner tonight, as we were mentioning earlier. And unfortunately for Time Waves, that's them out of the Open Series 4. And, well, Harold, we have all of our qualifications here through from Group B. Dinkuts and Rooster will be the teams qualifying to the playoffs, and we will see Bardoffs and, unfortunately, Time Waves drop out of the tournament here. But, you know, for them, it was an interesting road, considering both of these two teams had to fight tooth and nail just to get into this matchup. As we check out the bracket for you, of course, our day started with a quick 2-0, 13-5s for Rooster against the Bardolphs, and then Time Waves Dinkuts was a little bit of an interesting one here on the main stream. We saw 2-0 from Dinkuts, and then we moved into the upper bracket. Rooster got themselves handedly taken out, 13-9s on both maps from Dinkuts, sent them into the lower bracket, and then, as I mentioned, Bardolphs, Time Waves, it was a bloody affair to get to this lower bracket final, and then a little bit of an anti-climactic finish. Rooster pretty decisively booking their seed into the playoffs. So yeah, Dinkuts Rooster to join the playoff berth teams. And of course, we'll check out who's joining them from Group A. Of course, we saw a ton of competition yesterday. Arcade bowing out there in that lower bracket final to DXA. So Abyssal and DXA to join Dinkuts and Rooster through to the playoffs. And as I feel like we've got a nice group of players, a nice group of teams here into the playoffs.
Yeah, very strong squads on paper as we have a look at that playoff bracket that's going to be happening next weekend. Saturday and Sunday, Abyssal will take on Rooster in that first game there. Dinkuts up against DXA. And then, of course, you'll have your upper brackets, lower brackets. We'll be covering all of those on the A and B streams next Saturday and Sunday. It should be fantastic. You won't want to miss it. And Toad, look, I mean, the 4 squads there, it's kind of hard to pick a winner at the moment. Everyone impressed over Saturday and Sunday. You've got 4 very strong squads that are going to be putting on some very serious and good fun, I would imagine. Some good CS action there for the DFRAG Open Series 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, wouldn't be possible as well without our lovely sponsors, HyperX and Intel. Of course, you know, HyperX, shout out for the support. They have laptops, headsets, mice, everything you could need to play in a tournament of this caliber. They sponsor the Wildcard LAN, and of course, we thank them for their continued support as well, Intel. And yeah, should be some great coverage. You can catch it all, of course, on dfrag.gg for all of the results, statistics, everything you could ever want. Check it out on dfrag.gg. And again, thank you for joining me, and we'll catch you guys next weekend for more. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next weekend for some more DFRAG Open Series 4.